As a volcano erupted, two unrivaled warriors clashed in a battle to the death atop a mountain summit. The ground trembled with the force of their duel. They exchanged blow after devastating blow, sending rock and dust exploding into the air. One of them, sent flying by his opponent, carved a crater into the stone with his own body. Giant boulders were launched in every direction. In the fury of combat, they blazed across the mountain, causing the peak itself to crumble. The elder of the two masters was grievously wounded, losing an arm to his foe's relentless assault. The younger warrior had a dagger buried deep in his shoulder. Blood erupted from his mouth as they landed one final, earth-shattering strike, sending them both reeling. A brilliant flash consumed the sky. Dugu Niu acknowledged his powerful opponent. Jiang Chen, he was a true equal, just lacking the wisdom of age. Jiang Chen, in turn, was shocked by the old man's ferocious skill. He had been wounded to his core, but the master was no less fierce. His only regret that he would never fully master the mysteries of the blade. Closing his eyes, Jiang Chen focused his last ounce of will. He began channeling energy with the Azure Sword Law. Bolts of lightning seared his body from all sides as he summoned forth a divine sword from pure energy. This was his ultimate technique, the unity of blade and soul. Jiang Chen's sword drank in all this power, preparing to grant its master an absolute advantage. No defense could withstand it. It was a force that would shatter every barrier. Jiang Chen unleashed a wave of destructive energy toward Dugu Niu. It tore through the air like black lightning. The old man felt an unstoppable power surging towards him. In its wake, the cliff behind him disintegrated into a cascade of enormous rocks. Dugu Niu discovered a gaping hole in his chest. His defenses had been utterly annihilated, just unbelievable. The ground where the old man stood crumbled beneath him, and Dugu Niu's lifeless body plunged into the abyss along with the stone. Jiang Chen felt his own life fading. The only thing on his mind, in his final moments, was a brilliant pillar of light that pierced the night sky. Lightning exploded from the celestial funnel, striking out in all directions. One mystical stone began to glow, emitting rapid pulses of light. The stone drifted, closer and closer, sparking with energy. It grew larger and larger, until a flash of lightning pierced the encroaching darkness. My eyes fluttered open. I saw the dark silhouette of a man. Was he even alive? A young girl with a pleasant face announced it was dinner time. He understood her perfectly. And then, the baby replied to her in perfectly conscious, adult speech, giving her a piece of his mind. A terrified scream echoed through the house. The young girl, his babysitter, bolted out of the room screaming bloody murder. The little boy wondered, who in the world did she just meet? Jiang Chen realized he was alive, but couldn't figure out why he was stuck in a baby's body. He remembered the sky twisting and the final battle. With his rival, Dugu Niu, they had both fallen. Since the heavens themselves had changed, it had to mean he'd crossed through the barrier. Baby Jiang Chen looked around, taking in the strange plants and furniture. This was definitely a different land, an unfamiliar city. And to top it all off, baby Jiang Chen was completely naked, trying to execute a jailbreak from his crib. He heard voices in the distance and soon saw a crowd of people. An important-looking gentleman was yelling at the nurse. To everyone's shock, little Jiang Chen spoke up, explaining he urgently needed to get back inside his body. It turns out the VIP is his new father, who is overjoyed that his son has started talking, at only 6 months old. Little Jiang Chen had no clue where he was. A strange house, a new family, a whole new town. He later learned he had crossed over into another world. He was reborn in a baby's body on the Tianyuan continent. That evening, everyone was ecstatic. They passed the baby around for hugs, seeing it as a miraculous sign that their 6-month-old had started talking. To his own astonishment, little Jiang Chen had kept all the memories of his past life. Time flew by. 3 years in little Jiang Chen's new home passed like 3 weeks. Finally, the day of the aptitude test arrived. The little boy hoped that after so much training, he could finally reveal his true talent and power. He knew he had a massive advantage. After all, he possessed the knowledge and experience of a grandmaster. An old teacher began giving instructions to his young student. A glowing vortex appeared in the testing stone and began to spin wildly. Even the seasoned teacher was stunned by the sight. Jiang Chen asked what it was, and his teacher struggled to find a simple explanation. The test results showed that the little boy couldn't use this power at all. Jiang Chen was in utter shock. To put it bluntly, little Jiang Chen had zero talent. A fan club of servants was there to support their young master. They tried to cheer him up with enthusiastic signs and banners. Tears of pride welled up in an old man's eyes. He would finally see the little lord, achieve the status of a chosen one before the entire city. The test had been completed. It showed that little Jiang Chen has no holy power. The hall fell into a stunned, indignant silence. This can't be right. It's impossible. There must be some mistake. At the head of the hall stood Chang Guang, before the family crest. On either side sat his beautiful wives. A storm of disappointment brewed on his face. His own son, Xiang Tian, had failed to awaken any holy power. Bi Yunan, Xiang Tian's mother and the fourth wife, watched her son with pure terror in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Wang, the third wife, couldn't hide her smug smirk. Xiang Tian was fuming. The obelisk must be broken. There's no way I'm a good-for-nothing. Uncle Day agreed to a retest. The boy immediately began to meditate. He activated the Eyes of Discernment technique. From a distance, Chang Guang observed them keenly, determined to see the truth for himself. The trial concluded once more. Little Xiang Tian's heart hammered in his chest. Uncle Day turned to the family head. Lord Chang Guang, young Master Xiang Tian truly has no holy power. Bi Yunan's world began to crumble. He seemed perfectly healthy by Wang. However, began her venomous assault. All that effort, all those precious family resources, wasted on this. Failure. Her mood had turned delightfully sour for her. With the test failed, she sneered at the posters praising the young master. The crowd, and their now useless banners, began to back away. It was a public humiliation, so it was all for naught. Even Xiang Tian himself was baffled. After all, his training in the Azure Sword Law was progressing rapidly. The spiritual energy in this new world was far denser than in his past life. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Could it be because he had merged the first level of the Sword Law with his holy power? Yes, that has to be it. Just then, Bai Wang, like a sly serpent, slithered up to her husband, reminding him of their talented son. Dear husband, due to Xiang Tian's unfortunate failure, all the resources allocated to him should now go to our son, Care. And as for his mother, her allowance should be cut in half. What a despicable move. They were branding him a worthless child without a second thought. Chang Guang coldly announced his decision to all present. Little Xiang Tian stood there, seething in silence. This trial is over. With the ceremony concluded, everyone turned to leave. But Bai Wang wasn't done enjoying her victory. She twisted the knife in her sister-wife's heart, relishing every moment of her triumph. The old man, Uncle D, tried to console the boy. Your father bears a heavy burden, he explained. He's forced to make these difficult choices for the clan. He has his reasons for his actions. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Xiang Tian simply walked away. He went straight to his mother, Bi Yunan. He was too ashamed to even meet her gaze. His failure had brought suffering upon her. Mother, I'm sorry, he whispered, his heart aching. He never wanted her to lose face because of him, but a mother's love is unconditional. To her, he would always be the best. If one door closes, she said softly, another one will surely open. Your time just hasn't come yet. I will always be by your side, Xiang Tian. I will never abandon you. His mother's kindness was a soothing balm. Her warmth washed away the bitter stings of his public defeat and failure. He looked at his mother, his eyes filled with new resolve. I've made up my mind. I will make things right. I won't let you be disappointed or embarrassed again. I'll crush anyone who stands in our way. Bi Yunan smiled, her faith in him unwavering. And she was right to believe, because Xiang Tian held a massive trump card, the knowledge and experience from his past life. It would help him prove everyone wrong. Later that day, in the clan library, Xiang Tian had spent 7 long years training in secret. He closed the final book. He had devoured over 1,000 volumes from his father's collection, all for this one goal. Now, to combine this knowledge with the Azure Sword Law, the results should be spectacular. Xiang Tian focused his energy into the palm of his right hand. He prepared to test his new power. His palm strike slammed into a support column. A deep, perfect handprint was left embedded in the solid stone. He had succeeded 3 years ago. He had finally merged with the holy power. Since then, his growth had been explosive. A brilliant blue light radiated from the library windows. He had been training until the break of dawn. I need to get back to Mother quickly. She can't find out about my secret. Not yet. He arrived to find the dinner table completely empty. There wasn't a single scrap of food. His mother simply told him, no matter how dire things get, son, we must always hold our heads high and look our best. The boy apologized, his heart heavy with guilt. If not for me, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Nonsense. Besides, cucumbers are healthy. It's a simple food, but it's good for you. It even helps burn fat, she added with a grin. I heard Bai Wang bought some expensive new cream. And now her face looks like a swollen beet. Just then, her expression changed. Oh, I almost forgot, she said, pulling out a note. She left him with a mountain of books and tasks to master. But for Jiang Chen, it was a joke. After all, he could easily memorize anything he read. He kept this little secret from his mother, of course. Since he couldn't use holy power, his intelligence was the only weapon he had for a decent future. Staring at the massive list, Jiang Tian sighed. Maybe he should tell his mom about his secret. But then again, if he could use holy power on top of this, they'd probably work him to death. Yeah, better to keep his cards hidden for now. He had zero interest in actually reading all that. Jiang Tian headed for the library, as his mother warned him of a pop quiz later that night. Little did she know, he'd already memorized every single book in there. This assignment was a total write-off. Suddenly, a beautiful scent wafted through the air, his mom's favorite fragrance. Unmistakable. He followed his nose, straight to the kitchen where the servants were buzzing. They eyed him warily as he approached the door. And there it was, a magnificent pie. 4 perfectly cut slices, practically calling his name. His hand instinctively reached out, but then the servants swarmed him, scolding the little master. It's wrong to steal, one of them sneered. And just like that, the plate was snatched away. He hadn't even managed to grab a crumb. A servant named Shu began to openly mock him. He provoked him, saying he should just hand the cake over. Jiang Tian's patience was wearing dangerously thin, but Shu just kept pushing. He knew perfectly well how much his mother loved that cake. Jiang Tian told him calmly, "Give it to me." But this servant of the third mistress just kept running his mouth. He had no idea he was dancing with death. The other servants joined in, humiliating him. They blamed his test failure for his mother's suffering, claiming she couldn't even eat properly because of him. Jiang Tian's voice rose. Shu give me the cake, now, in an act of pure defiance. Shu knocked the plate to the ground. It shattered, scattering the 4 slices of cake at Jiang Tian's feet. And that was the last straw. Fury erupted within him. An immense power began to gather. He called Shu by his true name, a dead man. A fist connected with the servant's face with brutal force. Blood sprayed through the air as Shu crumpled, unconscious, with a mouthful of his own teeth. The other servants stared in absolute horror. They thought they were just having a laugh, but they'd forgotten who they were dealing with. From this day forward, there would be no more polite, restrained Jiang Tian. He would remind them of his status with overwhelming force. Shu face was caved in, blood pouring from his nose. With a sickening crack, Jiang Tian twisted another servant's neck. A third was sent flying into a wall with a punch to the gut. One of the kitchen staff sat dazed on the floor, his nose clearly broken. He barely registered the plate flying straight for his head. The remaining servants stood frozen, watching the little master dismantle their friends. A swift chop to the neck took down all 3. Then, Jiang Tian grabbed the very cake that started it all, and shoved it right into Shu mouth. For 2 years, he and his mother had been treated like garbage. They were fed slop fit for pigs, while being charged for gourmet meals. The remaining servants finally understood. The realization, the guilt. It was all there in their eyes. Jiang Tian warned them this was their first and only warning. Next time, they wouldn't get off so easily. He walked out of the kitchen, leaving them to bow in his wake. They couldn't process it. The inferior young master who failed the test had just single-handedly wrecked them all. Back in the family estate, Jiang Tian was feeling great. It felt good to remind those thugs exactly who he and his mother were. In the distance, he heard the sounds of someone training. It was Bai Wang, the son of the third wife. He was putting on a big show of diligence and effort, swinging his double-edged axe with what he thought was skill. He moved from a crushing blow into a hangman stroke, and finished with a so-called death cut. After that pathetic display, he was completely out of breath. Jiang Tian despised Chang Guanke. The boy was fat, arrogant, and a terrible fighter. This wasn't training, it was just flailing. Ugh, what an eyesore. He should have taken a different path. The feeling was mutual. Chang Guanke sneered, calling him a petty jerk. To him, Jiang Tian was just a weakling. He then had a brilliant idea for a little prank. He called his younger stepbrother over and offered him some candy. Jiang Tian scoffed, saying he was too old for sweets, even though he constantly forgot he was. In fact, only 7 years old, Chang Guanke and his mother, Bai Yang, had always bullied him. He'd endured humiliation for years, but a wicked idea sparked in Jiang Tian's mind. This was the perfect chance to teach that arrogant, red-headed brat a lesson he'd never forget. Jiang Tian's lips curled into the smile of a cunning predator. A shiver went down Chang Guanke's spine. something was off. His half-brother's grin was making him seriously uncomfortable. This wasn't the usual Jiang Chen, but he quickly brushed it off. What was there to fear? His half-brother was just a talentless weakling, a failure who couldn't even pass the holy power test. On the training grounds, weapons lined the racks. To the left, battle swords, axes, and spears. To the right, shields and defensive gear. Chang Guan-Ke puffed out his chest, generously telling Xiang Tian to pick whatever he wanted for their training match. But Xiang Tian just walked to a tree and snapped off a branch. He calmly told his older brother that a freshly plucked stick was all the weapon he needed. Chang Guan-Ke mentally cackled. What an absolute fool. The idiot had clearly lost his will to live. He sneered, warning Xiang Tian that the pain was coming. Chang Guan-Ke launched himself forward, swinging a massive double-sided axe, but this flashy attack didn't faze Xiang Tian in the slightest. He dodged with a single, effortless step to the side. Holy power surged into the branch in his hand as he prepared to counter. Chang Guan-Ke frantically tried to evade the blow. Xing Tian's branch whipped past his face, missing by mere centimeters. A cold sweat drenched his body. In an instant, Xiang Tian had won. According to the rules, he was closest to his opponent. It was an unbelievable outcome that made absolutely no sense. Chang Guan-Ke and Xiang Tian stood frozen, trapped in an awkward, stunned silence. Finally, Chang Guan-Ke broke it, declaring his pathetic brother a cheater and that the duel didn't count. There was just no way he could have lost. Xiang Tian just smiled, pretending to be clueless. What could his dear older brother possibly mean in Chang Guan-Ke's eyes? Pure, black rage was swirling. He couldn't even form the words. In short, this fight was void. Chang Guan-Ke demanded they start. Again, Xiang Tian just smiled and agreed to another round without any hesitation. Chang Guan-Ke finally realized he'd underestimated his little brother. That's why he was caught off guard. This time, he was getting serious. There was no way that little creep would take him down so easily. He squinted suspiciously at the branch. What was its secret? Chang Guan-Ke sweetly asked Xiang Tian to let him see the stick. It had to be some kind of magic item, but it was just a regular, uneven piece of wood. Nothing special about it at all. That's it. And then, Chang Guan-Ke pulled the sneakiest move possible. The moment Xiang Tian was distracted, he used his axe to knock the branch right out of his hands. Xiang Tian was not amused by such a dishonorable tactic. Fighting with cheap tricks was the mark of a coward. He began to focus his power, recalling the feeling he had in the final battle of his past life. The moment he summoned the divine sword, accumulating his holy power, Xiang Tian used his mind to lift the branch high into the air, hidden from his opponent's view. Chang Guan-Ke was already tasting victory. He swung his axe, fully intending to finish Xiang Tian for good. He had to eliminate this rival for the future leadership of the Changguan family. But Xiang Tian remained perfectly calm. His eyes closed, he could feel every movement, every breath his opponent took. Suddenly, the branch shot through the air like a lightning bolt. Chang Guan-Ke barely had time to raise his axe. The branch was aimed right for his face, yet Xiang Tian remained serene. With one solid smack to his right cheek, the branch sent Chang Guan-Ke flying. He crashed to the ground like a toppled wardrobe. The branch itself ended up embedded in the stone pavement. A stunned Chang Guan-Ke clutched the sore spot on his face. He looked at his palm and saw blood. The once formidable red-haired warrior started wailing like a little girl, throwing a full-blown tantrum. Xiang Tian calmly threatened to end Chang Guan-Ke's life if he ever dared insult him again. Terrified, Chang Guan-Ke started crying for his mommy. Xiang Tian had finally stood up for himself. It was tough, but the important thing was that he fought back and defended his honor. The punishment that was sure to come didn't scare him one bit. He just prayed this incident wouldn't cause any trouble for his mother. An unnoticed bystander walked up from behind Xiang Tian and pulled the branch from the stone. It was over. He could no longer hide his true power. From this day forward, everything was about to change. Back at the family estate, Bai Yu Wang and her blubbering son were putting on a show, drenched in tears and snot. She demanded that Xiang Tian be severely punished. The kitchen servant, Shu Er, also crawled in with a bandaged face, complaining that he'd been beaten for no reason. But the family head simply stated that Xiang Tian has a crippling flaw: he can't cultivate holy power. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have done all this. But Bai Yu Wang was still plotting. She spins a web of lies, hoping her pathetic crocodile tears will actually fool the master of the house. His punishment will be severe if these accusations are true. But first, we need proof. Master Changguan's voice boomed. Bring Xiang Tian here at once. This ends now.
but Bai Yang just had to hiss the name of her greatest rival.
Bei Yunan? Oh, she would pull any dirty trick to get them kicked out of the Changguan estate as soon as possible. The master, seeing the dramatic tears of his third wife, turned to Bei Yunan and demanded a serious explanation. But Bei Yunan held up a hand. There was no need to find her son. This had nothing to do with him. She stepped forward to defend Jiang Chen. It was all her fault. Master Changguan stared, completely baffled. So, it was his fourth wife who thrashed a servant and his own son. Kayer, well, like any true mother, she refused to let anyone bully Zhangtian just because he couldn't control his holy power. Bei Yunan saw everything. She saw the bullying, so she let Zhangtian teach those punks a lesson. And just like that, the accusers started howling, like a pod of beluga whales. They shrieked about their innocence, swearing they were the real victims here. Bai Yang hissed like a snake, insisting that Bei Yunan was just covering for her son. To which Bei Yunan replied, "My son can't even control his holy power. So how could he possibly harm two people at once?" Checkmate. Bai Yang was completely stumped. She just stood there, stuttering, unable to find a comeback. Bei Yunan reiterated that she alone was to blame, and begged that Zhangtian not be punished for her actions. Master Changguan was surprisingly generous. The punishment for Bei Yunan, a 4-week meditative retreat, she accepted with dignity. But Bai Yang was absolutely livid. How could the punishment be so light when Kayer almost died? She demanded they both be exiled from the estate immediately, claiming the family's very fate was at stake. In response, Bei Yunan offered to cure Kayer herself in exchange for forgiveness, but Bai Yang wasn't having it. "Heaven forbid you'll probably kill my precious son for real." Master Changguan watched this whole circus with a world-weary sigh. Amidst the drama, Bei Yunan calmly called Kayer a big fat red pig and suggested feeding him to some predators. And with that, Master Changguan made the wisest decision of the day. He simply turned around and walked away from the chaos. Back at the estate, Zhangtian sat by a pond, deep in thought. A long time had passed since the fight. He was waiting for the other shoe to drop. But what really troubled him was that he couldn't find his mother. She had simply vanished. Suddenly, Zhangtian sensed a swift presence approaching him from behind. A flash of metal in the corner of his eye. He ducked just in time to dodge a dagger aimed at his head. A masked mercenary stood before him. "For your attempt to harm the young master," he threatened, "you will die." Zhangtian knew instantly who was behind this. The only person capable of such a move was his father's third wife. "Bai Yang?" The masked assassin confirmed it. "She has tolerated you and your mother for far too long. Now it ends." The assassin leaped forward, but Zhangtian easily sidestepped the attack.
Barely breaking a sweat, he watched the mercenary launch a wave of energy, which he also dodged with ease.
Zhangtian sized up his opponent. The mercenary's saint power was surprisingly weak. He could definitely take this guy. So, Zhangtian leaped up and threw a branch. The mercenary actually smirked, not believing this pathetic attack. How could a twig possibly harm him? But then, Zhangtian focused his holy power. The branch froze in midair and shot toward the mercenary from behind. The assassin's eyes widened in panic. This wasn't part of the plan.
At the last second, he looked up, only to see the branch speeding right for his head. The impact shattered his mask completely.
The mask split into 2 pieces, revealing the face underneath. It was Master Changguan himself. Zhangtian was horrified. Did his own father just try to kill him? But Changguan simply said his name. His eyes filled with tears of joy. He finally realized the truth: his son could generate holy power. After all, Zhangtian confessed everything. He admitted to injuring Kayer and the servant, and said he was ready to accept punishment for it. But he had one request. "Do not touch my mother." Master Changguan didn't understand. Why keep this a secret? It could have changed everything. Zhangtian angrily slapped his father's hand away. He genuinely couldn't understand his father's logic. Why should he tell him anything? At first, everyone loved him. He was the family's pride, given every possible resource. But the second his father discovered he was a cripple, they abandoned him and his mother to their fate. So who was Zhangtian to him? A beloved son, or just a tool to achieve his own selfish goals? Changguan opened his mouth to answer. He whined about the family's future, conveniently forgetting Qianxian and his mother. For 2 entire years, he abandoned them. They were left helpless and broke, while Qianxian was treated like dirt. Lord Changguan didn't give a damn whether the son of his 4th wife lived or died. Now, Lord Changguan starts spinning excuses. He's not that heartless. He claims he wouldn't just abandon his own son, but Qianxian cut him off. "My own suffering means nothing, but I will never forgive you for my mother's humiliation." The family head tried to defend himself. There's a limit to what one man can do. It's impossible to protect absolutely everyone. To which Qianxian replied, "From now on, I only care about my mother's fate. The rest of the Changguan family can rot for all I care. Punish me however you want. Blood ties, family name, they are nothing but dust to me now. Lord Changguan was stunned into silence. What more could he say? His excuses were pathetic. The old man, Uncle Da, approached. Sometimes, a man must admit when he is wrong. Lord Changguan was shocked. He never expected his uncle had been watching everything unfold. The two elders of the Changguan family began to talk.
That boy, Jian, is a prodigy. He defeated Kair with a common stick and nearly bested you.
Even before the Saint Power test, his talent was obvious. Everyone could see Qianjian was chosen. The stone must have failed him. Something was wrong with the artifact. It must have made a mistake. Uncle Da had been observing the young master all along. He watched him sneak into the family library, teaching himself to master Saint Power all on his own. Lord Changguan couldn't believe it. Why did you hide this from me? Uncle Da had been watching them both.
Your greatest weakness, my lord, is your blindness. Now, Uncle Da intends to take Qianjian to a special place to train him.
Lord Changguan was floored by the old man's audacity, but Uncle Da shot back. You failed to even watch your own son. How dare you blame an outsider for your own neglect? The truth finally hit Lord Changguan. His own son despised him. But maybe it wasn't too late to fix things. Qianjian has a righteous heart. If you treat him with fairness, he will surely answer your call. The head of the family finally agreed with Uncle Da's wisdom. Meanwhile, at Bai Wang's residence, she and her son Kair waited with the boy's mother, Bi Yunan. Bai Wang hissed like a cornered viper. She prayed the Lord would finally throw the mother and son out on the street. Bi Yunan could be sent back to her family in shame. That would be the best outcome, after all.
How could Bai Wang possibly show her face in public looking like she'd been attacked by a swarm of angry bees?
Just then, Lord Changguan arrived with Qianjian. Before he could even finish, Bai Wang began screeching for a merciless punishment.
He must be punished harshly but fairly. The Lord declared, no one is permitted to bully others, be they servant or brother. But likewise, no one is allowed to abuse their station. From this moment on, this matter is officially closed. What, you're just letting it go? Bai Wang's shrieking started up again. But Kair is the future of the Changguan family. The family head silenced her with a single glare. From this day forward, Lord Changguan announced,
Qianjian and his mother, Bi Yunan, will be treated with the utmost respect and honor. Bai Wang's jaw dropped so hard, snot flew from her nose. For Bi Yunan. However, it was the sweetest surprise. Qianjian felt a deep satisfaction. Justice was finally being restored. Qianjian and his mother embraced tightly. In the end, no one was punished. A true victory. It was a man-to-man talk, and a perfect understanding was reached. The master then asked his fourth wife, for Bi Yunan to heal the wounds of Bai Wang and Kair. This will be a sign of our reconciliation. He then gagged Bai Wang to shut her up, and that was that. Bi Yunan focused her healing energy, gathering it at her core. The power of heaven and earth flowed through her hands, the legendary power of the Radiant Saints, a gift of pure healing. Bai Wang was overjoyed as the swelling on her face vanished. Kair was ecstatic that the painful scar from the branch was completely gone. Qianjian swelled with pride for his incredible mother. And the Lord himself. His fourth wife was truly a source of family pride. However, Qianjian must still be punished. Even with the case closed, he was technically guilty. Qianjian's heart sank, so his father's word meant nothing after all. For practicing the Saint Force in an unorthodox manner. Starting tomorrow, you will follow Uncle Da to the secret training chamber. Wait, that wasn't a punishment? It was a reward. Qianjian immediately realized what a gift this was. Lord Changguan then handed his son a sealed envelope. Do not open this until you have reached a sufficient level of strength. Inside was a letter that held the key to Qianjian's entire future. At that moment, everything was about to change. Jiang Chen gazed at the envelope, a powerful intuition telling him it held something priceless. Here in the Chang'anbai estate, 7 years had passed in a flash, feeling more like 7 weeks. Lord Chang'an turned to Uncle Dai, asking, How fares my son's training? Has he made any significant progress? Uncle Dai answered with unwavering confidence. For a 14-year-old. Jiang Tian is a true genius, but he's still not using his full potential. Lord Chang'an demanded an explanation. Whispers in the manor suggested the young master was intentionally lingering at the 7th level of Saint Forest Mastery. Time was running out, yet the boy seemed to be dragging his feet on purpose. An entire year would be wasted if he didn't advance. Under a large black umbrella, the masters of the house were lounging, a cozy table, some chairs, the picture of leisure. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's mother, Bier, was soaking up her newfound privileges, servants buzzing around her. My son can't be disturbed, she declared. He's in deep practice. She then ordered the maid to place fruit on the table. Bier was absolutely glowing, smiling to herself under a cucumber mask. Oh, how things had improved for her. And her magnificent son, Jiang Chen. Through the open shutters, Jiang Chen could be seen.
Now, at the age of 14, he sat in meditation, his sword resting in his hands, but his mind was far away.
The memories of his past life were an inescapable shadow. He closed his eyes, and the battlefield appeared. He relived the desperate fight on the stairs to the portal. His comrades surrounded. They fought back to back, a hopeless struggle. The enemy swarmed them in endless, deadly waves. With their leader, Jiang Chen, missing, their morale was shattered. One of his brothers roared, "The sect traitors will never triumph. Jiang Chen will avenge us." A cowardly enemy struck from behind, his sword piercing the warrior's back. Only 3 remained. They were the last line of defense. The order was given, kill them all. The 3 brave souls stood firm until the very end. Facing annihilation, not one of them flinched. Their resolve never broke, and they fell together as heroes. The ground beneath them turned crimson, soaked in blood. A voice screamed inside Jiang Tian's head, telling him to stop. He shot up, smashing his fist into the stone floor with explosive force. Anything to make the memories go away. He gasped for air, his heart pounding. It wasn't meditation. It was a nightmare, a terrifyingly real one. Jiang Chen, living in Jiang Tian's body, knew exactly who he was. But these past few years, he'd grown complacent. He'd never truly had a home before. He wasn't striving to become stronger. He was just enjoying the ride. He was getting used to this carefree life, especially now that everyone treated him like a prince. But you can't run from yourself. He knew he wasn't the real Jiang Tian of Chang'an. His old enemies were out there, preparing. He had to get stronger. He had to find a way back to his own world, back to his past life. That goal had to be his guiding star. It was a truth he could never afford to forget. A man must know who he is. In that moment of clarity, Jiang Tian finally advanced to the 8th level of strength. He realized he'd been putting it off on purpose, reluctant to leave the comfort of his new home. His father and Uncle Dai were overjoyed. He had reached the 8th level of holy power. He'd finally met their expectations. Their beaming faces said it all. Jiang Tian then asked if he could open the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper. His father explained, "This, my son, is an acceptance letter to the most prestigious academy in Krat. You are the perfect candidate. The future of our entire family now rests on your shoulders. If we leave now, we can make it just in time for the commencement ceremony." He presented a gift, his eyes filled with hope for his son's future. Bayer, of course, was already fussing over her son, packing a whole pantry's worth of food for him. At the same time, she gloated. Apparently, the 3rd wife and her son had become so sick with envy they were bedridden. Uncle Dai announced it was time to leave. The sun was setting, and it was best to fly during the day. They mounted a majestic griffin. Jiang Tian bid his parents farewell, promising not to forget them. With a powerful screech, the griffin launched into the sky. Jiang Tian was off, flying towards his destiny on a legendary beast. With Uncle Dai's wisdom by his side, they soared towards the famous Academy of Karad. The freedom of flying was incredible. It had been so long, and Jiang Chen had missed it dearly. Uncle Dai then mentioned, "You know, your half-brother is also at the academy? But unlike him, it seems you have no fear of heights." This news caught him off guard. Jiang Tian was completely stunned. He never knew he had another brother. Uncle Dai just chuckled and apologized, blaming his old memory. "Ah, yes, I forgot to mention it. Chang'an Hu is your older brother, the son of the Lord's first wife." He had no idea. He recalled how the 3rd wife had driven his own mother from the house. Jiang Tian realized Bai Yuan was playing the exact same trick, a pathetic attempt to repeat history with him and his mother. Thankfully, his brother Chang Guanhu had entered the academy at 17 years old. Therefore, asking him for help was a complete no-brainer. Jiang Tian respectfully thanked his uncle for the sound advice as the griffin began its descent toward the Carlight Academy. As the rooftops came into view, Uncle Dai announced that they were finally there. A powerful wave of excitement and pure joy washed over Jiang Tian. This was it, the legendary academy. The grounds themselves were massive, a sprawling city designed to nurture the most brilliant students. A huge crowd had gathered at the Griffin's landing spot, buzzing with curiosity about the new arrivals. The sheer number of teachers and students was overwhelming. Finding his brother in this sea of faces would be tough. But then, through the crowd, he saw him a tall, handsome young man. It was his brother, Chang Guanhu, who had come early just to welcome him. Jiang Tian suddenly felt a bit awkward. Uncle Dai, on the other hand, was overjoyed to see him and immediately started telling Chang Guanhu how his father, the head of the clan, and missed him terribly. But Chang Guanhu cut him short, his voice cold. "Do not speak of my father. I still haven't forgiven him." The reunion had finally happened. The older brother and younger brother were finally together. Chang Guanhu immediately reassured. "Jiang Tian, There's nothing to fear. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm you. With that, the two brothers left to look around. Jiang Chen looked at Chang Guanhu with genuine respect. This was a true big brother. And this place, the famed Carlight Academy. Chang Guanhu pointed a finger dramatically. That building, Carlight Academy. Those towers, also Carlight Academy. He was practically glowing with pride. And that concludes the tour, he announced, clearly skipping the details. Jiang Tian politely hinted that he wouldn't mind a more thorough explanation. His heroic brother was turning out to be quite the show-off. Apparently, Jiang Tian had a freshman competition the very next day. It's a battle between rookies, his brother explained. A great way to meet everyone. You have to do your best. Chang Guanhu then proudly presented him with a golden star for registration. But Jiang Tian had zero interest in any competition. He especially hated that he'd been signed up without his knowledge or consent. Oblivious. Chang Guanhu sent his brother to the canteen to get a bite to eat. He himself would run off to submit the application forms. And just like that, Jiang Tian was alone, with absolutely no idea where this canteen was. He managed to find it anyway. The dining hall of Carlight Academy was just as impressive as his own family's grand hall. The food was surprisingly affordable but high quality, ensuring even students from poorer families could eat properly. Here, the academy treated everyone as an equal, no matter their wealth. Jiang Tian picked something from a table and began chewing. Suddenly, slam! A palm crashed down on his table. A sneering voice ordered him to get lost. He turned to find 3 arrogant-looking students facing him. Their leader in the center, Jiang Tian, answered with unnerving calm. These tables belong to the academy. If you wish, you may sit next to me. If not, then feel free to stand. This arrogant trio was clearly not used to being challenged. One of them began shouting, trying to cause a scene.
When I am finished eating, I will leave, Jiang Tian stated flatly. Until then, the 3 of you will have to wait.
His insolence made them furious. This nobody obviously didn't realize who they were or the power they held in the academy. One of the trio, the calmest one, eyed Jiang Tian's clothes. He could tell he came from a wealthy family, a fellow noble. The academy forbade nobles from bullying commoners. But when nobles clashed with each other, that was fair game.
I'll make your life in this academy a living hell, the student threatened. A hollow promise Jiang Tian was all too familiar with.
The other students knew better than to get involved. You just didn't pick a fight with this trio from the Kadi clan. It would only bring disaster upon yourself. But Jiang Tian saw right through them. They were just pathetic braggarts, hiding behind their family's name. He'd dealt with their kind countless times in his past life. He simply continued eating, ignoring the trio of Kadi clowns. His utter lack of concern made them shake with rage. The loudmouth in the middle finally lost his temper. He was completely overwhelmed by his anger. He grabbed the tablecloth and yanked it, sending every dish crashing to the floor.
Only the snack in Jiang Tian's hand remained. The bully defiantly stomped across the spilled food, and then
lunged at Jiang Tian, aiming to beat him senseless. But he missed. Jiang Tian easily dodged the clumsy punch, then he countered sharply, driving an elbow into the attacker's back. The bully's face met the ground with a sickening crunch of teeth. The other 2 just stood there, mouths agape. Jiang Tian looked down at his opponent. You have absolutely no control over yourself. Your technique is worthless, and your training is disgusting. The humiliated bully scrambled up, threatening Jiang Tian. I'll kill you, he shrieked, his chin clearly smashed from the fall. Just then, a deep voice echoed from a nearby table.
That's enough, he boomed, rising from his chair. A huge student stepped forward, urging them to stop the conflict right there. With the area clear, the trio could finally eat, but the bruised Kadi told the new guy to butt out. This dude was enormous.
He towered over every single one of his classmates. He had a kind face, but that didn't stop the brawler. Forgetting all about Jiang Tian, he lunged at the giant. But the big guy was an absolute tank. He took the punch without even flinching, like a mountain of muscle that felt zero pain. Katie scoffed. This oaf was like a pig just begging for a beating before dinner. But Jiang Tian stepped in, telling them not to
touch anyone else. This fight was between them, and them alone. The calmest of the Key brothers tried to cool down his hot-headed sibling. Academy rules forbid fighting commoners. They could get in huge trouble.
But the other students could smell a brawl coming. They scrambled to get out of the cafeteria as fast as possible. They wanted no part of this mess. Katie threatened that the Key clan's humiliation wouldn't be forgotten so easily. They would do anything to get him expelled from the academy. After all, as he'd pointed out, the administration never interfered in the squabbles between nobles. He would break every bone in Jiang Tian's body. I'd love to see you try, Jiang Tian smirked. Just then, The booming voice of Chang Guanhu, his older brother, echoed. He landed with a crash, shattering a dining table. The rumble shook the entire hall. Xiang Tian deadpanned. Can you enter normally for once without breaking the furniture? Chang Guanhu warned Kadiyun. Touch my little brother, and you answer to me. If you want to fight, I'm always available. That's when Jiang Tian noticed a huge stack of documents in his brother's hands. All those papers were for him. He had to fill out and sign every single one to register for the rookie tournament. Kadiyun's eyes went wide. It finally clicked that this was Chang Guanhu's legendary fourth brother. Chang Guanhu proudly declared his little brother was as talented as he was. The other two Kai brothers, faces sour, hurled more empty threats at them. Kadiyun just grinned. It was never a good idea to provoke Chang Guanhu. That man was a complete monster. He ordered the other two to leave the dining hall. Now was not the right time for a confrontation. Chang Guanhu puffed out his chest, showing off for Xiang Tian, proving just how cool and respected he was at the academy. Kadiyun was the most cunning of the three. He knew exactly when to attack, and when a tactical retreat would secure a future victory. Now that Xiang Tian was signed up for the beginners tournament, it would be much easier to crush him there. Anyone who dared insult the Kadi clan would become a walking corpse. Xiang Tian calmly strolled through the academy grounds, thinking his chaotic brother, Chang Guanhu, had vanished again, leaving him all alone. It was his first day, and he was already drowning in a sea of paperwork. On top of that, Xiang Tian had no idea where he was going. That big guy from the cafeteria was pretty interesting. Though they'd exchanged a few words and parted ways, it was a good first acquaintance. Still, his brother never should have signed him up for that rookie tournament. He had no interest in it. For now, he just wanted to walk around and get to know this famous academy. That's when he spotted two freshmen, a brother and sister. He recognized this pair from his past life. People always have their hidden motives. Just then, Xiang Tian saw two figures sneaking around in black clothes and masks. They looked incredibly suspicious. He wondered what they were up to. Their plan was painfully obvious. One of the guys would win a girl's affection by staging a rescue to look like a brave hero. He even warned his hired thugs not to hurt the girl. She's so small and fragile. Jiang Tian had seen this cliché hundreds of times. Absolutely no creativity. It was the same tired old script, but his boredom made him curious. He decided to stick around and see how this disaster would end. In the dark forest near the academy, someone's light footsteps could be heard. A guy was trying to make his girlfriend jealous by praising some other girl he saw. His compliments were definitely not working. Is it that new girl who's been breaking?
Hearts all over campus, she snapped. Suddenly, 3 thugs in black jumped out, blocking her path and spewing crude propositions.
They were trying their best to look intimidating. One of them reached out and grabbed her arm. That was a huge mistake. The girl was an absolute powerhouse. She effortlessly twisted his arm and flipped him right over her shoulder, driving him into the ground like a tent stake. He probably didn't have a single bone left intact. The other 2 thugs stood there, completely baffled. How could this small, delicate, and beautiful woman be so terrifyingly strong?
She may not like to fight, but she wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty when necessary. And she certainly wasn't going to spare. These disgusting thugs. This would be a lesson they'd never forget. Xiang Tian watched, pleasantly surprised by the girl's incredible skill. The 2 remaining bandits looked directly at Xiang Tian and started screaming for help from their older brother. It took Xiang Tian a second to realize they were calling out to the wannabe hero, who was already trying to sneak away from the disaster he'd created. Thinking Xiang Tian was the villain, she prepared to teach him a brutal lesson. But he frantically waved his hands, shouting it was all a huge misunderstanding, ignoring him. The girl launched her attack while the 2 cowards saw their chance, scrambling away as fast as their legs could carry them. Xiang Tian sighed. He didn't want this fight. But he had no choice. Besides, he was a little bored, and this hot-headed girl looked like a decent warm-up. Suddenly, a powerful presence descended, stopping their duel cold. A voice commanded them to halt immediately, and it was as if they were frozen in solid ice. To his shock, Xiang Tian couldn't move a muscle, but the girl instantly recognized the woman as her mentor. Kargat Academy strictly forbids using holy power for personal squabbles. The girl tried to defend herself, admitting her fault but immediately pointing at Xiang Tian, calling him a lawbreaker. The mentor told her student to stand down, saying she'd handle it. The girl defiantly marched over to the frozen Xiang Tian, who was helpless as a statue, and proceeded to make goofy faces and stick her tongue out. With a final huff, she turned and stormed off, lucky to get away with it. Xiang Tian quickly tried to explain that her student had it all wrong, and attacked him without any reason. The mentor observed him closely, her gaze piercing, realizing that his power felt different. Xiang Tian panicked.
terrified she would discover his greatest secret, that he wasn't from this world. But she simply said that while she knew his name, she doesn't pry into the secrets of others. Jiang Chen was stunned. She knew who he was. But the mentor's tone turned icy. He first had to prove he was worthy to exist in this world at all. She focused her inner energy into the tip of her finger, and a blinding light flashed past Jiang Tian's face. She warned that if he failed to prove his worth, she would eliminate him herself. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. Was this woman insane? A mentor threatening to kill a brand new freshman? She repeated her threat, her voice chilling, ensuring every word was burned into his memory. An energy vortex then erupted around Jiang Tian, pulling him in like a violent whirlpool. He began to sink as if trapped in spiritual quicksand. "Consider this a gift," the mentor said. The vortex consumed him entirely, spitting him out in a completely unfamiliar forest. He quickly realized he'd been teleported. As he scanned his new surroundings, a familiar voice called out from behind him. It was his older brother, Chang Guanhu, who was clutching a gruesome wound in his stomach. Jiang Tian rushed to his side. To inspect the injury, Chang Guanhu explained he'd foolishly provoked a beast far beyond his level and got gored. But he had succeeded. He presented the magic core he had risked his life for, telling his brother to take it. This very core would be the key to making Jiang Tian stronger, a crucial boost before the rookie tournament. Jiang Tian was speechless. His brother had done all of this for him. Chang Guanhu smiled, saying they were brothers in blood. He could never leave his little bro hanging. He offered some final advice: use this power, prepare well, and dominate the rookie tournament. It was his chance to shine. Chang Guanhu then sat down dramatically, before lying perfectly still on the ground, arms crossed like a corpse. Jiang Tian just stared. "What in the world are you doing?" he asked. Chang Guanhu began his grand performance, declaring he'd done all he could, and was now ready to die. All he asked for was a respectable burial. Jiang Tian watched this ridiculous display, completely baffled about how to respond without ruining his brother's big moment. Suddenly, Chang Guanhu burst out laughing, overjoyed that even though he was bleeding, he was alive. Getting that magic core was totally worth it. Jiang Tian tore a strip from his own clothes and patched up his brother's wound, expertly stopping the bleeding. He told him to get back to the academy, where the healers could fix him up properly. His big brother thanked him, calling him a good kid. From afar, the mentor witnessed everything, silently approving of his compassion. But his trial was far from over. The next morning, the Kargat Academy buzzed with energy. The rookie tournament was about to begin. The crowd was electric, all wondering who would rise to the top this year. The grand arena, reminiscent of an ancient coliseum but far more massive, was packed to the brim. This event was the biggest spectacle of the year. Jiang Tian could feel the raw excitement coursing through him. Then, above the roar of the crowd, he heard a familiar voice screaming his name. Jiang Tian cringed. Turning around, he saw his older brother, Chang Guanhu, fresh from the infirmary and still wrapped in bandages, waving a giant flag. Jiang Tian knew his brother was just trying to support him, but he really wished he wouldn't. This over-the-top display was making him stick out like a sore thumb. Just then, a man holding a fan addressed the assembly of students. A hush fell over the crowd. He introduced himself as Bion, the Academy's vice principal. The Academy's principal takes the stage, hosting the Grand Rookie Tournament. The prize for the champion is a time-honored tradition monster cores, perfectly suited for first, second, and third place winners. As for the other 50 contestants, they each get amethyst coins. A single one of those coins could support a family for 10 whole years, but the heirs of the Kadi clan are as smug as ever, judging everyone by their net worth. To them, commoners are basically insects. Principal Bion announces the start of the elimination tournament, decided by a random draw. There are only 2 rules: no weapons, and no killing. He expects a fair, interesting competition. And with that, the rookie tournament officially begins. It's all a little over the top for Zangan, but he's secretly enjoying it. The Kadi heirs immediately start mouthing off, telling him not to get eliminated too early. They're itching for payback after he humiliated them in the cafeteria. Zangan fires back with a scathing retort, leaving them absolutely seething with rage. They can't wait to get their hands on him. In the ring, once the first round begins, Zangan is utterly victorious. Contestants are dropping like flies. Kadi Liam was supposedly one of the tournament favorites. Freshmen everywhere are comparing notes on their performance. Some lost instantly, while others barely made it to the 3rd round. Now, the quarterfinals have begun, with only the toughest freshmen left standing. The next match is announced: Zangan versus Kadi Chuli. A massive grin spreads across her face. She's thrilled to finally deal with this upstart herself, and she plans to enjoy every second of it. The two face off, preparing for battle. To be honest, this tournament has been a total snooze fest for Zangin. Not a single worthy opponent yet. Kari Chuli, however, leaps forward and attacks without warning. She's utterly convinced he's a weakling. He calmly sidesteps her first clumsy blow. As she swings wildly, she screams that he can't possibly keep dodging forever. But a tiny voice in her head suggests this is going to be way harder than she thought. He evades every single attack. After another one of her pathetic misses, Zangin finally counterattacks. It was his turn to strike. A fist flies towards her face at blinding speed, and she's too slow to react. Her eyes widen in terror as the wind from his punch whips past her. But at the last possible moment, Zangin stops his strike. He has a policy against hitting women. He simply demands that she surrender. Kari Chuli can't believe it. An opponent stronger than her impossible? She can't disgrace the Kadi clan, lose to this scum, and become a total laughingstock. That's not happening, she yells, launching a leg kick at Zangin. He blocks it without breaking a sweat. Her stubbornness is getting on his nerves, but he never imagined she'd pull such a dirty trick. Hidden inside her shoe was a sharp steel needle. A hidden mechanism activates, and from the sole of her boot, the needle shoots right at Zangin's face, aiming for his eye. Kari Chuli already smirks, anticipating victory from her cowardly maneuver. But Zangin blocks the attack. He never expected such a despicable move. He barely registered the needle flying toward his eye. But at the last second, his inner power flared to life, stopping the needle just millimeters from his eyeball. With nothing more than a thought, Zangin redirects the needle straight back at Kari Chuli. The very same projectile goes, right through her forehead and into her skull. The scream she lets out is hardly human. All thanks to his Azulette sword technique, he walked away without a scratch. His constant training had clearly paid off. The students in the stands began to whisper. Someone saw something fly out of Kari Chuli's boot. Bion inspects her unconscious but living body and announces that it was a common poison needle. His judgment is swift. Kari Chuli is disqualified for violating the rules, no appeals. The winner of the bout is Zangin. Of course, this turn of events greatly satisfies his ego. Being the winner feels good. His brother, Chang'an, is overjoyed. He bet big money on the match and won a fortune. The other members of the Kadi clan are practically vibrating with fury. Bion begins to praise Zangin, noting that not many people could have survived that attack. There's something special about him. Zangin isn't a fan of the compliment. He always reads between the lines. And it feels like the principal is scheming. The tournament board updates with the names of the championship contenders. The remaining Kadi brothers watch from the tunnel. Kadi Yoon slips Kadi Liam an illegal drug. For a short time, it will boost his power. He claims to believe in his brother's strength, but they can't rely on chance. The shame of his sister's loss must be washed away in blood. Liam agrees without hesitation and swallows the drug. At that exact moment, Zangin wins yet another victory with ease. He is now basking in the attention of the crowd. The entire stadium is applauding him. Ta'a even praises Zangin, saying he is indeed a he. The duel between the mighty warrior Tita and Kadi Liam is about to ignite. Jiang Chen wishes his comrade good luck, hoping they'll meet again in the finals. But as Jiang Chen walks past Kadi Liam, he notices something is off. The man's aura feels twisted and strange. Something is very, very wrong. Tita warns Kadi Liam that the fight is beginning, declaring that he won't be holding back. Bion smacks the gong with his fan. And with that, the battle is on. The spectators in the stands go absolutely wild. Tita swings with all his might. Kadi Liam mirrors the attack perfectly, but his raw strength is on another level entirely. The force of their impact is so devastating. It cracks the very foundation of the ring. Tita is sent flying backwards. A giant of a man who can't even stay on his feet. He's in total disbelief. Kadi Liam immediately launches a vicious counterattack. His hands, suddenly engulfed in menacing flames, he's clearly fighting with killing intent, aiming to obliterate the good-natured warrior. The blow is so powerful that blood explodes from Tita's mouth. Kadi Liam moves in for the final blow, intending to finish him for good, and ensure he never gets up again. Seeing where this is headed, Bion wisely stops the fight just in time. Jiang Chen rushes to Tita, who is lying in a pool of his own blood. He's unconscious, but at least he's alive. Tita comes to his senses and apologizes to his friend for losing the match, but Jiang Chen makes a solemn promise. He will make Kadi Liam pay for this. He stares down Kadi Liam, warning him to prepare for his doom. Absolutely furious, Kadi Liam threatens to tear Jiang Chen into little pieces unfazed. Jiang Chen asks the vice director to start the final match immediately. It seems he's incredibly confident. He genuinely believes he's already won. From the podium, Chang Guan-ho yells that Cuddy Liam cheated by taking forbidden drugs. He demands his expulsion, but Bayan is enjoying the drama. He suspects foul play, but frankly, he can't wait to see how this final fight ends. So he authorizes it. Chang Guan-ho is just seething with rage. He accuses Bayan of using his position to protect the Cuddy clan fed up. Bayan has Chang Guan-ho thrown out of the stadium. His constant shouting was getting on his nerves. Bayan knows perfectly well that Cuddy Liam took an illegal drug. With that, he leaves the two challengers alone in the arena. Cuddy Liam sacrificed his pride, his dignity, and his honor to defeat Jiang Chen. Now, he will teach this upstart what happens to those who dare humiliate the Cuddy family. But it seems Cuddy Liam's terrifying threats and the shattered arena floor don't scare Jiang Chen one bit. In fact, he looks completely unimpressed. Engulfed in flames, Cuddy Liam lunges at Jiang Chen. But our main character calmly sidesteps, like he's dodging a child. Cuddy Liam boasts that his saint power level is now overwhelming. He's certain his opponent won't be able to match him. But Jiang Chan's calm demeanor tells another story. This casual disrespect makes Cuddy Liam even angrier. He intends to wipe that smirk right off his face. He makes another all-out attack, pouring all his strength into his fist, hoping to shatter Jiang Chan's very soul. But once again, Jiang Chen dodges the attack effortlessly. He spots a weak point in Cuddy Liam's form, with a simple nudge to the elbow. Cuddy Liam punches himself directly in the face with his own fist. He flies past Jiang Chen, plowing several meters of stone flooring. With his face lying on the ground, he can't understand what just happened. How is this even possible?
Jiang Chen calmly explains that this is how he will claim victory and become the champion. Cuddy Liam still doesn't get it.
He doesn't know how he ended up on the ground, but this isn't over yet. He throws a vicious kick at Jiang Chan's head, but misses. Jiang Chen catches his leg in a clinch, and with a sudden yank, throws him backwards. Cuddy Liam performs a humiliating somersault, and lands right on his butt. That's when he finally realizes Jiang Chen is just toying with him for the crowd's amusement. And speaking of the crowd, they are absolutely roaring with laughter. Everyone can see this has gone from a championship fight, to a circus show. And Cuddy Liam is the main clown. Cuddy Yoon is screaming like a madman, watching the Cuddy. Clan's reputation get utterly demolished. Their honor is at stake. Cuddy Liam, almost in tears, starts whining that Jiang Chen is fighting unfairly with cheap tricks. Jiang Chen just calms him down, saying he'll fight seriously now. No more fooling around. Cuddy Liam thinks this is his chance to finally crush his opponent and restore the honor of the Cuddy clan. Just then, Jiang Chen begins to generate his holy power. Suddenly, his enemy's vision triples. For some reason, he's already seeing hallucinations. Jiang Chen throws a probing front kick to Cuddy Liam's body. A simple first strike. He strikes again. Jiang Chen has already spotted a weakness in his defense, but Cuddy Liam is just happy that he was able to stand his ground. He thinks Jiang Chen may be fast, but he's not nearly as strong. Then, Jiang Chen gathers his strength and unleashes the main blow. His opponent instantly realized he had celebrated far too soon. The real attack hadn't even begun.
But an utterly terrifying flurry of fists erupted, caving in Cuddy Liam's skull with each brutal blow.
Zangan aimed only for the head, holding nothing back, and with one final crushing impact, he literally embedded Cuddy Liam into the stone floor. His face was a swollen, purple mess, completely misshapen, with blood pouring from his nose. Zangan casually informed him he was lucky. If swords were allowed, this beatdown would have been way worse. He then reminded him of his title. It was completely inappropriate to abuse a child like that. Beyond then declared Zangan as the winner. From this moment on, he is this year's rookie champion and will receive the prize he rightfully earned. The vice president was no fool. He knew a 14-year-old shouldn't possess such knowledge and experience. It was as if an adult's soul was trapped in a child's body. Cargate Academy had truly struck gold with this new student. Suddenly, Chang Guan-hu descended in a hot air balloon, cackling maniacally at the defeat of the Cuddy clan. Their reputation was in tatters. Utterly humiliated, but just then, his victory lap started losing air. Chang Guan-hu had no clue what was happening, but Zangan and Bayan had popped his balloon with sharp darts. He was making too much noise. The buffoon quickly deflated away, vowing his return. Meanwhile, Cuddy Yoon's face darkened with pure rage. He swore. He wouldn't let this go. They had trampled his clan's honor. He clenched his fist with terrifying force and shattered the arena's stone railing into dust. He would do anything, possible or impossible, to make the Chang Guan brothers vanish from the academy forever. That evening, on the Cargate Academy campus, Zangan was being congratulated on his championship victory. He had officially secured his title. He was the #1 rookie this year. And his prize, a level 3 monster energy core, Bion presented it to him in a fine wooden box. "Go get some rest," he advised. "It's been a long day." Zangan accepted the gift and thanked the vice principal. As he left, Bion praised him once more. He told him to keep up the good work. The academy had very high hopes for him. Then, Bion closed the door. He turned to a shadowy figure. "What do you think of this student?" "He's far too talented for his age," the silhouette replied. "It's hard to believe he's only 14 years old. For now, we shouldn't invest too many resources in his training. Certain people wouldn't approve of it." The director hinted that if Zangan proved himself again, in the next big test, then they could take further steps. Bion bowed, understanding the subtle command. Later, on his way back, Zangan found his brother, Chang Guanhu. He was pouting as if he'd been gravely wronged. Chang Guanhu immediately grilled him. "Why did the vice director call for you?" he demanded. Zangan simply showed him the award. He even offered it to his brother, who had risked his life for him. But with a wise look, Chang Guanhu refused. "A reward given must be a reward kept," he declared sagely. "Since it was meant for you, you must keep it. One must always respect the decisions of their elders. You see, Zangan was deeply touched by his big brother's incredible generosity. He agreed to keep the reward for himself. Now it was time to party. Zangan was the freshman king, after all. This called for a celebration. The two brothers strolled through the academy grounds, with Chang Guanhu puffing out his chest, immensely proud of his younger brother. To him, this victory was his own personal triumph. But Zangan's senses were tingling. Something was wrong. It was far too quiet. The campus was deserted. Chang Guanhu looked around, completely oblivious. He didn't see a thing out of the ordinary. But Zangan's instincts were screaming. And then, they appeared. The very same Kadi clan members they had utterly humiliated. They were back for revenge, and had chosen the perfect time. When there were no witnesses, Kad Yun glared at Zangan. He claimed the victory was a fraud, an act of cheating, and he was here to deliver justice for his clan. Chang Guanhu stepped up, offering to fight him if he wasn't a coward. He didn't want his precious little brother involved in this mess. Kad Yun just smirked like a venomous snake and began to gather fire energy. A weapon materialized in his hands. Chang Guanhu's jaw dropped. Kad Yun's skill level was insane. He could already form weapons from pure energy, Zangan knew instantly. His brother was hopelessly outmatched. Kad Yun then delivered their sentence. "Today, you two will disappear from the walls of this academy." It sounded like a final judgment. But the Kadi clan prided itself on honor. They would never fight an unarmed opponent. A battle must be fair, after all. So Kad Yun tossed Chang Guanhu a pair of blades to even the odds. Even facing an expert in Saint Force, he acted tough. Chang Guanhu bravely told Zangan to stay back. He'd set up this clash with Kad Yun, telling his brothers to find an opening and bolt. Just as planned, Chang Guan lunged at Kad Yun, but Kad Yun just laughed. "Trying to look cool for your little bro pathetic," right in front of his little brother. As their blades clashed, sparks flew in every direction, and Chang Guanhu noticed. His own weapon was about to be sliced in two, with one devastating blow. Cheng Mingxiang shattered his sword, leaving him completely unarmed. Chang Guanhu knew instantly that this sack of trash had played him from the very beginning. Kad Yun had slipped. Him, a defective weapon. Undeterred, Big Brother charged in, twisting Kad Yun's arm to force a close-quarters battle. He screamed at Xiang Tian, "Go, now this is your chance." But Kad Yun just smirked, completely unfazed. Did Chang Guan really think such a pitiful move could actually stop him? He channeled his holy power, preparing to strike. An energy blast erupted. Chang Guan's grip failed. He didn't have the strength to hold on. Kad Yun sneered, "All that posturing is useless if you don't have the power to back it up." A vicious kick sent Chang Guan flying across the field. Xiang Tian rushed to his side. Blood poured from his brother's mouth. He couldn't just abandon him like this, not even when he was ordered to. Brothers don't leave each other behind. A cold fury began to burn inside Xiang Tian. He would not let anyone humiliate his big brother. He would end this, right here and now. But Chang Guan yelled, "Don't do it, Xiang Tian. Kad Yun is too strong for you. He's on a completely different level." Meanwhile, Kad Lam asked for permission to deal with the kid. "Let me finish this punk once and for all." This was his chance for revenge. Xiang Tian readied himself. Kad Lam sneered, "I severely underestimated you last time, but this time?" He never finished that thought. Xiang Tian's slap echoed as blood exploded from Kad Lam's nose. The force of the blow was like a small bomb going off. Yet Xiang Tian remained perfectly still, not even blinking. He spoke with a chilling tone. "I'm in a very bad mood right now. And your condescending trash talk is really not helping. The other club members were frozen stiff, paralyzed with shock. Jiang Chen had sent Kadlam flying with a single slap. A single slap, Jiang Chen then turned his cold gaze to Kad-Yun. You are my opponent now. Kad-Yun could only laugh. This low-level nobody dared to challenge him. His saint power level was an absolute joke. His own brother couldn't even land a scratch. But hey, this could be amusing. Come on then, little bug. I'll break you just like your brother. That was a mistake. Jiang Chen would make him bitterly regret every single one of those words. His aura began to rise, swirling with Azure Sword energy. His focus was absolute, his expression unreadable. He was facing a truly powerful enemy. Simple tricks and cheap shots weren't going to cut it here.
Kad-Yun charged, vowing to slice him to ribbons, just like he'd planned for his naughty older brother. The air itself began to crackle from their intense clash.
Energy boiled around them, flashing like bolts of lightning. But Jiang Chen held his ground with stunning dignity. His opponent was older, more experienced with holy power. It didn't matter. Jiang Chen threw a lightning-fast punch, but it had almost no effect. Kad-Yun smirked. His skin was harder than steel. A direct frontal assault was useless. Their battle was a blur, shifting locations in an instant. Kad-Yun swung his blade relentlessly while Jiang Chen was forced to dodge again and again. He realized this was futile. He couldn't break through that iron defense from the sidelines. Changguan screamed, "Run, little brother, he's too much for you." Kad-Yun's smirk widened. This was it, the final blow. He could already taste his victory. But in that moment of arrogance, Jiang Chen saw it. A tiny crack in his perfect defense. His one and only chance as Kad-Yun unleashed his final, decisive strike. Intending to end Jiang Tian's life on the spot, a realization dawned on the boy. Even if his opponent's skin is like steel, his joints are still just joints. He struck Kad-Yun's elbow with pinpoint accuracy with a sickening crack. Kad-Yun's right arm twisted completely backwards.
A scream of pure agony and disbelief ripped from his throat. Jiang Tian stated coolly, "Spoiled nobles from fancy clans?
All you have is a big ego. Your actual combat experience is a pathetic joke." His sister rushed to his side to check the wound, but he shoved her away in a blind rage. He couldn't believe it. A mere freshman had taught him a lesson. He'd been utterly humiliated. "I'll kill you," he shrieked. Jiang Tian simply asked, "Have you ever actually killed anyone before?" The question stunned Kad-Yun into silence. Jiang Tian's voice turned deadly serious. "If this fight continues, you will die the most gruesome death imaginable. So get out of here now. Or accept your fate." Kad-Yun could only sputter threats. This isn't over. It was the only thing he could do. As Jiang Tian watched him retreat, he was surprised the coward actually ran. The true mark of a loser. At that moment, Changguan stumbled over to him. "Jiang Tian, are you really only 4 years old? The way you fight, it's absolutely terrifying." Jiang Tian tried to laugh it off.
"What are you talking about? I'm just a little boy." But Changguan wasn't buying it for a second. No mere child could fight like that.
High above, Bayan observed the brothers chatting amongst themselves as Vice Director Bion turned to the person beside him. He asked for her opinion on Changguan. No need to shower him with praise, and it wasn't her call to make anyway. His fate wasn't hers to decide. From now on, the highest powers would be watching his every move. Such is the destiny of the Chosen One, the soul who has been reborn. Meanwhile, back at Carrot Academy, Jiang Tian was hauling a massive stack of books. Every last one of them had to be returned to the library, all at Changguan's request. But of course, his brother had conveniently vanished. Thanks to his own carelessness, he now had to teach his elder brother the legendary Saint Forest cultivation technique, a powerful art from Jiang Tian's past life. He'd lied, claiming he simply found it in the dusty old tomes of the family library. Naturally, telling the truth was out of the question. Changguan was over the moon, already picturing himself as the next great saint. Now it was time for some grueling training. Jiang Tian couldn't quite wrap his head around his big brother's insane enthusiasm. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the cover of the book on top of the pile. It featured a stunning, scantily clad beauty.
Ah, now he understood why his brother was having trouble concentrating. As Jiang Tian approached the academic library, its sheer size
and gorgeous architecture pleasantly surprised him. He knew immediately this was where he'd be spending most of his time. He'd found the perfect sanctuary to cultivate his strength. But suddenly, his path was blocked by a couple of other students. They informed him there was a toll to pass into the library. Things were different now. A guy named Lu Jan was in charge of everything. "Just pay up and go wherever you want," they said. Nothing more was required of him. Then, another goon stomped over with a complaint.
Apparently, the library grounds also belonged to someone named Changmin. Lu Jan found an elegant way to solve this conflict.
Jiang Tian simply needed to pay for 2 passes at the same time, and the problem would disappear. Jiang Tian listened to this nonsense. unable to believe that such a pathetic racket was even possible on academy grounds. Lu Jian started screaming at him, demanding the money.
Otherwise, he was in for a serious beating. Jiang Chen really hated showing off his skills and drawing unnecessary attention.
But it seemed he had no choice. He proceeded to unleash a world of hurt. They all got the worst of it. The grief-stricken racketeers were now crying on their knees, tearfully apologizing for their unworthy behavior.
Jiang Chen began to teach them some wisdom, trying to instill the rules of good behavior into their thick skulls.
As he tried to pick up the scattered books, he saw someone's shadow fall over him, followed by a pair of familiar shoes. It was the girl who started the fight in the forest. He recognized her immediately. She was a walking disaster. Her mentor had insisted Xiang Tian was a good man, but what she saw was a thug taking money for library access. Then she noticed something else. He reads some very questionable books. A half-naked girl was staring back from the cover. Xiang Tian frantically tried to justify himself, insisting it wasn't what she thought. She just called him a pervert, certain she had him figured out. But just like last time, she had it all completely wrong. With a sharp cry, she punched Xiang Tian square in the face. The hapless racketeers scrambled away, knowing they couldn't handle this. This situation was getting more complicated and unpleasant by the second. In response, Xiang Tian began to accumulate his divine power. The girl realized he was preparing to retaliate for her slap. Azure Sword energy, a purple flash of light, began to envelop his body. She braced herself, knowing he was about to attack. But immediately, Xiang Tian pulled a sly maneuver, shouting, "Look, it's Vice Director Bayan." The girl was distracted for a split second, and in that moment, Xiang Tian bolted, desperate to avoid a fight with her. She looked around, confused. There was no one there. She realized he'd played her for a complete fool, purposely creating a diversion so he could escape. She was absolutely furious. Next time she saw him, she would kill him for sure. Xiang Tian successfully hid around the corner. He waited, hoping she would leave as soon as possible. He really had no desire to fight that girl. Suddenly, Bayan appeared, right behind Xiang Tian's back, as if he'd sprouted from the ground. He'd been watching from the side, and he was impressed. The vice director had just popped out of nowhere, scaring Xiang Tian half to death. You can't just sneak up on someone like that. Bayan had noticed that Xiang Tian wasn't just good at hiding. He was also a fantastic actor. The vice principal was curious to know the relationship between Xiang Tian and the girl. Xiang Tian insisted that everything they had in common was one giant misunderstanding. He only ran away from her to avoid provoking a fight. Bayan, with a satisfied look, asked Xiang Tian if he believed in destiny. Carrot Academy has only 4 main areas and a ton of students. Therefore, their meeting is clearly a work of fate. How can fate be one big misunderstanding? He mused. If every time you meet, she gets it completely wrong. In time he said, Xiang Tian would come to know and understand everything. But for now, it seemed he couldn't read the room, or his books. The principal's mind just blue-screened. What fresh madness was this? But never mind that. These books had to get to the library. Pronto. Then he turned around and saw the welcoming committee. The last batch of racketeers had left a whole new crew behind. Seriously, there were a ton of them. They figured they could jump Xiang Tian all by themselves. Xiang Tian let out another heavy sigh. How was he ever going to deliver these poor books? It was a total repeat of last time, just with more goons. And once again, these hapless thugs were on their knees. They begged him for mercy. He told them all to stay put until he got back from the library. Xiang Tian finally strolled through the library doors. Meanwhile, one of the goons sprinted to his boss so fast, his tongue was flapping in the wind. He found the big man, Jen, and blurted out how they all got demolished outside. A heavy dumbbell crashed to the floor. Definitely not a good sign. The goon was terrified. Jen had been in the middle of his workout. You just don't interrupt his gains. He was not happy with this news at all. Nobody had the right to touch his crew. This level 3 werewolf-level monster was ready to pounce. He leaped, jaws wide open, aiming to rip out a throat. But mid-air, a student snatched him out of the sky and tore him apart with his bare hands like a soggy napkin. Whoever this guy was, he clearly had a death wish, stirring up this much trouble for himself. Walking out of the library, Xiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was done with those books. He was never helping his brother again. The older brother could haul his own stuff next time. Xiang Tian noticed the thugs he'd left kneeling were now on their feet. They were surrounding some huge dude. Why was such a big crowd gathering? He started to squeeze through the students. He had to see what all the fuss was about. Chung Mingxiang had decided to take over now that Kad Yun was gone. He sneered that Kad Yun was never a worthy rival anyway. He just hadn't wanted to waste his precious time on him. Xiang Tian wondered what was going on. Was someone looking for him? It's not like it was a big deal. He was the one who handed out all those beatdowns. Besides, it wasn't even that difficult. The students around Xiang Tian leaped back as if they'd been zapped. Everyone finally saw the man of the hour. One of Cheng Mingxiang's lackeys started pointing a shaky finger at Jiang Chen. It was him. He's the one who did it. Cheng Mingxiang and Zhen stared at the small, 14-year-old kid. They thought it had to be some kind of joke. Zhen recognized Jiang Chen. He'd heard the rumors about him becoming the tournament champion and freshman king. Cheng Mingxiang's face started to darken. He had a feeling this little brat wasn't nearly as harmless as he looked. Jiang Chen had the cold, hard eyes of someone who had killed before. That made him extremely dangerous. Zhen warned Jiang Chen that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat everyone. It wasn't too late to beg for forgiveness. Jiang Chen just smirked. He remembered a past life, a battlefield where it didn't matter how many enemies stood against him. The fanatics were practically foaming at the mouth. They thought they could overwhelm Jiang Chen with pure numbers. Even if the entire world stood against him, he would stand his ground, and his magic sword would send them all to the afterlife. Nothing and no one could save them. And then, like a demon popping out of a jack-in-the-box, Ta appeared. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised to see him. Ta announced to the entire crowd that Jiang Chen was his brother. He would not let anyone lay a finger on him. But Jiang Chen told him to stay out of it. This was his fight alone. Ta just grinned, saying he wasn't afraid of a little trouble. Jiang Chen was his friend and his brother. Zhen was certain. These two were absolutely finished. There was no way they could win this fight. Cheng Mingxiang gave the order to attack. Ta and Jiang Chen stood back to back, ready for the storm. The enemies closed in. The two brothers stood firm, bracing for the onslaught. But Ta wasn't one to wait. He launched the first strike, driving his fist deep into an opponent's gut. Jiang Chen smiled in approval. Now this was his kind of party. He moved like a blur between his enemies, generously handing out kicks and punches left and right. He simply swept his opponents away like dust bunnies. With a single palm strike, he caved a guy's face inward. He sent another one crashing face first into the dirt with a brutal punch. Meanwhile, Ta was having the time of his life. He was just warming up and didn't want the fun to stop. He practically begged his enemies to get back up for more. Cheng Mingxiang watched his useless minions get tossed around. He realized they weren't just fighting some nobody. He hurled a set of metal claws toward Ta with all his might. Ta, busy kicking another goon, didn't notice the incoming attack. He saw them at the very last second, but it was too late. The deadly claws were inches from his face, just in time to block Cheng Mingxian's terrifying assault with his Azure Sword technique first. He deflected the steel claws, then utterly obliterated them in midair. They simply exploded into 1,000 tiny pieces. Jiang Chen gasped his thanks to his friend, realizing that without that save, he'd be a dead man for sure. But even so, he knew Cheng Mingxiang was on another level. This wasn't something skill or experience could beat. A high-level saint, even stronger than Kad Yun. Suddenly, Cheng Mingxiang made him an offer to stay alive, in exchange for the secret behind blocking his attack. Jiang Chen scoffed. If he did that, he'd be booted from the academy in a heartbeat. Cheng Mingxiang just sneered, saying that was hardly a threat. As Jiang Chen braced himself for the next clash, he decided to strike first. But just as Cheng Mingxiang lunged with his deadly claws, a brilliant purple pillar of light slammed down from the heavens between them. It was Vice Director Bayan, demanding an immediate end to the brawl. He reminded them that the academy was no place for a bloodbath. It's right there in the rules fighting in public is a major violation. One that gets you expelled, with a stain on your record that lasts forever. Cheng Mingxiang and Lu Jian could only look at the vice director with guilt. Seeing as everyone had so much energy to spare, Vice Director Bayan had a suggestion participate in the monster core hunt, and anyone who fails to get decent results immediately expelled from the academy. This rule applied to the newcomers, too. Refusing wasn't an option. No excuses would be entertained by Vice Director Bayan. Jiang Chen knew this wasn't just some random punishment. Bayan was definitely plotting something. Meanwhile, in a mountain cave not far from Cargate Academy, the principal and vice principal were having a little chat. They debated whether Jiang Chen should even be in the monster core hunt. But even if it was a bad idea, the director's hands were tied. The higher-ups were applying pressure that was impossible to ignore. Bayan admitted he never expected them to move so quickly. They obviously wanted to see Jiang Chen in action for themselves. But they wouldn't warn anyone. That was part of the test, not just for the student, but for the academy's senior staff as well. Several candidates would be in the core hunt, all students from different years. In this brutal trial, every man would be for himself. Only then would they see who was truly worthy. The winner takes all, and the loser is left with nothing. The strongest among them would earn the right to take Princess Gilin's hand in marriage. As he spoke, the director captured his subordinate's king. Checkmate. Bayan didn't even see the move coming. The director always used his gift of gab to distract from the chessboard. It was a cheap trick that got Bayan every single time. The director then wondered what Jiang Chen was up to now.
Bayan replied that the boy had found the perfect spot to cultivate his holy power. He was remarkably wise and experienced for his age. The director was certain he would make a name for himself in this upcoming competition. At a small stone mound near the academy, Jiang Chen was trying to tame the core energy of a level 1 monster. Through intense meditation, he planned to absorb its power and make it his own. He combined the knowledge from the library with the principles of the Azure Sword, allowing his strength to skyrocket. The monster's core held just enough energy for him to reach the 9th level of strength. The core began to shrink in his hands as he drained it completely. At last, he could form his weapon. Focusing with all his might, the silhouette of a sword began to materialize before him, like a painting forming, from scattered pieces. But Jiang Chen was quickly realizing this weapon demanded way too much holy power. He was almost empty. At this rate, he wouldn't have enough. A sudden surge of energy erupted, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He couldn't complete the sword this time. He was so close to the saint level, yet so far. All that was left was a pathetic fragment in his hands. He had to unite the holy weapon with his very soul. Jiang Chen understood. He had to become a saint, no matter what. And the monster cores from this competition were his only chance. That night, back at the academy, Cheng Mingxiang slammed his fist on the table before his underlings. He couldn't believe a brat like Jiang Chen could actually be his equal. His orders were simple during the monster hunt. They were to take care of all the trash. Cheng Mingxiang was utterly convinced that Princess Galen would belong to him, and him alone. At the portal to the monster hunting grounds, all the participants had gathered. Jiang Chen scanned the crowd, looking for his older brother. Jiang Chen scanned the crowd for his brother. He should have made his grand entrance by now. But then, his eyes locked onto a familiar, annoying face. It was the same girl who'd tried to pulverize him twice already. So, she was joining the hunt, too. Jiang Chen gave an awkward little wave and a hello. He could tell she was in a foul mood. She just pouted and turned away, giving him the silent treatment. Just then, Vice Director Bayan emerged from the portal, his assistant trailing behind him. It was time to announce the rules for the core hunt before the chaos began.
The monster hunting forest is divided into 3 zones, with the strongest beasts in the center. The competition will rage for 3 grueling days. To pass, each contestant needs to secure 5 cores.
Students with disciplinary infractions shouldn't expect any leniency.
Lan scoffed. Just 5 cores? This will be a cakewalk. Cheng Mingxiang, however, stayed silent, his gaze cold. He stared calmly at the vice director. Jiang Chen had to admit, Bayan was a serious grump. Each competitor received a spatial belt. Half the cores go to the academy, but the other half are theirs to keep. This was their chance to harvest a mountain of cores, possibly enough energy to reach the saint rank. Anyone below that rank was permitted to form teams and hunt in the safest zone. With that, Vice Director Bayan declared the official start of the competition. And then, Chang Wanhu made his dramatic appearance, rising up in a hot air balloon. He was soaking in the attention like a sponge. He even had a massive banner announcing his plan to become a new saint as soon as possible. Jiang Chen cringed. My brother has a serious case of attention deficit disorder. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the balloon burst and spiraled out of control. The wind whisked him farther and farther away from the portal. With him screaming for help, the vice director sighed, announcing that the festive mood had been thoroughly ruined by Chang Wanhu's stunt. He simply gestured for everyone to enter the portal and begin the hunt. Jiang Chen felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment. His brother really knew how to kill a vibe. As the participants entered the forest, Cheng Mingxiang gave a chilling order to his men. Keep your eyes on Jiang Chen. The moment you get a chance, eliminate him.
And as for his friends, leave no survivors. His lackeys bowed. Consider it done.
Inside the monster hunting forest, Jiang Chen moved like a shadow through the canopy, searching for prey. He paused, taking in the sheer scale of the forest. Hundreds of students had entered, but he hadn't seen a soul. Then, a rustle below. Peering down, he spotted the horns of a beast that looked like a cross between a stag and a buffalo, a first-class monster. His first target was right there for the taking. He decided to sneak up and end it in a single blow, materializing his weapon from holy power. But the creature's senses were sharp. It sensed him instantly and bolted, vanishing before he could even attack. Just then, a familiar, panicked scream echoed through the trees. It was Tita. He was clearly in deep trouble. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen rushed to his friend's rescue. He found him cornered by the massive coils of a giant serpent, with only a tree trunk for protection.
Help! Tita screamed, swinging his axe wildly in terror.
Jiang Tian's eyes widened. This was a second-grade monster. What was it doing in the weakest zone? The snake lunged from Tita's blind spot, but at the last second, Jiang Tian yanked him to safety. The monster's fangs bit into its own tail. Jiang Tian was amazed. How did you manage to find a beast like this here? It came out of nowhere and tried to eat me, Tita cried. I hit it, but that just made it angrier. He looked at his savior. What are you doing here? Jiang Chen deadpanned. I heard you screaming like a baby. Now listen up. Together we can take this thing down. Our combined strength is more than enough.
The plan is to immobilize it. Tita, you'll be the distraction. The rest is up to me.
Tita understood immediately. He would be the bait to keep the snake's attention. The fear was gone. He believed in Jiang Chen. The plan was a flawless success. The giant beast took the bait now. Its full attention is locked onto Tia as it opens its massive jaw and swoops down to devour him. Tia focuses every last bit of his inner strength for this one attack, and with all his might, he slams the axe right into the viper's face. The snake's head is sent flying, smashing hard against the rocks. With a sickening thud, it crashes to the ground. Now, it's Jiang Tian's turn. He was waiting for this exact moment. He leaps into the air,
hurtling toward the monster at full speed, becoming a blur of motion. He lands a crushing punch right on the serpent's snout.
A direct hit, square between its eyes. The beast never even knew what happened. This is the moment to pour all his power into that single punch. A colossal pillar of light erupts upwards, completely incinerating the snake and leaving nothing but a skeleton behind. The monster's charred skull lies beside its body. Tia raises his axe, ready to
find the creature's core. This was the whole reason they took such a massive risk. But as he digs into the carcass, Jiang Tian
suddenly senses something else. Another monster lunges from the side, aiming for Tia. Reacting in a flash, Tia strikes the monster with his axe, sending its head flying clean off its shoulders. Jiang Tian's perception is starting to freak his friend out. How did he sense that beast's presence? It must be some kind of hidden ability. It was all thanks to his great divine sense, the very power that allowed him to be reborn. However, a severe limitation has now been placed upon his divine sense. He can't sense things nearly as far as he should. Tia, meanwhile, extracts the monster's core. It's only a first-class monster, which is weird for the beginner's tier. But that giant snake was a second-class beast. They'll have to go and search for some more. Jiang Tian knew it wasn't a coincidence. A python that powerful shouldn't be in a beginner's area. Something is very wrong here. Suddenly, a flock of birds bursts from the trees, fleeing in terror from someone. Or something. Tia and Jiang Tian stand over the slain python. They feel a presence approaching them, and it's moving incredibly fast. Tia grips his axe tightly, bracing for whatever horror is about to appear. A huge werewolf leaps out of the forest thicket, charging right at him. The sheer size of this monster is staggering. It's a first-class beast, with claws and fangs as sharp as razors, fur as dark as night, and eyes like glowing coals. Tia calmly says that collecting cores isn't just about quality. It's also about quantity. Jiang Tian had read about these things. Forest werewolves. They never hunt alone. That means there has to be a whole pack of them nearby. The ground itself trembles beneath the werewolf's massive paws. If you see one of them, you can be sure you've been surrounded for a while. And right on cue, the others appear. They creep out from the shadows, closing in on their prey. Jiang Tian just grins at Tia. Looks like it's time for a proper werewolf hunt. Tia met this with savage enthusiasm. He loved that idea. Elsewhere, Changguan's servants complain that Jiang Chen is ridiculously nimble and fast. There's just no way to keep up with him. They really hope their master doesn't find out that they've lost him. Suddenly, something plummets from the sky. They can barely make out a dark silhouette. Something that looks like a massive boulder, falling right in front of them. They stare in bewildered confusion. Is it alive? And then, their screams echo through the forest as they beg for help. Beyond bursts into the office of the headmaster of Kargat.
Academy. Something has gone terribly wrong. An energy barrier has enveloped the entire forest, cutting all the students off from the rest of the world. The news shocks the principal to his core. The energy barrier stands like an unbreakable wall.
Vice Director Beyond tried every method he could think of to make a dent in it, all in vain. The principal reveals this barrier was created by the very first academy headmaster. No one can disable it. Bayan was baffled as to why this barrier would
activate right now, at the exact moment the competition started. It might be tied to the secret experiments in
research of the first director. The vice principal is starting to panic, terrified for the students. He doesn't know how to help them. The academy director declares he will break the barrier himself, even if it costs him all of his power. He begins to cast a dispel spell to shatter the barrier. Beyond watches silently, not daring to interfere with the principal's work. He just prays the students will be okay. They are the pride of Kargat Academy. Sounds of fierce battle ring out in the forest. Wave after wave of werewolves assault Jiang Tian and Tia. They've been surrounded. Completely. There is no escape. But Jiang Tian and Tia aren't looking for one. Here, they are the hunters. not these overgrown wild dogs. And they are on an absolute roll. Jiang Chen moves like a flash of lightning. His strong and precise blows drop the werewolves, dead in their tracks. Tia refuses to fall behind his friend. With a mighty swing of his axe, he scatters the werewolves like helpless
Puppies. Jiang Chen slices right through another werewolf's jaw. The last survivor looks at its battered and dismantled
kin. It decides to save its own life, turning tail and fleeing the battlefield. Jiang Chen simply watches it go. With a wild battle cry, Tia keeps hacking away at the werewolves. Can't stop now, he roars, his axe a blur of motion. Only one beast remains standing. A massive explosion of force rocks the forest. A colossal pillar of dust shoots into the sky. Tia beams at Jiang Chen, boasting that they're an unbeatable duo. Look at all the monsters they've taken down together. But Jiang Chen senses something is off about these werewolves. They're supposed to be low-level grunts, but these felt like high-ranked elites. Plus, the scent of human blood clings to them, meaning they've already found a student. Tia and Jiang Tian immediately search for their fellow freshmen. What they find is a bloodbath. 3 mangled bodies lie on the forest floor, torn to shreds by wolf fangs. Jiang Tian knows something is terribly wrong. Even elite werewolves shouldn't be able to overwhelm this many rookies. A chill runs down Tia's spine. He's terrified. He can't fathom how Jiang Tian remains so unnervingly calm. Amidst the carnage, they spot signs of life. Not everyone is gone. It's a girl, her clothes soaked in blood, with deep fang marks on her body. Later that afternoon, the 3 of them huddle around a campfire. They manage to pull the girl back from the brink of death. Her wounds are cleaned and bandaged, and she's finally stirring. It's a genuine miracle she survived. Tia is thrilled to see her awake just as dinner is ready. Confused, she wakes with a start, asking where she is.
Her last memory is of a werewolf ambush, surrounded by her friends. Unfortunately, Tia has to deliver the grim news her friends didn't make it.
The truth hits her like a physical blow. She's in denial. Suddenly, the horrifying realization dawns. The werewolves might still be out there. Tia puffs out his chest, assuring her that he and Jiang Chen handled the problem. Every last werewolf is gone. She stares at them, unconvinced. How could 2 first years possibly wipe out an entire pack?
Don't let our dashing looks fool you, Tia boasts. Jiang Tian and I are a legendary team. His words just leave the poor girl stunned and confused.
She jumps to her feet, completely on edge. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounds like a werewolf's howl. Jiang Tian advises her to eat something first to calm her nerves. The girl is baffled by his complete lack of fear. She just can't wrap her head around 2 guys destroying a whole monster pack. Tia jokingly invites her to join their team. He promises it'll be a blast, but she wants no part of it. All she wants is to get as far away from this cursed forest as possible. She turns back one last time, thanking the boys for saving her life. Tia and Jiang Tian are left alone by the fire to finish their meal. Well, I guess we scared her off. Tia sighs. She seemed nice, if not a little jumpy. Jiang Tian agrees that being timid isn't a crime, but still. A strange feeling of unease settles in his gut, and his gut is never wrong. Finally, they spot their true target, a monster commanding horned beasts.
Perched on a high tree branch, Tia and Jiang Chen get a clear view. It's a fire cloud beast, a fearsome Class 2 monster.
Its defenses are said to be nearly impenetrable. Tia nudges Jiang Tian. So much for being a library-dwelling know-it-all, huh? The monster is directly below them, a massive, unmissable target. The plan is simple, maybe too simple. They both leap. They land squarely on the beast's back. Tia swings his axe with all his might. Jiang Tian tries to find a weak spot with his sword, but it's useless. The monster's hide is like solid steel. No matter how hard they strike, they can't even leave a scratch. The beast finally notices the uninvited guests riding on its back. A low growl rumbles from deep within its chest. It is not happy. Not happy at all. Jiang Tian realizes they've just made a very, very big mistake. The fire cloud beast gathers immense energy in its jaws. It unleashes a devastating heat ray, incinerating everything in its path. Tia and Jiang Tian are blasted away by the force of the attack. Jiang Tian watches in horror, fearing the worst for his friend. The monster's attack was more powerful than he could have imagined. Tia emerges from the smoke, slightly singed. The heat ray burned off all his hair. He starts to cry over his beautiful, now bald head, but his tears of sorrow instantly evaporate, replaced by terrifying rage.
With a furious scream, he charges the monster alone. He's going to take its head for ruining his perfect hair. But his reckless attack does nothing. Tia's axe shatters against the monster's impenetrable armor.
The fire cloud beast moves to swat him like an annoying fly, but the kid is tougher than he looks, managing to catch the massive paw. He holds on for dear life, refusing to be crushed. As Jiang Tian rushes to his aid, a new sound cuts through the chaos. Laughter. Other students are watching the freshman's desperate struggle.
They're just enjoying the show. A trio of upperclassmen starts dishing out sarcastic advice from the sidelines.
Life's not fair, little rookies. They sneer. You should just accept your fate. Their cruel laughter makes Xiangtian's blood run cold. How could anyone be so utterly despicable? But if these jerks thought this was over, they were dead wrong. Now, the seniors were about to see what they were truly capable of. Tia is still holding on, even with his last ounce of strength model, refusing to be crushed beneath the monster's overwhelming weight. The beast pressed down again and again, hoping to pulverize its victim. But suddenly, Tata's holy power erupted, gathering into a single, glowing fist. The monster knew something was terribly wrong. It felt the terrifying energy condensing beneath it. With a mighty roar, Tita lifted the beast with one palm and violently flipped it over her, slamming its face into the solid ground. The impact was so devastating. The monster's tusks shattered instantly. Tita collapsed, completely drained. She had poured everything she had into that one counterattack. Her body felt numb, enraged. The wounded beast lunged at the helpless Tita. But then, Jiang Chen condensed his sacred power, forging a sword of pure light. He launched the blade directly at the monster's head. The fire cloud beast was just starting to charge its heat ray when the holy sword slammed into its jaw, knocking its aim aside. It was the perfect distraction. Following his blade, Zangan shot forward like an arrow. He had to get close to the monster's head. His target was its eye, the only unarmored, vulnerable spot on its entire body. Azure Light Sword Technique, the one skill that could guarantee a kill. The blow was absolutely fatal. It was obvious from the shower of brains as the monster's huge carcass dropped dead. Unbelievable. A freshman defeated it. The seniors couldn't process it, but Zangan hadn't forgotten the upperclassmen and their delightful little analogy about life's unfairness. The senior's face turned a sickly green with terror. You're going to answer for that filthy mouth of yours. With a menacing glare, Zangan challenged him to repeat those poisonous jokes. Standing on a stone ledge, Zangan watched as Tita collected monster energy cores from the three cowardly seniors. They were practically begging for forgiveness, claiming they didn't realize who they were messing with. So they offered up their spoils as an apology. Tita, ever the pragmatist, said they could be let go.
This time, she added, since you tried your best to make amends. The seniors scrambled to leave, but Zangan's voice stopped.
Them cold, terrified. They asked what else Mr. Zangan could possibly need from them. He was staring intently at the energy barrier. He needed answers. In previous years, this barrier never appeared so early. The seniors swore they couldn't remember anything like it. None of them had a clue. Maybe Vice Director Bai is behind this, one guessed. Who knows? But Zangan knew barriers like this don't just appear out of thin air. Something was up. Seeing Zangan lost in thought, the seniors made a break for it and vanished. Tita scoffed. They talk big, but that's about it. She then asked Zangan about the strange protective dome. Zangan answered honestly. We should probably prepare for the worst. Tita shrugged. No point worrying about the dome. Our mission is to collect as many energy cores as we can. Their path led to a cave, deep in the forest. Hordes of massive snakes were slithering toward its entrance, but something was stopping them.
Countless snake corpses, their heads cleanly severed, littered the ground. A girl wondered aloud. When did these monsters get
so powerful? The freshmen praised their upperclassmen for protecting them. Without them, they'd all be dead by now.
Don't worry, the girl assured them. The Academy administration won't abandon us. They'll send help.
As soon as they know what's happening, we just need to hold out until they arrive. Her words sparked a fire in the exhausted students. The girl rallied them. Everyone, fight as one team. That's our only chance. Just then, more snakes crawled toward the cave, smelling fresh prey. They wouldn't stop until they devoured every last one of them. A fierce battle erupted, with every student joining the desperate defense. These were second-class monsters, a whole different level of dangerous. Suddenly, the shadow of a giant snake loomed over the lead girl. She barely managed to leap aside, turning to face the enormous beast. The snake attacked with pure fury, trying to overwhelm her. A sliver of doubt entered her mind. She never expected such a ferocious assault. The girl desperately attacked the snake's body, searching for any weak point she could find. But the beast cleverly disappeared underground, dodging her final strike. She couldn't track it. And then she knew. It was a feint. The monster burst from the ground behind her, its massive jaw wide open, ready to swallow her whole. In that final, terrifying moment, she thought it was over. But then, Zangan arrived, a blur of motion and steel. His sword technique stunned the snake, pinning its head to the ground with a single, perfect strike. The girl couldn't believe it. Looks like I made it just in time, Sangan said with a smirk. So, what's my reward for saving you? It's him again, the girl thought, stunned. Where did he even come from? Just then, Tita landed a crushing jump attack on the monster. His axe sent the viper flying, but the monster's core was just out of reach. And now, Jiang Chen was standing over the slain beast. The battle was far from over. A whole nest of vipers remained. He quickly turned to explain to the lead girl they weren't hostile. He and Tita were here to help relief washed over the exhausted students. The freshman champion, Jiang Tian, and his friend had come to their rescue. The girl stared in disbelief. Could it really be the legendary champion himself, Jiang Tian? Of course, couldn't resist a little posturing. It's not every day you get to play the hero for a pretty girl. She let out a shaky sigh of relief. Finally, she could entrust everyone to him. But just then, blood erupted from her lips. Her consciousness began to fade as she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Tian rushed to her side, catching her in his arms. The girl was completely spent. The fight had drained everything from her. Her pulse was terrifyingly weak, and her internal damage was severe. It was a miracle she'd been fighting all this time with such grievous injuries. This girl had single-handedly saved everyone. She could have fled, abandoning them to their fate, but she didn't. Despite the pain, she held the line, defending the cave. Against the monster tide. Jiang Tian was impressed. This girl possessed a truly noble spirit, an act that confirmed her pure heart. He ordered his friend, Tita, get everyone to safety. I'll hold the entrance by myself. But Tita started grumbling. Abandon his brother in arms. Never whatever the cost. They would stand together to guard the cave's entrance. With Jiang Tian and Tita on watch, the others finally had a chance to survive. They were facing an army of second-tier monsters, but it was too late to back down. They launched a furious joint attack, slicing through snake bodies. Skulls were cracked and monster bones shattered under the hero's relentless assault. But as the last one fell, the biggest one appeared. A massive serpent slithered into view, practically tasting its prey. Tita, be careful, Jiang Tian warned. This is a third-class monster. Its size and strength are on another level. Tita paled. Jiang Tian, just leave me. You have to survive. Leave him to face this creep alone. Jiang Tian scoffed. Don't talk nonsense. We don't leave friends behind. Channeling his holy power, he began to form his sword. He'd fought countless monsters like this before. For Jiang Tian, the fastest way to get stronger was to constantly dance on the razor's edge of life and death. Tita had no clue what his insane friend meant. Jiang Tian's full-fledged Azure Sword materialized. He'd done it. He would trust his life to his blade once more. With a mighty leap, Jiang Tian flew towards the monster, which lurked, and waited for its prey. Suddenly, more monsters swarmed to their leader's aid, all ready to tear Jiang Tian to pieces. Not a chance. His first strike cleaved one monster clean in two. A second flash of light, and another beast's body was pierced straight through. Tita could only watch in awe as Jiang Tian became a blur, dicing snakes with the speed of invincible lightning. Tita's face was a mixture of delight and pure shock. He was so proud of his friend, Jiang Tian recalled. His past life, when he was known as the fastest warrior alive, only one monster remained, and it was preparing its fiery breath to vaporize him. The beast tried to roast Jiang Tian, unleashing a torrent of flames from its jaws. But at the last moment, he dodged and countered with his sword. He unleashed the Azure Sword technique again, building up his power for one final strike right in the serpent's head. He pierced its skull and literally tore the beast. In half, Jiang Tian gasped for breath. There were no more monsters. They were all dead. He had spent all of his holy power. The battle had completely drained him, and he collapsed from sheer exhaustion. There was nothing left in the tank. Tita was horrified, thinking his friend was dead. But he was wrong. Jiang Tian just needed a nap. A mountain of energy cores from monsters of different classes lay before them. It was a jackpot no one could have dreamed of. Tita knew this was a legendary success. Even he was shocked by this insane amount of loot. Just then, a flying silhouette crashed down from above their heads. A massive boulder seemed to have slammed into the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. This was Chang Wanhu, his older brother. They stared in amazement, wondering if he was okay. Suddenly, a smug voice echoed behind them. It was Luo Jin and his 6 lackeys. They had stumbled upon a mountain of monster cores. They'd come looking for food. Luo Jian spotted Tita, Chang Wanhu, and Jiang Tian on the hill. So this was their haul. They slaughtered all these monsters. Luo Jian smirked. Time to kill 2 birds. With 1 stone, he'd get even with the brothers and take all their loot for himself. Jiang Tian told Tita to keep an eye on Chang Wanhu. He would deal with Luo Jian himself. He began to accumulate his holy power, forming the Sword of Azure Light. Jiang Chen highly doubted Luo Jian had the strength to get rid of them. Beside him, Chang Wanhu was ecstatic to realize his younger brother had become a saint. Jiang Tian generated his holy power, and his Azurette sword materialized from it. Chang Wanhu couldn't believe it. His younger brother had advanced to the level of a saint. Something had gone terribly right. The blade began to dissolve right in Jiang Tian's hands. In moments, the sword had vanished completely, leaving only sparks of energy crackling in the air. It refused to form. Little jolts of power skipped across his palms. Reaching the saint level had clearly exhausted Jiang Tian's reserves. He was too drained to even materialize his weapon. Lu Jin and his cronies exploded with hysterical laughter. In their eyes, Jiang Tian was just a pathetic tryhard putting on a show. He would demonstrate how to truly condense holy power. Lu Jin summoned a massive, energy-forged sword. It looked absolutely terrifying. Chang Wanhu urged his younger brother to run, promising to delay them for as long as he could. But Jiang Tian calmly told him not to worry. All you have to do is trust me. A small smile played on his lips. He was confident he could give Lu Jin's neck a thorough scrubbing, even without a proper weapon. A simple, sharp-ended stick was lying right at Jiang Tian's feet. He casually picked it up, twirling it in his hands. The stick was just the handle from Tito's axe. But for Jiang Tian, it was more than enough to deal with this clown. Lu Jin did not appreciate this blatant arrogance from the youngster. No one dared to look down on him. He was certain that since the kid had no weapon, he would finish him off in an instant, without even breaking a sweat. Chang Wanhu warned his brother to be extremely careful. After all, Lu Jin was a formidable opponent. Lu Jin then vanished in a flash of motion. His silhouette was barely a blur to the naked eye. Chang Wanhu warned that Lu Jin was one of the fastest in the entire academy. But among all the students, only Jiang Tian could see into the future. And in a battle, that was everything. He began to call out Lu Jin's every move for his friends, detailing each attack before it happened. But they thought he was joking. This is no time for games. Our lives are on the line. Just then, Lu Jin rushed toward his target. He launched a stealth attack aimed at ending this fight instantly. But Jiang Tian dodged as if he had already seen the move coming a mile away. Chang Wanhu and Tito were finally starting to believe. The stabbing lunge failed. Now for the horizontal slash. But once again, Jiang Tian sidestepped it with ease. His friends watched the fight with a mix of delight and pure bewilderment. Lu Jin went for his final blow, a vertical cut, just as Jiang Tian had predicted. Dodging it was effortless. Chang Wanhu admitted that nothing his brother did could surprise him anymore. Now, it was Jiang Tian's turn. With his simple stick, he closed the distance to Lu Jin's back and jammed it, deep into his right shoulder. He dropped his weapon with an inhuman scream. Lu Jin was shaking from the shock and pain. He couldn't comprehend it. How could Jiang Tian defeat him? His speed and agility were the best in the entire academy. Chang Wanhu and Tita celebrated Jiang Tian's victory. Now they truly believed their brother could predict the future. It was actually just a cunning strategy. Jiang Tian had tricked him, deliberately leaving an opening to bait him. He had won using his opponent's own stealth against him. Chang Wanhu and Tita didn't fully grasp what he meant. But in the end, victory was his. Lu Jin suddenly recalled his master's instructions. How the old man could predict his every move and turn, his own attacks against him. But how did a 14-year-old kid get that kind of combat experience? He was only a few years younger than Lu Jin himself. Lu Jin wasn't just beaten, he was terrified. From now on, Jiang Tian was a horrifying monster in his eyes. The four of them stood on a stone ledge when an ominous voice echoed through the forest. I've found the one I've been looking for. There is no better prey. Meanwhile, in an Earth-tier monster hunting forest, Chang Wanhu, Jiang Tian, and Tita were walking at a steady pace. Tita couldn't stop praising Jiang Tian's skills. Jiang Tian recalled Lu Jin's defeat with a wicked smile. At least they wouldn't be bothered by them anymore. Lu Jin should be forgiven. He paid for his arrogance. But Jiang Tian felt a growing unease. They had been walking for a very long time, but they hadn't met a single soul on their path. For a monster-infested tier, there were strangely no monsters. Chang Wanhu had to agree with his brother. It was as if all the creatures had simply vanished. Suddenly, someone was moving swiftly through the treetops above them. Something landed with a thud in the nearby bushes. Jiang Tian and Tita ran to check out the sound. Their big brother stayed behind, waiting. Then, a dark silhouette materialized behind Chang Wanhu. Someone grabbed him, with both hands from behind, clamping one over his nose and mouth. He was being dragged away. Kidnapped. He couldn't see the villain's face. Chang Wanhu tried to scream, but his mouth was sealed shut. Jiang Tian heard strange sounds behind them. They couldn't find Chang Wanhu. He had suddenly disappeared just then. Chang Wanhu stumbled out of the bushes. He calmed them down, saying he just tripped and fell. Tita laughed and told him to be more careful. But Xiang Tian knew something was wrong. He glanced at his older brother, but saw no sign of suspicion. The hunt had to continue. But while they searched for beasts, Chongwan H was no longer himself. An evil, insidious presence had taken root. It seized his body, suppressing his will. Meanwhile, back at the academy, ancient records were sent flying in a desperate search. Textbooks and notes scattered everywhere. Finally, they found what they were looking for. Bion uncovered a shocking record. The academy's first headmaster had sealed a 4th-grade monster right inside this very forest. The vice director realized to his horror that this monster was fully capable of possessing a human body. An wicked, insidious grin spread across the monster's face, followed by a chilling laugh. This entire barrier was made to contain that very monster. If it ever tried to escape, the ancient seal would activate, trapping it inside the forest forever. The headmaster understood the grave danger. Saving the students was now the top priority. The main thing was to prevent the monster from slipping through the barrier in a student's body. The monster could only possess those who had not yet reached the saint stage. If anyone asked, the vice principal would claim he was just checking their hunt results. With that, the director began creating an opening in the barrier. The mentor asked Biana if there was another way, but they had to break it as soon as possible. If something happened to Yui, none of them would be spared. The assault on the forest's energy barrier began. Back in a clearing, Chongwan H, Xiang Chan, and Tita sat by a fire. Tita was dozing off nearby, while Xiang Chan meditated under a tree, bathed in the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a white owl zipped towards the clearing. As Chongwan H sat by the fire, a demonic night owl appeared. Behind him, a smirk touched Chongwan H's lips. He recognized his monstrous brethren in the owl's form. But the demonic owl froze in horror. It realized what was now inside Chongwan H's body and shot back into the darkness. Chongwan H watched it flee with a cold gaze. He turned around sharply, only to see Xiang Chan was awake. He just sat there in the lotus position, with his arms crossed over his chest. He certainly didn't look like he'd been sleeping, like a venomous snake. The possessed boy crept closer. He reached out a hand, wanting to check if he was truly asleep. But just as his fingers were about to touch his face, Xiang Chan's hand shot out, grabbing Chongwan H's wrist in a vice grip. The possessed boy was completely stunned. Xiang Chan knew. Someone had taken over his older brother. "Who are you?" he demanded. The monster inside his brother's body began to speak directly to Xiang Chan. It was baffled at being discovered so fast. Xiang Chan smirked. "Your acting was a little too good. My older brother is anything but a normal person." That's what the monster was looking for. This kid was a smart one. "A smart kid," the monster mused. "I wonder how your body would taste." Xiang Chan didn't immediately get what it meant. The monster wanted to take his body for itself. Lightning seemed to crackle between their gazes as the process of transferring its essence began. But suddenly, it was like a short circuit. A loud pop echoed with a bright flash. The blast sent both of them flying backwards. Xiang Chan landed with a satisfied grin and asked the behemoth what he was so upset about. Clearly, something went wrong. Xiang Chan unleashed his inner strength. "Get out of my brother's body," he roared, activating the sword amulet technique. The exorcism of the demon had begun. Energy pulsed outwards in powerful waves, but the first attempt failed. The monster clung to its host. It cackled. "Be careful, boy. You might damage this precious body. I can stay in here until it dies. Or until I decide to leave." Killing the monster this way wouldn't work. But Xiang Chan really doubted the monster's words. His own power flared. Suddenly, the monster noticed an arm was no longer obeying its command. The real Chongwan H was fighting back, using his own hand to punch the monster right in the face to chase it out of his body. The monster was enraged. Its control was severely weakened, taking advantage of this opening. Xiang Chan descended from above like a hawk. The monster spotted him at the last second, but it was too late. Unleashing his energy, Xiang Chan struck his brother's body with a purifying bolt of lightning, chasing the monster away painfully. The creature shrieked as it was expelled, wounded but absolutely furious. Its true form was revealed a devilish purple fox. Xiang Chan had brought his knowledge and experience from another world, a place where he knew exactly how to deal with this monster. The beast couldn't believe it. Xiang Chan wasn't from this world. He lunged forward with his amulet sword. Aiming to finish it off, the monster deftly dodged the blade, but Xiang Chan struck with a blast of blue ray energy. The fight had just begun. The blue beam severed one of the monster's limbs. It growled, snarling that this was still far from over, to finish him off inside the human tier forest. But Zangan didn't remember seeing him there. Then it all clicked. This was the monster who possessed that strange girl, the one who was supposedly rescued. The beast wanted to use the girl's body to escape the forest, but a dam barrier stood in its way. Zangan finally grasped the barrier's true purpose. But he had no idea what kind of monster he was truly facing. The creature's name is Mayu. He can possess anyone, but his evil deeds got him sealed away by an old master. That master also erected the barrier, trapping Mayu inside. Every escape attempt he made ended in utter failure. Zangan astutely pointed out that the monster somehow broke that seal. Mayu smugly admitted that he had a little help. Once free, he used his power to forcibly level up all the other monsters, creating his own personal army. Jiang Chen realized the monster was just stalling for time with this monologue. Mayu was waiting for backup. He knows too much, Mayu sneered. He cannot be left alive. And just like that, a horde of beasts charged at our hero. Surrounded by a tidal wave of creatures, Mayu delivered his wicked verdict with a twisted smirk. Meanwhile, Chungwan Hu coughed himself awake. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, telling his brother he'd had the weirdest dream, and then he looked up, into the eyes of 1,000 monsters blotting out the sky. He prayed he was still asleep, because this dream had just become an absolute nightmare. Maybe he just hadn't woken up all the way. Zangan snapped at him to get serious. They were facing an enemy unlike any other. He pointed to the hovering form of Mayu. Zangan quickly explained to his older brother that this whole twisted competition was the fault of that one monster. Chungwan Hu could barely process it. He was possessed by that terrifying thing. Mayu called the brothers a pair of caged-up fools. Every monster in the forest had gathered to surround them. It was time for the real fun to begin. Clearly, Changwan Hu and Zangan had succeeded in truly pissing Mayu off. "Tear them to shreds," he commanded, and the entire legion of monsters lunged at them at once.
That's when they noticed their friend, Tita, was still completely passed out, dead to the world.
He was blissfully unaware that a giant elephant was charging in to turn him into a pancake. Changwan Hu and Zangan grabbed Tita's legs, yanking him out of the path of destruction in the nick of time. They made the smart choice run. There was no way they could fight this many monsters at once. "Hunt them down," Mayu roared. "None of them leave here alive," all while Tita slept like a log. His two brothers dragged his dead weight, his back snagging on thorns, branches, and anything else on the forest floor. Finally, he got completely tangled in a mess of thick vines. Changwan Hu and Zangan didn't notice right away. They pulled with all their might, only to end up with his shoes in their hands as his feet slipped right out.
For a split second, they stared in confusion. Tita's body, now free, shot out like a pebble from a slingshot.
He rocketed out of the vines with incredible velocity, flying at breathtaking speed right towards Mayu. His head connected squarely with the monster's solar plexus, a devastating blow to its most vulnerable point. Mayu never saw it coming. He did a full backflip through the air as the brothers just stood there, jaws on the floor. Tita finally woke up on the ground right next to the unconscious monster. Mayu was completely knocked out. He was flat on his back, mouth wide open, his tongue comically sticking out. His influence over the forest vanished instantly. Once he lost consciousness, his control magic shattered, and the confused monsters began to scatter. But Mayu wasn't done. He admitted he'd been careless and, recovering quickly, staggered back to his feet. Before he could even think, Zangan attacked. He wasn't giving the monster a single moment to recover. Mayu was certain of his own invincibility. Zangan's sword, however, begged to differ.
With a single, clean strike, Zangan slit Mayu's throat. As he'd mentioned, he came from a world that knew how to kill his kind.
Outside, the principal, vice principal, and mentors focused their immense energy on the barrier, causing it to crack. With a deafening sound, a section of the barrier finally gave way, shattering into a million pieces. The headmaster roared his orders. "Block the exit! All teachers, enter the forest as toes and secure the students. We must save them, no matter the cost." Soon, students began to emerge, one by one, from the forest's edge. They excitedly chattered about the insane competition. The girl who'd guarded the cave heard a familiar voice call out to her. She turned her head towards the sound. It was one of the other girls she had been protecting.
With her savior on her mind, she felt compelled to find Shang Tian. Taking the first step was a brave move.
But how could it be wrong to thank the one who saved her life? The mentor insisted that everyone who had survived was already safely outside the dome. But her gut told her he was okay. He was stronger and far more skilled than anyone else. Meanwhile, Bayan anxiously reported to the principal. They had searched everywhere, but the monster was gone. "We cannot give that creature a single chance to escape. Too many students have already paid the ultimate price." The director vowed to hunt and kill the beast with his own 2 hands.
"We act at the first sign of any anomaly," he declared. He then instructed the students to approach him one by one. They were to present all the energy cores they had gathered. Bayan put on a special monocle and began his inspection.
He carefully checked each core. Some had worked in teams, others alone. The results of their hunts varied wildly. That's when Cheng Mingxiang scoffed, calling his classmates pathetic trash. "They're all weaklings who can't face a real enemy." He flashed a teleportation belt, bragging loudly. He was about to reveal what true monster hunting skills looked like. An entire oversized table groaned under the weight of his haul. His results were, without a doubt, impressive.
Young Master Cheng Mingxiang's strength surpassed many top fighters of his generation.
He never hesitated to humiliate others. In his eyes, anyone weaker was just a pathetic worm.
The others saw him as an arrogant, oppressive prick. Annoyingly, his power always backed up his claims.
Suddenly, from beyond the barrier, a familiar voice called out. Everyone whipped around, their faces filled with hope.
Xiang Tian was back alive and completely unharmed. With him were his older brother, Chang Guanhu, and their loyal friend, Tita.
His brother loved being the center of attention, Xiang Tian. However, hated wasting time on collecting these cores. Tita just found the whole competition to be great fun. Cheng Mingxiang immediately tried to put Xiang Tian in his place.
He was certain no one could have gathered more monster cores than him.
Xiang Tian calmly replied, "Is that so?" He already knew he had outdone the arrogant young master. Everyone started whispering excitedly, curious to see the results. Just how many cores had he collected with his friends? Xiang Tian asked the director for a much larger table for his hall. He was about to teach Cheng Mingxiang a simple truth. There will always be someone stronger.
Cheng Mingxiang mocked him. "Is this table big enough for your tiny loot? I can't wait to see what you've got."
Xiang Tian took off his teleportation belt. "Watch carefully," he said, tossing it into the air. The belt activated, and monster cores rained down like an endless storm. Cheng Mingxiang was left completely speechless. He couldn't even breathe, staring in disbelief at the mountain of cores. The sheer weight of the hall was too much. The huge wooden table splintered and collapsed. A river of cores buried Cheng Mingxiang's pride. Based on the numbers, Xiang Tian must have slain every monster himself. He looked down at his rival. "Even if you are strong, you have no right to look down on others." In front of everyone, he trampled on Cheng Mingxiang's arrogance. "Don't you dare lecture me. You may have quantity, but I have quality. One high-rank core is worth more than 1,000 of your low-rank ones." He held up a third-grade monster core. Bion confirmed it. The core was genuine. This was the ace up his sleeve. Cheng Mingxiang was already savoring his victory, a smug grin on his face. He thought Xiang Tian had nothing left to say. That's when Xiang Tian nodded to his brother. "Show him. It's too late to beg for mercy now," Cheng Mingxiang sneered. Cheng Guan shot back. "Shut your stinking mouth."
The Changguan brothers had something else to show them. Chang Guanhu casually pulled out a level 4 monster energy core.
He dangled it right in front of Cheng Mingxiang's nose. The arrogant young master's expression went completely blank. His bravado vanished like smoke in the wind. The director and vice director could only stare with their mouths hanging open. They knew perfectly well what it took to obtain such a core. Chang Guanhu, however, continued to taunt him. Cheng Mingxiang started screaming hysterically like a child, accusing the Changguan brothers of fraud. The three friends just laughed at the pathetic display. "Look, the little boy is crying. How sad." Enraged, Cheng Mingxiang lunged at Xiang Tian, but Vice Principal Bian stopped him cold, reminding him where he was. "This is the grounds of Carrot Academy, not your home." Just then, the principal called for Xiang Tian, Chang Guanhu, and Tita. The four of them teleported to an unknown location. Nobody could believe that mere freshmen were able to get their hands on a level 4 monster core. The girl gazed towards the forest. This whole monster hunt had raised far too many questions. In the heart of the Imperial Palace, 5 powerful figures declared that tomorrow was Princess Yuyu's 16th birthday. And who was the best candidate to be her husband? None other than Xiang Tian. The agreement was unanimous. An imperial edict must be sent at once. The emperor himself wished for Xiang Tian of the Changguan clan to marry his daughter. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber at Cargate Academy, the director was trying to solve a perplexing puzzle. The circumstances surrounding the destruction of the Mamie's monster just didn't add up. Yes, it was true that Changguan had weakened it, but the headmaster simply couldn't trust his student's story. A 4th-level monster was no simple beast. It was a terrifyingly formidable opponent. He quickly backpedaled, agreeing with Tita, who was eager to demonstrate his mighty punch. Still, a seed of doubt had been planted. Mamie's was a ferociously strong beast. For a mere trio of students to defeat such a behemoth, that required more than pure luck. The director declared Xiang Tian the champion. He had, after all, destroyed Mamie's. Xiang Tian felt the principal's suspicious gaze on him, but decided not to press the issue. Instead, the director praised his students' incredible skills and thanked them for their help. The 4 of them then teleported. Right back to the academy's camp, Changguan, Tita, and Xiang Tian were all present and accounted for. The principal solemnly announced Xiang Tian as the ultimate winner of the competition. Everyone else was free to go. At that, Cheng Ming started throwing a hysterical tantrum like a spoiled brat. He couldn't believe victory had been snatched from his grasp. But Principal Bian quickly shut his whining mouth. Cheng Ming immediately fell silent. Bian then asked everyone to help the injured. The rest could return to their rooms. Tita carried the injured girl he'd rescued to the medical tent. The girl then called out to Jiang Chen. He asked if her wound was okay. She just wanted to thank him for saving her life. Jiang Chen acted humbly, hoping their previous misunderstanding was resolved. She apologized, realizing that a man who would sacrifice himself for others couldn't possibly be a bad person. She then introduced herself. My name is Yu.
A pleasant smile graced her lips. He was thrilled to meet her. He finally recognized her name as they reached out to shake hands.
Yu's mentor appeared from thin air, pushing them apart. Yu looked at her mentor, completely stunned. The mentor shot Jiang Tian a death glare and warned him not to get any funny ideas. For this young man, the trouble had only just begun. She grabbed Yu's hand and told her to follow. Yu gave Jiang Tian an apologetic look. He couldn't understand why. Everyone insisted on speaking in riddles. Why couldn't they just be direct elsewhere? Tita was enjoying a delicious lunch. He was a bit annoyed that the girl he saved had suddenly come down with a case of amnesia. Just then, Chang Guan burst in shouting with joy. He claimed he had news that would please Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian teased him. Could it be that the grand prize is a gorgeous beauty? I can't believe my little brother knows everything. He wanted everyone to hear the good news. Shouts erupted throughout the academy's dining hall. But this news did not make Jiang Tian happy in the slightest. Chang Guan and Tita genuinely had no idea why their friend and brother was so upset. Jiang Tian despised the idea of being forced to marry someone he didn't even know. Chang Guan reminded his brother that the princess is the emperor's only child. But that argument failed to impress his younger brother. To Jiang Tian, it meant nothing. So the boys started to gossip. Apparently, no one had ever seen the princess outside the palace walls. Chang Guan was already picturing the future. His friend could become the next emperor, but Jiang Tian didn't want anyone else deciding his fate. He needed to take a walk and clear his head. This kind of talk was suffocating him. Chang Guan and Tita then realized something crucial. Jiang Tian couldn't refuse the engagement. Everyone knows that refusing the emperor is the same as insulting him directly. Chang Guan yelled at Jiang Tian to stop being so dramatic. But he was already gone, in a cozy gazebo on a mountain. Yu was worried. Would Jiang Tian accept the engagement? She wanted a marriage built on feelings, not just prestige, wealth, and power. And if her father, the emperor, refused her, she didn't know what she would do. Her mentor sighed, finding it hard to understand the younger generation. Suddenly, she saw something in the distance. Jiang Tian was running right towards their gazebo. He was looking for a place to cultivate his strength. He couldn't do that with someone else around. Just then, a watermelon rind flew right past his head. Who could be littering like that, he wondered. It was Yu. She cheerfully invited Jiang Tian to join her for a bite to eat. They began to chat sweetly. She then asked him how he felt about his future marriage to the princess. But he found it hard to be happy about it. He didn't even know the girl. How can you marry someone you've never even met? Yu remarked that if he got married, he would gain great power over the country, a prize many people could only dream of. But Jiang Tian was determined to achieve what he needed on his own, with his own strength. So, would he reject the emperor's offer? It was an incredible risk. He didn't want to offend the princess. Enjoyed hurting innocent people. Meanwhile, Yua was surprised he cared so much about others. She thought the only thing he cared about right now was cultivating his own strength. She was amazed. Where does a 14-year-old boy get these grown-up ideas? But just as quickly, he abruptly started acting like a clueless kid again. From a distance, a mentor observed the soon-to-be newlyweds. It was hard for her to connect with this new generation. Back at the Kargat Academy grounds, Cheng Mingxiang had completely lost it. He was beating Chang Wanhu to a pulp. If you don't tell me where Jiang Tian is, you're dead. Cheng Mingxiang had already inflicted serious wounds on his older brother. Chang Wanhu spat back. The emperor himself made the engagement decision. Nothing you do will change that. Cheng Mingxiang just called the emperor an old fool. Princess Galen will be my wife, no matter what. Chang Wanhu warned him of the severe consequences. The academy director will have your hide for this, but Cheng Mingxiang's father had invited the principal for a visit. So there's absolutely no one who can save you now. Chang Wanhu knew he couldn't expect help from anyone. He began to concentrate his remaining strength. Cheng Mingxiang must have overlooked one crucial detail. Chang Wanhu could control the element of earth. He started to crumble the rocks, right under Cheng Mingxiang's feet, completely caught off guard. His opponent froze in confusion. It was the perfect distraction. Chang Wanhu tried to escape the battlefield, but Cheng Mingxiang noticed immediately and unleashed his metal claws. The claws ripped into Chang Wanhu's back, wounding him badly. And of course, Cheng Mingxiang wasn't alone. He was getting help from his 6 cronies. Chang Wanhu realized his only chance was to take refuge on academy grounds. He had to get back. Along the way, he managed to knock down some of Cheng Mingxiang's goons. Enraged, Cheng Mingxiang gave the command to his lackeys. Get him, he must not escape. At that same moment, in a peaceful gazebo, Jiang Chen and Yua
were having a pleasant conversation. They had already devoured all the watermelons, leaving only the rinds behind. Yua
hinted to Jiang Chen that Princess Galan might be better than he thinks. It sounded as if Yua was a member of the imperial family. Jiang Tian was completely surprised by this. Yua just replied jokingly, "You'll find out everything very soon." She had to leave on business, leaving Jiang Tian alone. He watched Yua walk away into the distance. In his past life, and in this one, girls remained a total mystery to him. Then he heard the sounds of battle. From somewhere in the forest, this wasn't good. It sounded like a few saints were clashing. Meanwhile, a desperate Cheng Wanhu could only stumble towards the trees before he was cut off. Cheng Mingxiang applauded his opponent's bravery. "But I'm afraid our little game is over." In a last-ditch effort, he lunged at Cheng Wanhu. His brother was barely standing, running on his last ounce of strength, just waiting for the final blow. But at the decisive moment, Cheng Mingxiang was distracted by something. Jiang Tian had appeared, blocking the final attack. He rushed to his older brother, asking if he was okay, seeing his bloody clothes and countless wounds. Cheng Wanhu told him, "Jiang Tian, he wants to kill you.
Get out of here as fast as you can. We need to find the academy's headmaster."
Cheng Mingxiang was overjoyed at Jiang Tian's arrival. "Well now, you just saved me the trouble of hunting you down. I'll kill you quickly, so Princess Galen can become my bride." Jiang Tian didn't make excuses for his older brother, but he always risked his own neck to help him. In this world, Cheng Wanhu had become his true family, and now, seeing his brother's blood, on their hands, blood for blood. It's an ancient and just custom. Jiang Tian was overcome with an indescribable fury. Cheng Mingxiang would meet his end today. No one could help him. A chill of fear suddenly ran down his spine, but that fear was quickly replaced by rage. "Now we'll see what you're really made of." Cheng Mingxiang used his meteor stinger technique, but Jiang Tian no longer saw his opponent as the strongest in the academy. He accelerated and rushed in to attack, his sword a blur. As their attacks collided, sparks of red flame flew everywhere. This can't be. How could Jiang Tian so perfectly repel his attack? Cheng Mingxiang didn't understand how Jiang Tian could control his sacred power so well. Where did he get this experience and knowledge? Jiang Tian was determined to punish Cheng Mingxiang for spilling his brother's blood. He launched a vicious counterattack. Cheng Mingxiang did his best to dodge the sword strike. The trees behind him were instantly sliced in half and began to fall. But as it turned out, he had wounded Cheng Mingxiang after all. Black blood began to ooze from his arm. With a roar, Cheng Mingxiang lunges with killing intent, but Jiang Chen just sidesteps with contemptuous ease.
Cheng Mingxiang's fury finally erupts. He can't comprehend how this insolent brat could possibly harm him.
A flash of steel Jiang Tian carves a brutal line across Cheng Mingxiang's back. The proud warrior's focus shatters. It was as if Jiang Tian could predict his every single move. Jiang Tian's voice drops to an icy whisper. He admits he was holding back, that he never wanted to take a life. But for Cheng Mingxiang, he'll gladly make an exception, for daring to harm his elder brother. Cheng Wanhu, the price would be his very life. With judgment passed, Jiang Tian becomes a blur of motion. He strikes with the fury of 1,000 storms. Cheng Mingxiang is completely overwhelmed, barely deflecting the blows. He collapses to the ground, his own dark blood pooling around him, despite all those fancy titles. Jiang Tian couldn't care less. He moves in to deliver the final, killing blow. Suddenly, Cheng Mingxiang begins to beg for his life. He can't comprehend it. Someone is actually stronger than him. He flashes back to his childhood, to the endless praise from his teachers. He was always a cut above the rest. This constant praise bred a deep-seated arrogance within him. His immense talent gave him a license to mock and belittle everyone. His masters all sang the same tune. The young master had a brilliant future, a genius born once in a generation. The clan would thrive under his lead. His father promised he wouldn't just be an elder, but the emperor of the entire kingdom. He'd been groomed since his early childhood for this glorious destiny. In his mind, he was a genius who could never lose. In a desperate move, he orders his 6 lackeys to attack Jiang Tian all at once. His loyal dogs rush forward to die for him. But Jiang Tian has faced this pathetic tactic countless times in his past lives. He isn't fazed by their numbers in the slightest. They are nothing but fodder before his overwhelming power. And the might of the Aleta sword? In an instant, all of Cheng Mingxiang's servants are cut down. Cornered, Cheng Mingxiang resorts to a cowardly trick. He grabs the wounded Cheng Wanhu, using his older brother as a human shield. He's playing a dirty game now, but he's confident this underhanded move will grant him victory. But a strike as fast as lightning finds its mark. Searing pain erupts in Chang Mingxiang's arm as dark blood sprays into the air. His grip on Chang Wanu loosens instantly. His arm is nearly severed from his body, sending him into agonizing shock. Xiang Tian simply fulfilled his opponent's silent wish, then rushed to his injured brother's side. As his lifeblood drains away, Chang Mingxiang starts threatening Xiang Tian with his daddy, like a spoiled child. Xiang Tian calmly points out the obvious. If he finishes the job right here, right now, no one will ever know. It finally clicks in his thick skull he's messing with a demon. The once proud warrior turns tail and flees. He runs as fast as he can, screaming hysterically like a little girl. Just then, a teacher from the academy appears. Instantly, Chang Mingxiang starts acting like the victim. The teachers give orders to help the other wounded students. Xiang Tian clicks his tongue in annoyance. So much for a quiet execution. The most important thing now was getting his brother, Chang Guan, to safety. He manages to find a secluded cave nearby.
Chang Wanu's eyes flutter open. He finds himself in a dark cave, with his brother lying beside him.
For a horrifying moment, he thinks they're in the afterlife, that they both died at Chang Mingxiang's hand. Tears stream down his face as he apologizes to Xiang Tian. He feels he failed to protect his younger brother. But Xiang Tian quickly reassures him. He's already taken care of that trash, and all this red liquid, it's not blood.
It's the juice from a medicinal berry to stop the bleeding. Chang Wanu then asks what exactly happened to his attacker.
Xiang Tian explains he'll never use that hand again. He only regrets not finishing the job.
The Heian clan will never forgive this. He's the elder's only son. Chang Wanu urges his brother to run and hide.
But Xiang Tian refuses to flee. He will not allow their family to be harmed. Besides, the academy's directors are now visiting the Han clan. He believes this situation can be turned to their advantage. At the Quan clan mansion, the director and vice director are received. Though they are honored guests, they claim to have urgent business at the academy and must leave.
A clan elder tries to delay them with pleasantries. Surely, nothing disastrous could happen. It happens on academy grounds, right?
The directors exchange a suspicious look. They sense a trap. They knew the clan wanted to get rid of Xiang Tian, but they never thought the Han clan would be so bold as to do it at the academy. Suddenly, a servant bursts into the hall in a panic. He gasps that things are terrible, completely out of breath from running. Chang Mingxiang's arm was severely injured while fighting Xiang Tian. On the grounds of the academy, the news is so shocking. The directors spit out their tea in perfect comedic unison. Later that evening, inside the imperial palace, Princess Yua was in utter disbelief. Could Xiang Tian really have injured Chang Mingxiang's arm? Her mentor confirmed the shocking news. The wound was so severe, it required a very rare specialist, who just so happens to be Chang Mingxiang's father. And as the head of the Hun clan, he'd already filed a complaint, demanding the emperor show no mercy for this offense. Yuan knew this was a terrible injustice. She decided she would go to her father and plead Xiang Tian's case herself. Justice must be served, she cried. But her mentor tried to calm her down. Right now, Xiang Tian's innocence meant nothing. The Huan clan was the most powerful family in the entire kingdom, loyal vassals to the emperor with incredible power. They possessed immense influence and wealth. Xiang Tian, on the other hand, was just a prodigy from a poor background. On one side of the scales, the Hun clan's authority. On the other, Xiang Tian's word of honor. The mentor's advice was clear. The emperor should not be disturbed over this. He already carried the heavy burden of the state. Yua understood. Her mentor was right, of course, but the princess was still furious. The next day, at the emperor's palace, the great imperial hall was packed. The emperor asked a simple question. Where is Chang Guan Xiang Tian? They had been searching for 24 hours and couldn't find him. The head of the Hun clan demanded action. He wanted the emperor to personally issue a warrant, but the academy's headmaster firmly objected. He explained that Xiang Tian was likely hiding on academy grounds, where his father, Chang Guanba, had come to see him. The Huan patriarch sneered, certain the headmaster was just covering for a criminal and obstructing justice. Vice Director Bian was speechless. The clan head once again begged the emperor to personally order a search.
Find him before he escapes, he roared. Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance. It was Chang Guanba, and he'd brought his son.
Xiang Tian stood before them, bound in chains, ready to face the emperor's judgment. No one was running. His father apologized deeply for his son's reckless act and asked for a just punishment. The Huan clan head, however, wasn't buying it. He scoffed, calling it all a pathetic circus show. But Chang Guanba was sincere in his plea for mercy. His apology was genuine. He was even prepared to hand Xiang Tian over to the Hun clan to deal with as they saw fit. The clan head shoved him aside like a filthy beggar, bellowing that he was no match for him. Xiang Tian finally confessed. I am the one who injured Chang Mingxiang. I will accept my punishment. But please, do not harm my family. They are innocent. The emperor calmly told the clan head that since the family wanted justice, he should accept their offer.
A cruel smile crept across the patriarch's face. He knew exactly how he'd take revenge on the boy. Once he was in Hun territory,
He wouldn't be leaving this world alive. He agreed to the proposal, even though he'd hoped for more. He ordered his servants to take Jiang Chen away. The academy principal and vice principal were utterly powerless. The principal advised Vice Principal Bune to remain calm. We must wait and watch. Perhaps, he mused, that boy isn't so simple. He might just have a surprise in store for them all. A short time earlier, Chang Guanba had flown in on a griffin, terrified for his youngest son. He had rushed over the moment he heard the news. Are you all right? He asked. Xiang Tian was surprised. He expected a lecture for causing such a mess, but his father was proud of his actions. But he feared the punishment for this righteous act. He had already prepared everything for his son's escape. I know you're innocent, he said, but the law of the kingdom demands you be punished. Chang Guanba's heart swelled with pride, hearing his son was worried about the family, even if he was mostly worried about his mom. Xiang Tian smiled slightly. He had a plan, one that might just work, but he needed his father's help. And so he stood in the main hall, in chains, and was handed over to the warriors of the Hun clan. The servants led Xiang Tian away, supposedly heading toward the clan's territory. He walked calmly, his mind racing. After a moment, he spoke, his voice steady. This path, he observed, doesn't lead to the Hun clan estate. He'd been led straight into a trap. And right on cue, Chong Mingxiang appeared with his lackeys. He couldn't fight on his own, not with his arm. So he brought his goons to do the dirty work for him. The pure lust for revenge was written all over his face. The guy was clearly a sore loser. Xiang Tian, however, was just glad he'd finally shown his face. The bait had been taken. This was the plan all along, to lure the arrogant young master out into the open. Chang Guanba watched, completely stunned by his son's brilliance. But this suicidal plan was actually a genius gambit. Jiang Tian knew they wouldn't dare attack, as long as the emperor and the academy director were watching. And since Chang Mingxiang holds a grudge forever, this was the perfect stage to settle the score once and for all. His father, however, was still freaking out. He couldn't see the masterpiece, only the madness. This plan was insanely reckless. He'd be powerless to help if things went south. Jiang Tian silenced his doubts by gathering crackling lightning in his palms. He then unleashed a devastating blast. His father heard splintering wood and a deafening crash. All the trees behind him were gone.
obliterated by a single strike, Chang Wanba was utterly floored by what he saw. He never dreamed his son held such terrifying power.
Xiang Tian calmly reassured his stunned father. With this level of strength, no one in the Huang clan could touch him. The realization finally dawned on Chang Wanba. His little boy had matured into a monster of a cultivator, and he would stand by his son's side until the very end. Meanwhile, Chang Mingxiang unleashes his hounds. He sent his lackeys to kill Xiang Tian. But our main character was not impressed by the cannon fodder. With a single, fluid motion, the chains binding him shattered into dust. Holy energy flared to life around him. He turned to Chang Mingxiang with a chilling glare and launched his counterattack. Today was the last day of Chang Mingxiang's life that evening, in the imperial palace. As the sun began to set, the emperor gave Head Zhang a stern warning. The truth behind his son's injury was still a mystery. Therefore, he advised him to avoid any foolish acts of revenge. But Head Zhang vowed he would find the truth, and that his response would be justified. Just then, a frantic servant from the Huang clan burst in. He delivered the bombshell Shang Chan had taken Chang Mingxiang hostage and escaped the principal of the academy nearly choked. He couldn't believe his ears. No one knew exactly what went down. But there at their feet lay an unconscious Chang Mingxiang. Turns out, the genius planner ordered his men to kill the father and son, only to walk straight into a trap himself. Shang Chan took him hostage, beat everyone senseless, and then vanished. Miraculously, they all survived the beatdown. Chang Wanba immediately filed a claim against Head Zhang on the grounds of attempted murder against his family. The emperor was not amused. How dare Head Zhang bring a lynch mob to his door without a single shred of evidence? Head Zhang began to sweat profusely after the emperor's rebuke, so he immediately threw his own servant under the bus. Chang Wanba smirked. The plan was working perfectly. He then humbly asked the emperor not to blame his family.
For Xiang Tian's reckless actions, the emperor gave his verdict. As of this moment, the Chang Wanba family is not involved. All accusations against them are officially invalid. But since Xiang Tian fled the scene of the crime,
he is now a wanted criminal, and a manhunt is underway. It's been 5 days. We find ourselves at a border town of the Gun Kingdom. This is where Xiang Tian planned to make his escape. Merchants were loading their carts with goods, all in a hurry to leave the kingdom behind. Our young fugitive approached a merchant and introduced himself. as a mercenary for hire. The merchant was shocked by his age. He looked far too young for such a dangerous job. He asked for the boy's name. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then gave the alias Jiang Chen.
Back at the palace of the Jun Kingdom, the courtiers announced a new candidate to marry the princess.
The emperor calmly told them to inform the suitor that the matter of the wedding is postponed indefinitely. The courtiers protested that canceling was too rash. Has the princess gone? The emperor slammed his palm on the table. Chang Wanba Shangchan earned the right to marry my daughter. That right was granted for his abilities alone. The emperor saw no other worthy candidate, no matter how prestigious their noble family.
As for Cheng Mingxiang, he's a cripple now, and no match for the princess. The nobles were stunned by the emperor's declaration. The Huang clan was given a mountain of gold and silver as compensation, but they were told to forget all about the wedding.
The emperor rose from his seat, declaring he was tired. The audience was over. The nobles, however, remained seated. Princess Yu's mentor then approached the emperor. He asked if she had all the necessary preparations ready. The tutor reported that the princess had just departed and would finally be leaving the kingdom in just a few days. The mentor then asked the emperor why he won't tell the princess about the crisis brewing in the kingdom. After all, she is a member of the royal family. She has a right to know if the kingdom is on the brink of destruction. If it's inevitable, then let only one emperor suffer. The mentor must be responsible for the fate of the princess. The mentor swears her undying loyalty to the emperor, but the emperor cuts her off. Your loyalty belongs to the kingdom, not the man. It's for the people the emperor is merely their guide. The mentor watched the emperor, a deep sorrow in her gaze, even if this kingdom was destined to perish. She knew that moment was drawing closer. Time waits for no one. And now, Jun Chen stands before the customs arch. The final gate. He looks at her, realizing he'll soon leave this kingdom behind. His name finally cleared. His father's letter confirmed it.
All charges against their family completely erased. A wave of memories from his past life washed over Jun Chen.
He remembered descending the mountain, all alone. Suddenly, a chaotic roar erupted from behind him. 3 brutal riders on monstrous beasts. They smashed through the merchants' carts, scattering goods everywhere. One merchant was trapped in the chaos. His buffalo panicked, sending crates flying right at his head. The man froze, too slow to react, failing to see the massive crate about to crush him in a flash. Jun Chen grabbed him by the collar and yanked him to safety. He'd just saved the man's life. The merchant was eternally grateful, but Jun Chen brushed it off. It was just his duty as a mercenary. As he spoke, he spotted Imperial soldiers. They were plastering wanted posters on the station wall. Taking a closer look, Jun
Chen's blood ran cold. The poster bore his own face, with a massive bounty for his capture. The border guards announced it to the merchants.
A huge prize for the capture of the criminal. Shangtian Jun Chen knew it all too well. Escaping the #1 clan in the entire kingdom was never going to be simple. They had finally cornered him. He needed a disguise, and fast, something to make him unrecognizable. He quickly pulled up his hood. The caravan of buffalo-drawn wagons was already lined up. Merchants milled about beside them. But then, a guard spotted Jun Chen. The soldier blocked his path, ordering him to lower his hood. So much for the disguise. He was exposed. The guard began waving over his comrades. "We've got a suspicious one over here." Jun Chen tensed, readying himself for a fight. The guards started closing in, slowly.
Forming a circle around him, he was prepared to unleash hell, but held back for a moment. Just then, Merchant Wu Dai stepped in.
He happened to know the guard commander. Wu Dai assured the man this was just his wife's younger brother, a young lad who just wanted to see the world. He discreetly slipped the guard a hefty coin purse, whispering that the boy suffered a terrible accident back when he was a child, leaving his face horribly disfigured. The guard pocketed the bribe and waved them through. After all, everyone knew Merchant Wu Dai was an upright man who'd never harbor a criminal. And just like that, they crossed the border. The merchant waved to the guards, bidding them a cheerful farewell. It was over. The life of Xiang Tian was officially behind him. He was now Jun Chen, a mercenary. His only job to protect the cargo and the merchants. Wu Dai reassured Jun Chen they were safe now. No one would follow them here. Besides, everyone in this caravan answered only to him, Jun Chen asked in disbelief. "Why did you help me if you had turned me in?" The reward would have been massive. Wu Dai just smiled. "My gut is never wrong. You're not a bad person, Jun Chen. It's that simple." I wonder how he knew that. It's not like "good guy" is written on his forehead. But Merchant Wu Dai had seen much of the world. In his long years of trade and travel, he'd learned to distinguish the decent from the deplorable. Besides, Jun Chen had saved his life. That's the act of a truly good man. Scoundrels and villains don't risk their necks for others. Jun Chen was genuinely moved by his words. But now, it was time to part ways. He prepared to take his leave. Or so he thought. Turns out, the merchant was a crafty one. Wu Dai quickly reminded him. Not so fast, you're a mercenary now. And a caravan escort, according to our deal. He had a point. Jiang Chen had nowhere else to go. No home to return to. So, he would travel with the caravan. The rest could be decided later. For now, his duty was to guard them. And Merchant Wu Dai and his men were counting on him. The sun began to set over the mountains as the caravan made camp for the night. They always chose their resting spots in advance along the route. It was simply safer. This particular camp was always bustling with people. And not just merchants, either. Mercenaries, adventurers, a motley crew from every corner of the land. Every time they passed this way with their goods, they stopped here. It was tradition. But this time, something felt different.
A mysterious figure in a hooded cloak was being hassled near the inn. They were told to get lost, rather rudely. But Wu Dai was quick to intervene.
He stood up for the stranger. We are all outsiders here, he declared. There's no call for such disrespect. Jiang Chen eyed the cloaked figure, but chose to remain silent. Tonight, Wu Dai wanted to camp in the most remote corner of the site. It was a risk, but there was no choice. They didn't associate with the other merchants and mercenaries. All they could do was hope the night passed peacefully. Later, Wu Dai confessed to Jiang Chen. To be honest, I get nervous every time we stay at this camp. I can never get a peaceful night's sleep. Darkness fell. Some were settled in their tents, while others were snoring loud enough to wake the dead. But Jiang Chen was the only one not even trying to sleep. His new duty as a guard kept his senses sharp, his eyes wide open. With snores that could rival an old hound, he griped about his poor sleep. You just can't rely on ordinary folk.
A chilling wind swept through the camp. Guards stood watch over their tents, protecting both cargo and people.
Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the air. Out of the darkness, a volley of arrows rained down, silently taking out the guards. Jiang Chen listened intently. Focusing on the sounds of death, he deflected the hail of arrows aimed straight for him, just in the nick of time. He instantly woke Wu Dai and his men. The camp was under attack. In a flash, Jiang Chen formed his Azure Sword from pure energy. In an instant, a colossal barbarian charged him, seeking a worthy challenger to break his boredom. Jiang Chen braced for impact. The barbarian's eyes widened in surprise. He'd actually found a decent opponent. Someone on his level. Jiang Chen immediately knew this wasn't just some meathead. He was facing a terrifying Saint Master-level opponent. Everyone, on your guard, Wu Dai commanded, drawing his own weapon. They were surrounded and had to defend their lives. The merchant glanced over and his blood ran cold. He recognized the attackers. The infamous Boundless Bandits. Now they were in serious trouble. It's them, Wu Dai muttered. We have no choice, arm yourselves, and fight if you want to see tomorrow.
Panic set in. Many froze on the spot. A hulking bandit hurled an axe straight for Wu Dai's head.
He barely dodged, the blade missing by a hair. Wu Dai, Jiang Chen yelled mid-clash. Get everyone out of here now!
I'll cover you, he promised, as his opponent raised a spear for another deadly strike. Wu Dai scrambled to obey.
He frantically gathered his men, pointing them toward a potential escape route. But Jiang Chen's foe just laughed, certain no one could escape his gang. He threw another devastating punch, but Jiang Chen dodged it with ease. It wasn't naivete. Jiang Chen knew there was no hiding. The Boundless Bandits would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Azure Sword technique, he called out. Leaping high, he executed a dazzling aerial maneuver. His opponent was baffled. Why couldn't he land a single hit? He was wide open. It was the perfect time to attack. But again, he missed. Jiang Chen's speed was simply unreal, like a feather dancing on the wind. He weaved from place to place, evading every single strike. His opponent's technique seemed to pay tribute to the wind itself. Jiang Chen couldn't connect even once. The man's speed was beyond imagination. The leader of the Boundless Bandits watched in disbelief.
Where did this kid come from? He wondered. He'd never seen anyone handle a blade with such blinding velocity.
My Azure Sword can be even faster, Jiang Chen declared, as the blade began to hum and accumulate more energy. That was the last thing the bandit leader wanted to hear. Jiang Chen was about to show him what real power looked like. As Jiang Chen began his assault, the bandit leader did the unthinkable. He turned and fled in terror, but it was all a ruse. Jiang Chen had only pretended to attack, a clever feint. In the final moment, the leader realized he'd been completely outplayed.
He'd been made a fool of, and that was something he could never forgive. Enraged, he unleashed his ultimate skills, the Holy Soldier Stance. Jiang Chen continued his retreat, with the furious leader hot on his heels, unable to land the finishing blow.
He had to admit, this barbarian, the leader of the Boundless Bandits, was something else. In fact, he was the strongest enemy Jiang Chen had ever faced. Victory was impossible right now. He had to escape. He scanned the area, wondering where Wu Dai and the others had gone. But then, A curious sight caught his eye. That strange, hooded figure from the inn was casually looting the pockets of the dead. Jiang Chen watched the scavenger in disbelief. The thief pulled a bag of gold from a corpse, his face lighting up with glee. Nothing makes you happier than some easy cash, right? Jiang Chen appeared in a flash, grabbing the thief's wrist. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded, his eyes fixed on the stolen purse. The thief looked up, revealing a pair of stunning green eyes. It was a girl. Jiang Chen was floored. A woman, capable of such shameless looting. It seemed so, but she suddenly shouted, "I'm a guy!" and violently ripped her hand from his grip. Just then, the leader of the boundless bandits caught up, ready to end Jiang Chen for good. He unleashed a massive punch that cracked the very earth beneath them, but both fighters leaped away in opposite directions, unharmed. The barbarian turned his rage on the cloaked thief, who expertly dodged the attack. "Hey, chill out, I'm just passing through," the thief pleaded. "No need for a fight." But the leader roared back, "All bandits must die."
No witnesses will be left alive. The thief sighed. Just my luck. Can't a guy make a dishonest living in peace?
But this cloaked stranger was full of surprises. He was a saint, and a powerful one at that, instantly forming a weapon from raw energy. The cloaked thief launched a swift counterattack on the barbarian, who just grinned. "Another one, excellent."
You're just a walking corpse who doesn't know he's dead yet. With a powerful leap, the barbarian met the attack head-on in midair.
Sparks flew in every direction. The cloaked thief was stunned. This bandit leader was far more powerful than he'd expected. It turns out these weren't just any bandits. They were Saint Master level. The barbarian leader decided to personally handle a mysterious cloaked figure, striking first. His next blow shattered the ground, kicking up a storm of dust, but the thief barely managed to block the devastating attack. It was a close call. Though, Jiang Chen pipes up, telling the stranger they should team up against the big boss. He insists it's their only chance for survival, but the stranger just rudely shuts him down. Cold. The bandit leader just laughs at their drama. He scoffs that even if they joined forces, they were no match for his power and speed. He was their superior in every way. Jiang Chen tells the cloaked edgelord to quit the attitude. They had to deal with the barbarian, and fast. Otherwise, they'd both end up as corpses. Fine, since Jiang Chen was so insistent, the thief condescendingly accepts his offer. Suddenly, a merchant sprints away from an axe-wielding goon, tearfully begging Jiang Chen for help. Our hero turns to the thief with a plan. He tells him to hold off the barbarian for as long as possible, promising he'll return to help him. The thief is not impressed. It looked like Jiang Chen had just tricked him and bailed at the first opportunity. The barbarian just smirks. He tells the thief to relax. He'd kill him personally, then go after Jiang Chen. What a gentleman. In this dire situation. The thief knew he had to play his trump card. There was no other choice. He dramatically throws off his cloak, revealing a pretty boy, dressed in fine clothes, with almost delicate features. He leaps into the air, dodging the barbarian's punch and deflecting the attack. His power was more than enough to handle this brute. He slams his sword into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked the bandit right off his feet. The leader's jaw dropped. That was a genuine combat skill. But how? Could a little brat like this possibly know one? Just then, the barbarian was hit with a crushing blow, like a meteor striking his head. The earth exploded in all directions. The kid coolly asks the bandit leader if he still wants to fight to the death. And beyond, the barbarian was genuinely shocked. Who would have thought his opponent was hiding this kind of power? If he knew a martial skill, it meant that if he were a true Saint Master, the bandit leader would already be a corpse. The barbarian quickly changes his tune and offers a deal. The kid hands over his combat skill, and in return, he gets to live. Generous, right. But the kid just flashes him the three-finger money sign. He's not giving up a priceless skill for nothing. Oh, the bandit boss did not like that answer. He snarls that before he kills the kid. He's going to make him suffer. A fist of pure energy barrels towards the kid's face. But at the last second, Jiang Chen reappears, deflecting the blow. He saved the kid's life. "Didn't you run away?" the boy asks, stunned. "Why come back to help me?" But all the merchants, led by Elder Wu Dai, speak up. They declare that Jiang Chen never intended to abandon them. He was busy saving their lives. Jiang Chen tells the stranger that his word and his honor are more valuable than any gold. He is a man who always keeps his promises. His job was done. Now, Jiang Chen would personally handle the bandit leader. And he lands the first clean hit. The barbarian stumbles back, momentarily losing his footing. What kind of power was this? Where did this monster come from? Enraged, the bandit activates his own combat skill, aiming to mince Jiang Chen. He unleashes the Storm Slaughter technique. A massive energy tornado erupts on the battlefield, spitting out deadly shards. The projectiles rocketed towards Jiang Chen and the kid. These weren't just warning shots, they were lethal. The kid was frozen in shock. He couldn't even react. But Jiang Chen, with lightning-fast reflexes, deflects every single shard with his Azure Sword. Not a single one got through. Jiang Chen then gathers all his holy power, channeling it into his blade for one final strike. A pillar of divine light blasts right through the energy tornado, but the effort leaves Jiang Chen staggering, his energy spent. He could barely stand. The kid rushes to support him, preventing his fall. Just then, a blinding flash illuminates the sky above. It was like witnessing the birth of a new star. Jiang Chen crosses his arms to brace himself as blue energy sparks across his body. Blood was already trickling from his hands. The young thief couldn't believe what he was seeing. That Jiang Chen had actually pulled it off. He stood perfectly still, arms crossed as blood dripped from a new cut on his cheek. As the smoke cleared, he was revealed, covered in cuts and bruises, but with a look of pure satisfaction. Jiang Chen stared at his opponent and simply said, "You're finished." Right in the center of the bandit leader's chest was a massive, gaping hole. Flames licked at the charred edges of the wound. You could literally see the sky right through him. The barbarian stared down in disbelief at the impossible power of that attack, and then collapsed, face first into the dirt. Dead. Jiang Chen let out a heavy breath, muttering to the corpse that he got unbelievably lucky with that last punch. And then, agony ripped through his body. Blood erupted from his mouth as the kid caught him just in time, keeping him from hitting the ground. The boy noticed something incredible. Jiang Chen had intentionally boosted his Saint Force just for that attack. That single strike inflicted some serious damage. Was Jiang Chen completely out of his mind? The kid immediately started cursing. Why would he pull such a reckless stunt? He was the most important person here. But Jiang Chen argued that if he hadn't gambled and won, they'd both be ghost stories by now. The kid stared in disbelief, asking why Jiang Chen would risk everything to save him when he could have just let him be. "It's my duty," Jiang Chen stated simply. In response, the kid slugged him right in the jaw, only to realize it was all a cheap act. Jiang Chen was perfectly fine. Our hero wasn't fooled and knew the real score. Meanwhile, the bandits saw their leader, the barbarian, sprawled on the ground, completely lifeless, with their big brother gone. The entire Boundless Bandits gang just fell apart. Some shrieked hysterically, while others broke down crying. Jiang Chen realized this barbarian was their boss, and his strength had clearly earned him the title. What a perfect time to taunt them. He stood triumphantly over the corpse, declaring that he had crushed their leader. And now, it was time for all the other gangsters to meet their maker. That sent the bandits scrambling for their lives. They scattered like dust in the wind. If he could defeat their boss, he could bury them all. The rest of the camp just watched, completely stunned, as the bandits frantically packed up and fled. The survivors were absolutely ecstatic. They managed to fight off the attack, but that was just a tiny fraction of the Boundless Bandits' true power.
"We need to pack up and get out of this place, now," someone yelled, "before they can come after the caravan."
Everyone agreed with Trader Wu. No one wanted to die here. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Chen then suggested the kid ride with them to the Blue Wind Kingdom, saying he'd love the company. "It's not smart to show off your fighting skills like that," the kid warned. "You'll attract unnecessary questions. And witnesses," a detail Jiang Chen had completely overlooked. The kid then extended his hand, leaving our hero momentarily confused.
Unsure of the gesture, Jiang Chen finally just shook his hand, introduced himself, and said it was a pleasure to meet him.
The kid's face turned beet red. He wasn't after a handshake. He wanted money, compensation for his now toasted hooded cloak. Jiang Chen couldn't deny the kid had a point. He tried to laugh it off with a smile, promising to make things right. Making amends wouldn't be a problem, but Jiang Chen wanted to know the kid's name first. He introduced himself as Mu Yun. The caravan was now approaching the border fortress of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Mu Yun couldn't help but admire the energy cultivation method Jiang Chen used and begged to be taught, but Jiang Chen shot him down. He explained they were secret family techniques he couldn't share. His gaze then shifted to the many portraits on the fortress wall. The Blue Wind Kingdom, it turned out, was a mercenary kingdom, which explained the massive wall of wanted posters. Mu Yun practically licked his lips at the sight. Those faces represented a fortune, and money was a very sensitive subject for him. As Jiang Chen looked closer at the portraits, he spotted something that was fundamentally impossible. It was the image of an old man who looked exactly like Dugu Kyubai. On the very day that he died, as they rode toward the border fortress, Mu Yun had no way of understanding why his companions suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost. Jiang Chen rushed to the portrait, pointing frantically. He needed to know if Mu Yun had ever seen this man before. "Of course, I know him," Mu Yun said casually. "That's the solitary old man? Though that's more of a nickname than a name." Jiang Chen grabbed Mu Yun, shouting like a man possessed. He had to know where this old man was right now. Mu Yun quickly tried to calm him down. "Hey, if I knew that, I would have collected the gold from the Mercenary Alliance ages ago. If you're really after the reward for this guy, he added, you might as well just give up from the start. In terms of strength and experience, we're at the very bottom of the food chain. Jiang Chen pressed him again, desperate for information. But Mu Yun wasn't running a charity. You want more information, pay up with gold. That's all I care about. Jiang Chen tossed Mu Yun his entire coin purse, hoping it would be enough. The solitary old man is a monster, Mu Yun began. He's a very powerful person who appeared in the Blue Wind Kingdom over 10 years ago. He deals exclusively in assassinations. Jiang Chen's mind was reeling. How had he become a child, while the old man remained in the exact same body? His location is a state secret, Mu Yun continued. The mercenary union made sure of that, but if there's a bounty on him, he's still out there. And alive. So, it turned out that only the mercenary alliance had access to the information Jiang Chen so desperately needed. And not just the whole union, but only its leaders. Jiang Chen realized that if he wanted to get to the bottom of this, to find the old man, he first had to become a legendary mercenary. It was the only way. But ironically, that same old man was searching for someone named Jiang Chen. A strange twist of fate. Mu Yun, meanwhile, was happily counting his gold coins. But Jiang Chen's mind was elsewhere. He needed answers. How did he even get to this world? And more importantly, how could he get back just outside the border outpost's Chamber of Commerce? The merchant they'd escorted bid them farewell. With their contract fulfilled, their paths diverged. Mu Yun was ready to part ways, but Jiang Chen stopped him. He wasn't done with the mercenary just yet. Mu Yun raised an eyebrow. Help costs money. And Jiang Chen looked completely broke. Jiang Chen smirked. He had no cash, but he knew where to get some coupons. He led them to a rundown tavern. Inside, the air was thick with dust and malice. The place was shabby, reeking of cheap ale. Every patron glared at them with hostile eyes. Mu Yun was bewildered. How did Jiang Chen know of this den? It was his first time in the Blue Wind Kingdom. But Jiang Chen simply said he'd overheard a few things. He told Mu Yun to grab a seat at the bar. He had some business to attend to. Mu Yun cautiously ordered a glass of water. Nearby, a group of loudmouths were celebrating. They practically had arrogant thug written on their foreheads. As they placed their bets, Jiang Chen casually raised the stakes, 1.5 times their amount. The thugs were not amused by this interruption. They told him to get lost while he still could. Jiang Chen just gave them a wicked grin. He announced that they were his coupons immediately. The sounds of cracking bones and pained screams filled the tavern. Jiang Chen dragged the 2 lead thugs to the bar and slammed their faces onto the floorboards. He told the bartender he'd found these 2 wanted men. The bounty on their heads should be plenty, and if it wasn't enough, there were plenty more coupons around. Every customer in the tavern froze in terror. No one wanted to be the next bounty handed over for cash. In a flash, the entire tavern was empty. Mu Yun's jaw was on the floor. This guy was insane. His opinion of Jiang Chen was changing rapidly. He immediately asked the bartender for something much stronger. Later, Mu Yun explained the Mercenary Alliance rules. To rise through the ranks, you needed achievements. And the best place for that was the mountain range. The Magical Beast Mountain Range. A place brimming with quests and dangerous monsters. Jiang Chen downed his drink, slamming the mug on the table. Then what are we waiting for? He declared. Let's head right where the action is. Soon, the clatter of their boots echoed as they reached the infamous mountains. The view was breathtakingly majestic, but Mu Yun was already over the sightseeing. Jiang Chen needed a guide, and Mu Yun knew this place. But he made it clear he was just a guide. All the monster slaying, that was Jiang Chen's job alone. He pointed to the most valuable quest hunting the golden snake. But its power was terrifying. A suicide mission. Mu Yun suggested they start with something smaller. Hunting phantom mice. The pay was good, and it earned respect. Jiang Chen figured he should trust the expert. For now. After all, Mu Yun knew the terrain. The problem was, phantom mice were completely transparent. There was only one known way to find them. And for that valuable intel, Mu Yun demanded another payment. Jiang Chen immediately saw the scam. Mu Yun picked this quest just to squeeze more money out of him. He just called it business. But then, Jiang Chen's senses picked up a faint flutter in the air. In a single, fluid motion, his sword flashed, skewering a phantom mouse clean through. Mu Yun's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his eyes. His first one, just like that, Jiang Chen smirked. If you want my secret, you'll have to pay for it. Mu Yun scoffed, pretending he wasn't the least bit interested. He huffed. Fine, if you have your own special method, then hurry up, I'm not waiting around all day. With that, Jiang Chen became a blur, a flash of silver light, striking down mouse after invisible mouse. Watching from a nearby rock, Mu Yun was stunned. This guy was full of insane tricks. Just why was he so desperate to find that old man? Could they know each other? Then, a wild idea sparked in his mind. What if Jiang Chen is that old man's long-lost son? It all made sense now. Of course he was in a hurry. He wanted to find his father. Jiang Chen paused, feeling Mu Yun's intense stare. "What are you looking at me like that for?" he asked, completely baffled. Something from him. People don't just stare at you for no reason. You know. For a moment, Jiang Chen just froze, his eyes locked on Mu Yun. His sword began to hum with energy, as if he was about to strike. Mu Yun's heart leaped into his throat, thinking Jiang Chen was about to kill him. Without warning, Jiang Chen charged straight for him. Mu Yun immediately started begging for his life, promising he wouldn't tell a soul. But instead of attacking, he vaulted right over Mu Yun's back and unleashed a devastating punch. A massive flash of light erupted. The sheer force of the impact sent Jiang Chen flying backwards. He barely managed to stick the landing, his legs trembling from the recoil. A razor-sharp tail shot out, aiming to stab the uninvited guest in the back. Cursing his luck, Mu Yun drew his sword, preparing to fight. He really didn't want any part of this. But with his life on the line, he didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. He tried to deflect the tail with a desperate swing of his blade. Another brilliant flash lit up the air, sending sparks flying in all directions. Mu Yun yelled to Jiang Chen, asking if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He saw something, but it was just too fast to make out.
That's when they saw them shimmering yellow rings of pure gold, encircling them and coiling as if they were alive.
In that instant, they finally understood the depth of the trouble they were in. They had tried so hard to stay away, only to fall right into the beast's clutches. They'd stumbled upon the most dangerous monster of all, a magnificent golden snake with shimmering silver stripes. Jiang Chen and Mu Yun stood frozen as the colossal head of a giant golden snake peered down at them from above. Mu Yun couldn't decide whether to be thrilled or just prepare for death. They had found the legendary monster. All right, Jiang Chen confirmed his worst fears. That's a rank 2 snake. And the one that threw me back was likely a rank 1. There's more than one. At least 2 of these monsters were here. They had to get out of this place immediately, unless they wanted to become a 2-course meal. Mu Yun desperately asked if he had a plan. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He would do his best to be a distraction while Mu Yun cleared an escape route. The golden snake immediately noticed Jiang Chen's movement and swooped down, its jaws wide open, ready to devour him whole. Jiang Chen met the attack with his Azure Sword. Flashes of energy lit up the cavern, but its scales were so tough, he couldn't even leave a scratch. Unprepared for the monster's powerful counterattack, Jiang Chen was sent flying. He took another brutal blow to the head and quickly retreated. But then, the golden snake unveiled a new, terrifying technique. It suddenly had more heads. This was the first time Jiang Chen had ever seen a monster capable of splitting itself into multiple parts. The monster's heads assaulted him from every direction. Jiang Chen struggled with all his might to restrain the golden beast. He screamed at Mu Yun to start clearing a path for them. Mu Yun ignited his combat skill, fire erupting around him. But he was too slow. A snake's tail shot out from behind, aiming to impale him. At the last possible second, Mu Yun spotted the second deadly tail. He cried out for Jiang Chen's help, but another snake had already caught him, its powerful rings coiling around him in an instant. His body was paralyzed. He couldn't move an inch. The snake's tail began to squeeze with crushing force, and Mu Yun couldn't break free. The sickening crunch of his bones echoed in the cave as blood began to pour from his mouth. Jiang Chen saw his partner's plight and immediately rushed to his aid. He prepared a desperate strike, aiming for the second snake's tail to free his friend. He hurled his Azure Sword with all his strength, but the fanged mouth of the first snake caught up to him from behind, sinking its teeth deep into his arm.
Blood splattered everywhere, but the sword had found its mark, piercing through the tough scales of the second snake's tail.
The blade sank deep, and the snake strangling Mu Yun finally loosened its death grip. Miraculously, Mu Yun had survived. Mu Yun, puzzled and gasping, asked Jiang Chen why he'd saved him. "You had a chance to escape. Now neither of us will make it out alive. We're partners," Jiang Chen replied. "And I never leave my partners to die." But the snake's venom was already taking effect. Jiang Chen's body went completely weak as the snake tossed him high into the air to swallow him whole. Falling toward the snake's giant jaws, he couldn't believe his end would come like this. Jiang Chen never imagined dying so pathetically. To be eaten by such a creature? The venom was already spreading through his body at an alarming rate. His vision began to darken rapidly, but at the last moment, he saw a dark, purple flash inside his mind. It felt like he could see without his eyes, a sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's body erupted in a brilliant radiance. He wasn't just seeing everything around him, he was feeling it. The holy power he had cultivated for so long had become infinitely more powerful. A surge of lightning and raw energy tore through the sky above the ridge. His body is absorbing this incredible new power, even as the golden monstrosity moves in to devour him. Mu Yun couldn't believe what he was seeing. A new strength. Is this really a breakthrough? The sword stabbed into the golden serpent's tail began to shimmer. It ripped itself free from the tail and flew in the other direction, shooting right for the head of the first golden snake. Mu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Chen's sword could do such a thing. The Azurite spiritual sword accelerated to the speed of light, like a shooting star. He descended. At the last second, the behemoth saw him coming with tremendous speed. The sword sliced clean through the golden snake's throat on the fly. From the wound, a huge fountain of blood gushed out. Jiang Chen realized he could finally wound the beast. Even if it cost him his life, he would destroy this monster. Once and for all. The spirit sword began to dance around the snake, striking it relentlessly. More and more wounds appeared. The monster's scales couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Its legendary armor pierced by Jiang Chen's blade. This was the first time in his life Mu Yun had seen a spiritual weapon, formed from holy power, fighting all on its own. Jiang Chen didn't stop, just waiting for this thing to finally die. But despite the deep wounds, the golden snake refused to give up. Its injuries were serious, but not fatal. The monster was still too strong. That's when Jiang Chen had an idea, a wonderfully wicked idea. Its skin and scales were as hard as stone, so he struck with his spiritual sword. With his strongest blow, right into its mouth, straight down its throat, the sword penetrated deep inside the golden snake. It began to shred all its organs from the inside out. Fountains of black blood erupted from its maw. The snake choked on its own lifeblood. Jiang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He had defeated the monster. Mu Yun just couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen had emerged victorious. No one had ever managed to destroy the golden snake before. But then, he noticed something strange in Jiang Chen's behavior. Jiang Chen was falling like a stone to the ground. He had poured every last ounce of strength into that final strike. Now completely exhausted, he crashed into the forest thicket and lost consciousness. He lay like that for a long time. But Mu Yun took care of him as best he could. He made him a bedding and a pillow so he wouldn't lie on the damp ground. When Jiang Chen finally came to his senses, Mu Yun was already getting extremely worried. Jiang Chen asked how he was still fine, and who took care of him after the battle. Turns out the silver-striped golden snake nucleus is an excellent antidote. That's why Jiang Chen was okay. Mu Yun then asked Jiang Chen to tell him about his fantastic skill. Surely, that's how he defeated the monster. But Mu Yun quickly caught himself. He realized Jiang Chen didn't want his connection to the lonely old man revealed. Jiang Chen told Mu Yun he was talking utter nonsense. The lonely old man was never his father. The flying spirit sword was the famous battle technique of the lonely old man. That was why Mu Yun assumed Jiang Chen was his son. This was news to Jiang Chen. So the lonely old man had also learned this technique after entering this world meanwhile. Mu Yun was just being Mu Yun. He couldn't forget about money for a single minute. He suggested they start carving up the golden snake. It was worth a fortune. As the two of them stared at the slain monster's body, a surge of energy began to rise behind them. Jiang Chen felt a wave of holy power. They had stumbled upon a rich harvest. It seemed luck was on their side, until strangers appeared. From behind them, a cunning man with a scar on his face smiled. Calling out to Mu Yun and Jiang Chen, there were 4 others with him. He brazenly told them that this golden snake, and everything inside it, now belonged to him. Mu Yun and Jiang Chen stared at the stranger and his goons. Jiang Chen allowed him to take the golden snake. But what would he do with the 2 of them? It's very simple, the man said. I'll kill you. This is a beautiful place with a breathtaking view. To rest in peace. Jiang Chen could never understand why all bad guys were so identical. They're just all the same, aren't they? He wasn't sure which of them said it out loud first. Mu Yun reasonably asked, We just defeated that snake.
Aren't you afraid you'll suffer the same fate? But the villain's calculation was disgustingly cunning.
Jiang Chen had almost no spiritual power left after the battle, and Mu Yun was still badly injured. The villain began to laugh at them. In his eyes, they were just children who knew nothing about the outside world. He heartily thanked them for doing all the hard work killing the snake. But now, they were finished. He materialized his sword from pure energy. Mu Yun told Jiang Chen to run and escape. I'll try my best to delay them, he yelled. Without any dead weight, he reassured him. It's much easier to escape from this whole gang of thieves. Besides, I always have a few trump cards up my sleeve. Jiang Chen really did not like being compared to dead weight. Mu Yun reminded him that his strength was completely depleted after the battle. In his current state, he was useless in this fight. Mu Yun would be in charge. But Jiang Chen had fought too hard to kill the golden snake. It was their loot. He couldn't just give it to these marauders. Only the leader is a real danger, he declared. The rest are just small fry. They'll scatter when he's dead. Jiang Chen was only able to materialize a small knife. He didn't have the strength for anything else. Mu Yun agreed with the plan. He'd deal with the boss himself. Jiang Chen would take care of all the other minions. Mu Yun's eyes blazed with fury.
With the Marauders' leader in his sights, he gathers his power, ready to deliver the final blow.
But the boss just sees a foolish kid who doesn't know when to quit. For him, it's time for the brat to die. The duel ignites. As their blades meet, the 6 henchmen erupt in laughter at Jiang Chen's weapon. As if that tiny little dagger could possibly defeat them, Jiang Chen pours the last of his energy into the blade. The 6 idiots keep on chuckling, completely unaware that after his power-up, all of Jiang Chen's senses are now razor-sharp. He can now command the spiritual sword. With just a fraction of his holy power, these mercenaries were never a threat to him. He takes a single leap and launches his dagger, a blinding violet streak. It's the last thing the ringleader's men would ever remember. In the final moment of their worthless lives, they were seized by a primal fear and total shock. The dagger tore through them like a phantom blade through mist, slicing them all down in one go. Lifeless bodies fall into growing pools of blood. Meanwhile, Mu Yun and the Marauder leader are still locked in their own fierce battle. Neither is willing to yield an inch. Their power is evenly matched. The leader glances at his fallen men, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could that kid even be moving after that brutal fight with the golden snake? Jiang Chen starts to gloat. You know, this is quite a beautiful place to be buried. Don't you agree? He asks the Marauder leader with a smirk. I believe it's time for you to go each and join your 6 friends. The leader knows he underestimated them, but not so much that he came without a backup plan. And though he now stands alone, 2 crimson energy arrows suddenly scream in from behind them. Mu Yun calmly parries the sneak attack, but the Marauder leader uses the chance to make a run for it. Jiang Chen instantly realizes another Saint Master is hiding nearby. Those arrows weren't a fluke. He yells to Mu Yun, "Go after him. Don't let him get away." The looter boss sprints for his life, but Mu Yun is hot on his tail. He's not escaping that easily. But then, a crippling pain shoots through Jiang Chen's head, forcing him to stop. Mu Yun shouts back, "We can't stop. We have to catch that scoundrel." Then, he immediately sees that something is terribly wrong with Jiang Chen. His friend suddenly collapses, hitting the ground face down, not showing any signs of life. All of this under the perfect sunny skies of the magical beast mountain range. Mu Yun rushes over, terrified. "Jiang Chen, what happened to you?" Jiang Chen moans that his vision went black and the world started to spin. The exhaustion finally made him collapse. He had used up far too much of his holy powers, battling the golden snake, and hadn't rested for a second. He was on the very brink of death. Mu Yun looks skeptical. "Are you sure that's all it is?" That's when Jiang Chen realizes the horrifying truth. The Azalet spiritual sword hadn't consumed his holy energy. It had drained his own spiritual power, his very life force. That technique is an insane energy drain, taking immense time to recover from. It's the reason he lost consciousness. Looks like that move is off the table for a while. Jiang Chen sighs in frustration. That scumbag boss got away. There's no catching him now. The silver lining is that the other looters also decided to retreat. But he knew full well that because of the boss's escape, the news about the slain silver-striped golden snake would spread like wildfire through the region. And soon, every greedy opportunist for miles would come to try and steal their prize. This was about to get very, very difficult. They'd have to defend their kill with everything they had. Thankfully, the magical beast mountain range is vast, and Mu Yun knows it like the back of his hand. So hiding from their new rivals should be simple. Just then, a bright pink light bursts from Mu Yun's chest. Jiang Chen is stunned. What is that? Mu Yun pulls the most ridiculous, panicked face. "Oh, right, I totally forgot," he blurts out. "I need to go, like, right now." Jiang Chen just stands there, utterly confused. Before he can react, Mu Yun whips out a brush and paper. "Quick, we need a contract. This is a super urgent matter. The snake is too heavy. You can have the whole thing. That'll be 50,000 amethyst coins. Plus my guide and battle partner fee, that's another 10,000 amethyst coins." Jiang Chen deadpans. "You would make a fantastic businessman." "Always happy to do my best," Mu Yun chirps back, signing the hastily written contract. Jiang Chen hands over his ring, containing all his savings. He promises to pay the rest later. Mu Yun agrees to the terms. "Just don't forget your debt," he says. As the pink light in his palm intensifies, Jiang Chen doesn't even have time to say another word before Mu Yun vanishes. All that's left is a shimmering pink afterglow. He didn't even get contact info. How is he supposed to repay this insane debt now? Jiang Chen looks back at the massive corpse of the giant golden snake and wonders what to do with it. And then he remembers a lesson from the academy, an old teaching from the Karth Academy. If one absorbs the essence of a silver-striped golden snake, they could gain invulnerability to all poisons. Jiang Chen, he says, remember the technique? There are risks, of course, but it's a crime to waste such a prize.
We must finish this ritual immediately. Those mercenaries could return with reinforcements at any second.
He had to feel the snake, as if it were a part of him. Its power, its very essence. Jiang Chen began the spell, willing the golden snake to become his flesh and blood. He would become immune to all poisons. But the process of absorbing it was agonizing beyond belief. Nothing could have prepared Jiang Chen for this torment. The golden snake's soul erupted in a blaze of glory. Bright flames consumed it, shattering it into a million tiny pieces. Finally, it turned into pure, raw energy that enveloped him completely. Jiang Chen tried to devour the power, but snake-like golden scales erupted across his face. His mouth began to fill with blood. This was going horribly wrong. His hands were already transforming, covered in golden scales as blood poured from his lips. Suddenly, an unbearable pain seared through his skull. The snake's consciousness was trying to seize control of his mind. Jiang Chen's hands morphed into claws, and vicious fangs sprouted from his teeth. The immense energy he'd received from the snake was rapidly twisting his very appearance. It felt like his insides were on fire if this kept up. He'd lose himself entirely and become some kind of snake-man hybrid. But then he remembered. He possessed a technique, one that could fight back against this monstrous transformation. His face was nearly a serpent's mask, but it didn't matter. He had to try. This was his only chance. He called upon the Azure spiritual sword technique. He prayed it would be enough to preserve his humanity. He began to exorcise the serpent entity that was trying to enslave him.
With a burst of fire, an energetic image of the golden snake shot out of his body in midair. It began to crumble and fade into nothing.
Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He had done it. He was still human.
He collapsed onto his back, utterly spent. Thank goodness for the spiritual sword technique. Otherwise, it would have been his end. Taming the golden snake had been a brutal ordeal, but now that he'd banished its spirit, its power was his.
The snake's potent energy was now being absorbed by his body, healing him at an incredible rate.
Still, it would take time to fully assimilate its power, and finally gain immunity to all poisons. Jiang Chen's body was now an absolute fortress. But first things first, it was time to leave this monster-infested mountain range and get cleaned up. A proper bath was definitely in order. Meanwhile, the head of the marauders returned to the clearing where the golden snake had fallen.
And he wasn't alone this time. He'd brought a whole crew of his servants with him, unfortunately for him. He realized not only were the kids gone, but so was the incredibly valuable golden snake carcass. The marauder chief heard a voice from behind. It's hardly surprising that they escaped, is it? He whirled around and bowed deeply. This man was a captain. There will be a bounty on those brats' heads, the captain declared. Not only did they kill the silver-striped golden snake, but they took the lives of my loyal men. They will not leave here alive. The captain's order was absolute. His subordinates roared in agreement. Not far from the beast-infested mountains, there was a beautiful waterfall. This was the spot Jiang Chen chose to wash away the filth of battle. He sank into the cool water with a sigh of pure pleasure. Finally, he was washing away the grime from his clash with the golden snake. After absorbing the monster's energy, his senses had become razor sharp. It felt like he could perceive everything around him with perfect clarity. He was a part of the world in a way he'd never been before. As he swam among the fish, he felt a special connection to every living thing in the water. Every rock, every plant. He felt it all. Jiang Chen calmly dove from the top of the waterfall into the pool below. He felt more alive than he ever had in his life, filled to the brim with vitality. In this moment, the entire world was a source of pure, unadulterated joy. A brilliant, beautiful glow suddenly appeared in the middle of the water. The sight filled Jiang Chen with wonder and surprise. But as he looked closer, he saw it was a girl. An unbelievably beautiful girl. She was also bathing by the water's edge. And he was standing right in front of her, completely naked. Oh no. She saw all of Jiang Chen's manhood in its full glory. He panicked and dove underwater, creating a massive splash. He absolutely could not let her see him in his birthday suit. "Please don't scream," he sputtered. "I'm not a creep. I swear I didn't think anyone else would be here." She looked at him with total disbelief. "So you're telling me this was just an accident?" Before he could answer, she grabbed him and slammed him against the rocks of the waterfall with incredible force. So much for a peaceful bath. His head nearly cracked open like a walnut. A fierce battle awaited the two of them as Jiang Chen fell, plummeting down a waterfall. He landed at the bottom of the pond, still reeling from the girl's attack. He could barely recover. They were the same age. Yet she had already reached the level of a great Saint Master. The Carrot Academy was teeming with talent, but none could match her sheer power. Jiang Chen knew he had to explain himself. He definitely didn't need an enemy this strong. But first, he needed to find some clothes and get dressed. He searched for her, but it was useless. Jiang Chen had no idea where she'd vanished. Suddenly, from behind him, he heard a voice. The girl held her sword aloft, threatening to kill him for his insolence. She summoned a torrent of water magic. Unluckily for Jiang Chen, he had stumbled right into her ideal battlefield, giving her a huge advantage. She unleashed her water dragon punch. Jiang Chen desperately dodged, trying to avoid being killed. But he refused to strike back at the girl. He was trying to shout, to make her understand. She had it all wrong. He wasn't peeping on her, but she couldn't care less. In her world, peeking at a bathing lady was an offense punishable by death. They raced down the waterfall as she relentlessly tried to chop him to bits. Below, her servants cheered on their young mistress, enjoying the show. But one of young Miss Feng's servants got an earful. He was the one who let a stranger sneak past the waterfall.
Feng tried to defend himself, claiming he was tracking the Saint Force in the river, which is how the kid slipped past his perception. But his companion knew the truth. Feng was drunk on the job again.
That's why he was so careless. Feng just prayed his young mistress would handle the intruder and not get mad at him. She continued her relentless assault on Jiang Chen. He kept dodging, never once attacking back. He tried to apologize, but his words fell on deaf ears. She was only interested in one thing, running him through with her sword. She wasn't deaf. She heard him perfectly. She just believed that for seeing her nearly undressed. He had to say goodbye to his life. Finally, her blade found its mark, inflicting a wound on Jiang Chen. He realized if he didn't fight back for real, she would simply kill him. This girl was just too strong. With no other choice, he summoned his spirit swords, Azure now. The tides of battle turned. Jiang Chen seized the initiative. He grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, parrying her attacks with his own weapon. The two plunged to the bottom of the lake. A massive column of water erupted from the surface. Followed by a brilliant flash of light, Jiang Chen had gained the upper hand. He pinned her to the ground, his blade held menacingly at her throat. He acknowledged her strength, but she lacked any real combat experience. He demanded they stop this pointless battle, insisting it was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, his blade would finish the job. The girl was furious. How dare he threaten her? But it was Jiang Chen's blade vibrating at her throat. It hummed with such high frequency, it seemed to split into two. She managed to break free and immediately unleashed a powerful water strike. Jiang Chen was stunned. How could she possibly know that special combat technique? The battle raged on. The girl began to analyze their fight. If he could force her to use a secret technique, then he was no ordinary pervert. This guy was a genuine threat, with deadly seriousness.
She raised her sword to the sky, intending to end Jiang Chen for good. The very air began to swirl around her blade.
A vortex formed, drawing in water to create a raging water tornado. The torrent twisted into the shape of
Snarling, toothy dragon heads. Jiang Chen had seen enough. He wanted to let her off easy at first,
thinking she was just a spoiled brat, but it seemed being polite wasn't working. It was time for a rude awakening.
With a burst of concentrated holy power, Jiang Chen shattered her water tornado. His dagger flew
straight for the girl's face. She knew there was no way to dodge it. But at the very last second, someone swatted the dagger away with a simple flick of their fingers, like it was a pathetic bug. It was her elderly servant. He'd knocked Jiang Chen's attack aside like it was nothing. Jiang Chen had never seen such power. This old servant was unbelievably strong. The old man began to scold Jiang Chen. "How dare you raise a hand to my mistress?" Just then, her other servant, the drunkard, appeared behind Jiang Chen's back. He sarcastically praised the boy for the good show. He materialized out of thin air, as if sprouting from the ground, but he was all ready.
Prepared to strike, he chose the perfect moment, while Jiang Chen's attention was completely diverted.
The drunkard's fiery fist slammed into Jiang Chen's gut, knocking the wind right out of him and sending him to the ground. The world went dark for Jiang Chen. A fountain of blood erupted from his lips as his body was launched over the waterfall's edge. The impact nearly shattered his consciousness. He was completely out of it, oblivious to his grim fate. Meanwhile, the young mistress, with grim satisfaction, Uncle Fun taught the pervert a harsh lesson. A swift, brutal kick to the neck sent Jiang Chen flying into a pile of jagged rocks. He lay there, gasping, spitting up mouthfuls of his own blood. Uncle Fun was stunned a kid like him took a direct hit and somehow survived. He noted Jiang Chen wasn't nearly as crippled as he should have. It was mind-boggling. Not only was he breathing, he was relatively intact. The girl, however, wasn't impressed. "Uncle Fun, finish him," she demanded. But her uncle calmed her down. The kid was a mess. He'd had enough punishment for his little peeping session. But she wouldn't hear it. He saw her almost naked. How could she just let him live? The insult was unbearable.
He patiently explained that they had bigger problems. If the people hunting them managed to catch up,
They'd be in serious trouble. Nearby, a massive winged dragon awaited the girl and her two elderly retainers. Jiang Chen, still buried in the rubble, watched her climb aboard the magnificent beast. Before soaring away, she looked down with pure hypocrisy, wishing him a slow and agonizing death. With a powerful flap of its wings, the trio vanished into the sky, just as the first signs of dawn began to bloom.
the first rays of sun appeared. The other old man spoke up, noting something about Jiang Chen made.
Him suspicious? After all, the boy was anything but ordinary. Uncle Fun didn't quite grasp what his friend meant, but that's what old friends are for. They see things you don't. The girl was completely lost, clueless as to what Uncle Fun and Uncle Yoon were discussing. The moment Uncle Fun struck Jiang Chen with his fire fist, the boy somehow managed to slash his
palm in return. He had no idea how it was even possible. The girl was secretly embarrassed. This pathetic creep
was far weaker than her, yet he'd managed to wound the mighty Uncle Fun, very strange for a mere boy. And that weapon of his was just bizarre. He controlled it from a distance, somehow bypassing Uncle Yoon's holy power to get dangerously close to the young lady. Uncle Yoon pointed out that this kid's background was clearly complex. There could be a massive power supporting him, and that, my friends, is why they left him alive. The girl just scoffed. No power could possibly compare to their clan, obviously. In her mind, Uncle Fun had simply gone soft, but Uncle Yoon corrected the young mistress. They weren't exactly in the best of times right now. Making new enemies was a luxury they absolutely could not afford. She cheekily flashed him a three-finger gesture. He whipped his head around, but she hit it just in time.
for his own good. Uncle Yoon didn't see that little sign of disrespect. Otherwise, she would have gotten an earful. This time,
She was lucky, but Jiang Chen lingered in her thoughts. She regretted not being able to finish him off with her own two hands. Still, she hoped he wouldn't make it, that he'd die alone on those rocks. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen knew that fiery blow from Uncle Fun had done serious damage. It was far worse than it looked. He couldn't move a muscle. He was pretty sure every single one of his ribs was shattered. If not for his Azure Sword technique, he would have been paced. The moment of impact was burned into his memory. He was lucky to be alive at all, let alone with minimal damage. But minimal was relative. Jiang Chen was completely immobilized. He hadn't died on impact, but he sure couldn't move. With all his bones broken, the only thing left to do was lie here and wait for death's embrace. But
Chen refused to die. Not after he'd just absorbed the entire energy of the silver-tailed golden snake.
Suddenly, his vision shifted. He began to see energy everywhere, like flickering green flames, a green holy power, and it felt strangely familiar. It appeared as individual blobs of pure energy. His senses were heightened, allowing him to perceive this new world. He opened his eyes wide. He remembered his mother using a similar power. This was it, a chance to survive Masters of Light. Holy!
Power could heal themselves by drawing energy from their surroundings. Jiang Chen focused, desperate to use this power. It was way better than
just lying around waiting to become vulture food. Green energy began to wrap itself around his entire body, from head to toe. He knew what this was now. Jiang Chen's body started glowing with a vibrant green light. Elsewhere, a rider on a giant bird spoke. I can feel the aura of the Huang family. It's close. By the lake ahead, we move now. The orders were simple. It doesn't matter who's there. Just kill them all. A flock of giant birds descended toward the waterfall. The mercenaries landed right where they sensed the Huang family's power. But all they found was a torn piece of cloth. Nobody was there. It seemed they were too late. Only faint traces of energy remained in the air. Jiang Chen had managed to dive into the lake. He was still completely exhausted and couldn't fight, but at least he could move again. He knew instantly these riders meant business. Good thing he'd learned to dissolve his holy power into his surroundings. One of the men waved his hand, blasting a section of the waterfall away, checking to see if anyone was hiding behind it. Then, their eyes turned to the water itself, scanned the churning waters below. There's nothing here. Looks like he actually got away. We're not letting him escape after him. They mounted their colossal birds and took to the skies. Luckily for Jiang Chen, his vitals had stabilized just enough that they didn't spot his broken body. Just as he slipped from their notice, a vortex of energy formed above him. He started to thrash wildly, causing his shattered ribs to grind together. With a sickening crack, his wounds tore open again. Talk about bad luck. If it could go wrong, it absolutely did for Jiang Chen. For a moment, it seemed like such a pathetic way to go out. His world faded to black, only to snap back into focus, greeted by the sight of two beautiful women. Relief washed over their faces to see him alive. Jiang Chen felt a strange sense of déjà vu. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this every man's fantasy being cared for by a trio of concerned beauties? But his daydream was shattered by gruff, masculine voices. Wake up already. Blinking, Jiang Chen found himself staring up at three burly dudes. He recoiled in shock. This was not the fantasy he ordered. They were the ones who fished him out of the river. Apparently, they heard a huge commotion nearby and found our main character doing his best impression of a drowning rock. So, naturally, they decided to help. The big brother apologized for Xiaoda, saying, "He's got a mouth that runs a mile a minute. He just doesn't know when to shut up." Jiang Chen, thinking fast, spun a tale about diving in for some fish, but a little freak accident happened. Rocks just fell from the sky and clocked him on the head. Totally plausible, right? The trio, however, bought it completely. They figured some holy masters must have been battling nearby, which would explain why the waterfall was now a complete wreck. It was absolutely obliterated. Jiang Chen wondered who those people hunting him were. Were they connected to that girl who tried to end him? Xiaoda then piped up, asking his name, and immediately invited him to join their group. "Welcome to the Fire Mercenaries." "Sure, there's only 3 of us right now," he beamed. "But we're totally going to be huge in the future." The older mercs quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Pay no attention to the village idiot," they said. "What kind of crazy demand is that?" Recruiting a half-drowned stranger on the spot, but as Jiang Chen looked them over, he could tell. They weren't bad people. And besides, he was incredibly weak and hurt. Teaming up with them might not be such a bad idea. So he admitted frankly that he was injured and had nowhere else to go. "If you'll have me, I'd like to join." With that settled, the introductions began. The leader, a sturdy man named Kendall, went first. He was the captain of the Fire Mercenaries. Next, a friendly, robust man introduced himself, by the name of Deba. He was the vice captain. And of course, the chatty one was Xiaoda, who seemed to act like the real leader half the time. Jiang Chen returned the favor, giving them his name, and just like that, the Fire Mercenaries officially welcomed him into their ranks. Their first order of business. A heated debate over what Jiang Chen's official rank would be. This was clearly very serious stuff.
Things quickly devolved into a full-blown scuffle, with Deba and Xiaoda grabbing each other by the collar, bickering like an old married couple.
This chaotic trio gave Jiang Chen a sense of nostalgia. They reminded him of his old comrades from his past life, back when he was building his own legendary team. Xiaoda even asked Jiang Chen if he could be vice captain someday. It felt like ages since the monster hunt near Kargath Academy. So much had happened since then. Jiang Chen knew he still had a mission. He had to unravel the mysteries of his rebirth. And most importantly, he had to find that reclusive old man, no matter what. But first, a celebration was in order. The trio decided to welcome their new member in style. Their destination, the mercenary market. This was a first for Jiang Chen. He'd never heard of such a place. In the azure blue realm, the scale was breathtaking. Gigantic structures stretched into the sky. The mercenary marketplace was a sight to behold. Sky bridges connected the massive buildings. Soaring high above the trees, Jiang Chen was floored. This place was absolutely colossal. You couldn't even take it all in at once. Kendall began to explain the ins and outs of the market. "We picked a good day to come," he said. "It's especially bustling today." But then, Kendall, Xiaoda, and Deba all froze, their eyes glued to a poster on the notice board. Jiang Chen followed their gaze and saw it too. The poster announced a massive bounty for 2 holy masters who had slain a golden silver-striped snake. And the face on that poster looked exactly like his. A cold dread washed over Jiang Chen. This was bad, really bad. The news had spread through the city like wildfire. He had to play it cool and fool his new friends. After all, he was just an ordinary saint. There's no way he could kill a beast like that. Right? But he could already see the glint of greed in his new companion's eyes. It was a look that was impossible to miss. An awkward silence hung in the air. But then, they seemed to buy his act. A saint master capable of that feat wouldn't nearly drown in a river. "Yeah, that guy looks a lot like you," they said. "But it's definitely not you." Xiaodash was already lost in a daydream. Man, imagine if we recruited a master that strong, the Fire Mercenaries would be unstoppable. Jiang Chen let out a silent sigh of relief. He wasn't exposed. But Kendall offered some sound advice. "You should probably get a disguise, and make it a good one," he warned. "Otherwise, every mercenary in this city is going to mistake you for that poster boy."
All right, it's time to make it rain. Though Huo isn't exactly thrilled with the idea, He despises wasting money.
And the gang is already debating how to split the loot. On the table lies a book detailing brand new kung fu techniques. Buy one enchanted scroll, get a second one free. We've got massive discounts and half-price deals on everything, even freshly roasted beast meat. It's a flavor that'll drive you wild. Meanwhile, Kendall was wondering if Mira would ever call him Daddy. He'd been away from the family for so long. Just then, Xiao reminded him to buy gifts for his sister and daughter. Jiang Chen was also nudged to pick something out. If he was broke, he knew they'd just add it to his tab, but he politely declined. The leader of the fire mercenaries was a notorious cheapskate. Xiao Da would never get a loan from him. Jiang Chen watched the three of them from the side. They were always squabbling and bickering amongst themselves, but they had the unmistakable warmth of a real family. Suddenly, he felt it, a strange pulse, as his spiritual sword energy began to
Awaken all on its own. It felt happy. It was as if this power he'd absorbed had a consciousness of its own.
Jiang Chen scanned his surroundings. His power was being drawn towards something nearby.
That's when he spotted him, a peculiar character meditating in a lotus pose, with various gems displayed in front of him. One of the stones pulsed with a brilliant
purple light. Jiang Chen was certain that was the source. The glow grew even stronger as he approached. The stone. He couldn't explain it, but purple sparks began to flash in his vision. Something intense was happening inside him. The Azure spiritual sword energy was reacting violently. When Jiang Chen touched the stone, he realized it was no ordinary rock. It was unbelievably heavy. You couldn't just pick it up. Zhao and Hu watched him, curious about what he was up to. Jiang Chen strained with all his might, but the purple stone wouldn't budge. Instead, it erupted in a radiant purple aura. He felt the power of the Azure spiritual sword surge within him. The salesman finally turned to Jiang Chen. You must have a keen eye for this one, he declared. This is a grand treasure I found myself on the mountain range, of magical beasts. Jiang Chen wondered if this stone had some connection to that lonely old man. Here, in the central square of the IT, mercenary marketplace in the Blue Wind Kingdom, Jiang Chen needed answers. He asked the seller what the stone did and why he dared call it a treasure. The seller confessed he only knew it was ridiculously heavy, impossibly hard, and most importantly, its strange power couldn't be nullified. The stone, he said, is like a mysterious woman. Her allure comes from what you don't know. Well, it was certainly attracting a lot of attention from him. Even if the stone wasn't related to the old man, it still resonated with the power of the Azure sword. This could be his ticket to becoming even stronger. But there was one significant roadblock, Olive. Jiang Chen's money was with Mu Yun, and he couldn't even be mad, since he'd handed it over himself. The fire mercenaries were staring, wondering why Jiang Chen was so obsessed with this rock. He wanted it desperately, but he was flat broke. He shot a pleading look at his new comrades. Kendall declared, I'll buy this stone for you, Jiang Chen, to honor your reunion with the fire mercenaries. The price, a monstrous 1,000 gold coins. All four of them stood there, jaws on the floor. A wave of protest erupted. This guy was just a common shark who saw their interest and immediately inflated the price. But the merchant just smiled. The price, he said smoothly, is always negotiable. That meant there was hope. Kendall decided to buy the rock, no matter how insane the price. He pulled out a hefty bag of coins and offered everything they had, the entire savings of the fire mercenaries. The merchant's eyes gleamed with greed. I accept, Jiang Chen silently vowed to make that bastard pay. That swindler, that miser, he would definitely pay for this outrageous price. Every single coin would be repaid. The merchant was startled by the murderous look in Jiang Chen's eyes. It made his skin crawl. People don't give you a death glare like that for no reason, but he wasn't about to lose such a profitable sale. Since you've been so generous to my business, he began, I'll give the fire mercenaries a little tip. I have information on a two-headed lynx monster, a very valuable specimen.
A class 4 magical beast? Kendall knew exactly what that meant. Jiang Chen was shocked. Why would this
merchant share such valuable information? The man explained he would normally sell it for a couple hundred gold. He never expected them to actually buy the stone, so he was throwing in the intel as a gift with purchase. Jiang Chen's dark mood instantly lifted. A prize like that would quickly solve their financial crisis. Who told Jiang Chen it was time to go? That merchant was lucky. If things had gone a little differently, he would have been the one getting robbed, not these four supposed simpletons. As the fire mercenaries left the market, Xiao Da felt a twinge of regret. He was just getting into the shopping mood. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was deeply embarrassed. Because of him, they'd spent all their money, but Kendall simply reassured him, saying he'd kept his promise. Jiang Chen then declared that if they could kill the two-headed lynx, they could easily recoup their losses. Xiao Da, however, grumbled that a 4th-grade magical beast was far beyond the fire mercenaries' abilities. Jiang Chen decides it's time to come clean to his friends. Away from the prying eyes of the market, he reveals his secret. He's the man from the wanted poster. And yes, he's the one who took down the silver-striped gold snake. Huo is stunned, asking how he pulled it off, while Kendall is just speechless. He can't believe Jiang Chen was the legendary snake slayer all along. Jiang Chen just gives his buddies a slight, confident smirk. Then, he unleashes a devastating strike on a nearby tree. Purple lightning crackles from the impact. He really hopes this is enough to convince them. And it works. Huo, Shengda, and Kendall are completely sold. But high above, they're being watched. The Marauder leader, searching for Jiang Chen, has finally found his target. He figures he'll capture Jiang Chen first, and worry about Muan later. That evening, back in the mercenary market district, the very same merchant, now beaten to a pulp, is on his knees begging. He swears all he sold them was a simple stone and a tip about the 2-headed lynx. Nothing more, but his captors aren't buying it. He's grabbed by the scruff of the neck, his face swollen from a brutal beating. The leader of the Marauders orders the so-called traitor to spill everything he knows about the lynx. Only then will he be spared.
The lackey reports to his own boss, who's currently enjoying a luxurious soak in the tub. The big boss questions his subordinate
about the 2 young targets, but they've only located one. They still can't find the other. Turns out, their targets aren't dumb. Splitting up was a smart move. The Marauder asks his leader for their next move. The instructions are simple. Find the kid who killed the gold snake. And while you're at it, get me that 2-headed bobcat. He then tells them to get rid of the merchant. They have all the info they need, making him a useless loose end. The merchant is swiftly eliminated as an inconvenient witness. Meanwhile, the leader dons his impressive dragon robe. A collared slave girl sits before his throne. Right at his feet, he warns his men with chilling certainty this kid isn't getting away this time, elsewhere in a mountain. Range of magical creatures. A massive bear is taking a savage beating from Jiang Chen's sword. The 3 fire mercenaries are just hiding behind a tree, cheering him on. They didn't have to lift a finger to secure this swift victory. Jiang Chen did all the heavy lifting, but he's not about to steal their thunder. Just because they aren't as strong as him
doesn't make them useless. Quite the opposite. With Jiang Chen's power, the whole crew is about to level up.
Thanks to his skills, they can now hunt level 4 monsters. Their current target, the elusive 2-headed lynx. They need to keep pressing onward, as the lynx is a cautious beast. But Zhang Da's stomach is rumbling. He never realized that being on the cheer squad was such hard work. The 4 of them haul the bear carcass over and build a massive fire pit. Time for a barbecue. But as the fire roars, something catches Jiang Chen's attention. He hears a strange sound coming from the thicket. He warns the others to be ready. Something's approaching. Instantly, the whole team is on high alert. They hear rustling, then running. Straight for them and out of the bushes bursts a tiny furball with its tongue out. And big, shiny eyes. The sight startles the battle-hardened mercenaries. But Jiang Chen remains perfectly calm. It's only the size of a large cat. And it zips right past them before they can even register what it is. This adorable little creature makes a beeline for the roasting meat and starts chowing down with incredible gusto. It devours everything on the spit at lightning speed. His friends joke that it must be related to him, given its appetite. But Jiang Chen is genuinely curious. What kind of creature is this? It's a golden royal tiger. As an adult, it's a terrifying Class 5 magical beast, but right now, it's just a cub. And then it hits him. No wonder they couldn't find the 2-headed lynx. An adult royal golden tiger is their natural predator. It must have scared them all away. He picks the cub up by the scruff of its neck, but it doesn't even stop eating. It just keeps on chewing. What a greedy little fluffball. Kendall points out that if they could tame this cub, it would become an incredibly valuable asset. Suddenly, a deep voice booms from behind them, agreeing completely with Kendall's assessment. Kendall whips his head around at the unfamiliar voice. Standing there is a huge, powerfully built man with long, grayish hair. The fire mercenaries recognize him instantly. It's none other than Captain Cross. Jiang Chen immediately feels uneasy. The fact this man snuck up on him is deeply unsettling. This person's power must be at the Great Saint Night level. The moon shines high above the mountains. For the 3 fire mercenaries, this is a very, very bad development. They know exactly who this man is, and his reputation is absolutely terrible. Jiang Chen clutches the golden cub and warily eyes Captain Cross. Kendall quickly explains to Jiang Chen that this is the commander of the 2nd Regiment of the Zhou Mercenary Group. Captain Cross turns his gaze to Jiang Chen. He already knows. Cross claims Jiang Chen swiped a silver-striped gold snake from his men. An act with very serious consequences. Jiang Chen instantly recognized the marauder leader and understood his twisted game. Captain Cross smirked, finally revealing his true intentions. He warned Jiang Chen not to underestimate him, the silver-striped golden snake. He was willing to forget all about it. After all, it was just a pathetic second-class monster. But the Golden King tiger cub in Jiang Chen's hands. Now that was a different story. It was a treasure worth a fortune. One of Cross's men drew his bow, aiming for the fire mercenaries' backs. A cowardly attack from the shadows. He loosed the arrow from cover at the last second. Kendall saw it speeding toward Xiao's back and reacted instantly. Yanking his comrade aside just in time, the arrow whistled harmlessly past. Attacking from the back. What a coward. If you've got the guts, fight us face to face, Hoop roared. But Jiang Chen apologized to his friends, urging them to escape.
He claimed he could handle Cross and his lackeys alone, but his comrades wouldn't dream of abandoning him.
We're not going anywhere, they declared. We are the fire mercenaries. We fight together.
Even if Captain Cross was powerful, they would never abandon a brother in need. An attack on one is an attack on all.
Jiang Chen grinned, admiring their loyalty. All right then, he commanded. Kendall, Hoop, Xiao Yu handle the grunts. I'll take care of Captain Cross myself. The captain looked on, quite amused by this display of foolish bravery. A gathering of fools, he sneered, ordering his men to eliminate all four of them. The clearing erupted into a furious battle.
Kendall fought with his bare fists. Hoop wielded a kitchen knife, and Xiao struck down his foes with a heavy club.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen focused his power, the small tiger cub still in his arms. He charged Captain Cross, who didn't even flinch. The man stood like a statue, completely unafraid. Jiang Chen felt the sting of humiliation. Was he being looked down upon? Captain Cross didn't even bother to dodge. He saw Jiang Chen as absolutely no threat. A fatal mistake. Jiang Chen would make him pay for that arrogance. He poured all his strength into his azure-lit sword and struck. A blinding flash of energy lit up the forest clearing. Yet, Captain Cross stood completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Is that really all you've got? He taunted, confused. Jiang Chen examined his sword's blade. Traces of a strange, dark substance clung to the metal. It was something Jiang Chen had never encountered before. His spiritual sword had failed to inflict a single scratch. Was it some kind of special armor? Or an impenetrable shield? Captain Cross gloated, a smug look on his face. My saint weapon is special.
Unlike those of other masters, my armor grants me absolute invulnerability. It covered him from head to toe.
Jiang Chen realized this was going to be tough. He'd never faced an opponent with such a perfect defense before. But with his vast experience, he knew he'd have to get creative. Meanwhile, Captain Cross was openly mocking him. What pathetic plan could a little punk like you possibly have? He jeered. You can only surrender or run away. Leave your idiot friends to die, that's your only option. But then, Jiang Chen glanced down at the golden tiger cub. A sly smile spread across his face. You're going to hate me for this, little guy. In one swift motion, he swung his arm and hurled the cub with all his might. It soared back into the dense forest from where it came. The move stunned Captain Cross. His precious prize was getting away, consumed by fury. He immediately gave chase. He swore he'd catch that cub, then return to slaughter Jiang Chen and his foolish friends. This was all part of the plan. Without their invincible captain, the remaining mercenaries were nothing. They could be dealt with easily. The baby. Golden King Tiger scrambled away, its tiny legs a blur. Cross couldn't catch it. The cub was just too fast and agile. His furious shouts echoed across the magical beast ridge, ordering his men to retrieve the cub at all costs. Elsewhere, a true predator feasted upon a bear carcass. It tore greedily at the flesh with razor-sharp fangs. Suddenly, its ears twitched. It heard the desperate cries of its cub. In a flash, it bounded into the valley to help. And as everyone knows, there is nothing more terrifying than an angry mother protecting her child. A beastly roar shook the very air. Jiang Chen's head snapped in the direction of the sound. He knew instantly this was bad news. For everyone. His friends, Captain Cross's men. They were all in deep trouble. A monster was approaching, and it was fast. It burst from the forest and pounced, instantly taking down one of Cross's men, and another beast, like a fanged bull, began its charge. It went straight for Kendall, and Hoop Captain Cross's men realized with horror that this wasn't just a random attack.
We have to get out of here, now, they screamed. Their only goal was survival. Jiang Chen's friends cried out to him.
They scrambled to escape the monster's wrath, desperate for help. Seeing their plight, Jiang Chen raised his spiritual sword and made his move. But they couldn't possibly handle the Tiger King. Jiang Chen ordered an immediate retreat. The Tiger King commanded the magical beasts, and more were swarming the clearing. It was desperate about its cub, and would kill anyone to protect it. Jiang Chen pointed to a path that seemed safe to escape. Night falls. A silent moon hangs high above the mountain range of magical beasts.
Captain Cross's shadow moved in the moonlight. He'd managed to capture the baby Golden King tiger.
He tied it up, gagged it, and thought he was perfectly safe in this barren spot. Famous last words. He felt something creeping up from behind, and casually turned toward the noise. The colossal Tiger King glared at him, its eyes blazing like twin hells, as Cross held up the bound cub. Under the bright moon, Captain Cross realized he was in deep, deep trouble. There were no beasts around because their king had been here the entire time.
Cross threatened to kill the cub if the king got closer. But you don't bargain with a furious parent.
The threats only made it angrier. He had to think fast, or he wasn't leaving this place alive. Just then, Captain Cross heard footsteps in the forest. He wasn't alone. A truly wicked plan instantly sparked in his mind. Jiang Chen and his friends were sprinting. Directly his way, Captain Cross noticed something. His gut was screaming danger. Jiang Chen stopped the group cold.
Don't go there. The Tiger King is there. That's why this area is empty.
Just then, they saw Captain Cross flying overhead, holding something small and throwing it right at them. A small, wiggling bag landed squarely in Xiao Da's hands. Captain Cross cackled. "He's your problem now." He happily washed his hands of the situation. A baby golden tiger cub tumbled out of the bag, crying pitifully. Panic erupted. "Xiao Da, drop it!" But behind him stood the king. Hoop lunged, shoving his brother aside just as the Tiger King's massive, fanged mouth snapped shut. He saved Xiao Da, but sealed his own fate. The Tiger King's fangs clamped down on Hoop. A spray of warm blood showered Xiao Da's face. The crimson splattered Jiang Chen's clothes. Kendall staggered back in horror. The king seized Hoop by the legs, its sharp teeth inflicting devastating wounds. They watched, frozen in terror. Then Hoop's body, or what was left of it, fell right in front of them, lying in a pool of his own blood. He wheezed for them to run. A gut-wrenching scream tore from Xiao Da's throat. Grief twisted into pure rage as he vowed to kill the Tiger King. He drew his cleavers and charged the monster alone.
Kendall shouted for him to come back, but Xiao Da was deafened by his fury, attacking the behemoth.
To save him, Jiang Chen unleashed a powerful distracting blow. It was enough to stop Xiao Da in his tracks. But for the mighty Tiger King, it was nothing more than a tickle. This beast was on another level entirely. It unleashed a torrent of fiery energy from its mouth, destroying everything in its path. The ground sizzled and rocks were pulverized to dust. Jiang Chen and Xiao Da took the brunt of the attack. Jiang Chen stood firm, but Xiao Da was blasted against the rocks. Everything was drenched in his blood. But all he wanted was to avenge his brother, Hoop. As the king stalked closer, Jiang Chen warned Xiao Da to stay out of it. He was too injured. But he wouldn't listen, consumed by revenge. Jiang Chen turned to Kendall. "Take Xiao Da and run."
I'll buy you as much time as I can. But Kendall refused.
"No, I'll take on the king. You escape with Xiao Da." Jiang Chen immediately shot him down. "You're no match for it. Kendall, you're too weak. I'm the only one who can buy you time."
The Tiger King rules this whole forest, Kendall argued. To escape, you must leave the mountain range.
Jiang Chen, you're the only one strong enough to make it out. As leader of the fire mercenaries, he gave his order. "Take Xiao Da and get out of here as soon as possible." Jiang Chen was speechless. But then, gritting his teeth until his jaw ached, Jiang Chen agreed. He scooped the broken body of Xiao Tian into his arms and began to run. As he fled, tears streamed down his face. With his dying breath, Kendall begged him to avenge them all.
Dawn's first light bleeds over the mountain range of magical beasts, where Xiao Da lies choking on his own blood.
Jiang Chen desperately pours his healing magic into his friend's wounds, pleading, "You will survive. The holy power will heal you. It will fix everything. You'll be fine." But even as he fades, Xiao Da is simply amazed that Jiang Chen is so powerful. But hot tears of desperation stream down Jiang Chen's face. It's not working, no matter how hard he tries. Xiao Da feels his end is near. He whispers his final words. One last, rattling breath escapes, and Xiao Da is gone. All of Jiang Chen's efforts were utterly wasted. His comrades are all dead. Swallowing his grief, Jiang Chen knows exactly who is to blame for this. The Zhou mercenaries. A volcanic rage consumes him, and he's ready to tear Captain Cross limb from limb. But just then,
a deep growl shakes the forest. The Tiger King. It's close. He needs to find a way to escape, and he needs to do it now.
Jiang Chen is far too weak to fight it head-on, but he refuses to let his comrades' deaths be in vain. And so, he makes a solemn vow. Over Xiao Da's body, he swears an oath. He will return to this very place and slaughter the Tiger King with his own 2 hands. He gives his friend a makeshift burial, covering the grave with stones. All the while, the Tiger King's growl gets louder and louder. Jiang Chen flees the grave as fast as he can. He knows the Tiger King is far too powerful for him right now. Its speed and agility are on another level. A direct confrontation is suicide. He has to get smart and find a place to hide. It's his only chance. Leaping from branch to branch, he finally conceals himself high in the crowns of the ancient trees. The Tiger King roars, stalking the forest floor in search of its final victim. It is furious with the humans, who dared to kidnap its cub and threaten its life. High above, Jiang Chen holds his breath as the monster draws closer. He can hear its massive claws shredding the earth and stone below. Then it stops, directly underneath his hiding spot. The beast stalks its prey, sniffing the air, its nostrils flaring. It's trying to pinpoint the human's scent.
The Tiger King has found him. His scent hangs heavy in the canopy. You can hide from its eyes, but you can't fool a predator's nose.
It has located its prey. The Tiger King looks up, and a deep, threatening growl rumbles from its chest. There is no more hiding. Jiang Chen prepares for the worst. The King of Tigers unleashes a searing beam of pure heat straight from its gaping maw. Jiang Chen crosses his arms in a desperate attempt to block the attack. The sheer force of the blow sends him hurtling from the tree. He lands on his feet and launches an immediate counterattack. He summons his divine sword, Azure, and prepares to strike. Jiang Chen pours every last ounce of his remaining strength into this one blow. And yet, the Tiger King doesn't even flinch. It was like striking an impenetrable force field. The recoil sends him flying backwards, crashing hard onto the ground. He used all of his power, and he couldn't even leave a single scratch on this monster. The Tiger King concentrates energy in its mouth once more, unleashing another devastating heat ray at Jiang Chen. The blast demolishes everything in its path. Rocks, trees, and other beasts are utterly vaporized. There are no barriers left.
When the beam hits the mountain range, it creates a gigantic energy explosion of unprecedented strength and size.
Jiang Chen barely managed to escape the blast. He's not sure if he can get that lucky a second time. He peers into the smoke, searching for the beast, when a giant clawed paw swings at him from behind. The claws rip his back wide open. Before he can even scream, the Tiger King pins him to the ground with its heat beam. Jiang Chen lies crushed in the dirt, choking on his own blood. He realizes this is it. This is the end. The beast moves in for the kill. It raises its massive paw, sharp claws extended, to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, Jiang Shen's body begins to radiate a strange spiritual energy. The Tiger King freezes as a dark purple spark appears. It crackles in the air before the monster's face. Then, a brilliant violet energy erupts from Jiang Shen's unconscious body. The power soars high into the sky, where the spiritual sword Azure begins to form, humming with incredible power. The Tiger King can only watch in stunned silence. The sword has reached the absolute peak of its power absorption. And then, the Azure spiritual sword attacks, unleashing a wave of force that sweeps away everything in the area. For the first time, the monster feels a terrible pain as the sword bombards it with energy beams from all angles. The Tiger King begins to howl in pure agony. Rays of energy slam into it from above, from the left, and from the right.
There is nowhere to hide. Sword energy, rocks, and splinters fill the air, all of it originating from Jiang Shen's unconscious body.
It's as if a guardian angel has awakened within him, a protector whose only purpose is to shield him from death. Then, the chaotic energy transforms into countless flower petals, which descend upon Jiang Shen's body, healing him with a green glow. The flowers completely cover his broken form, and the air fills with what looks like a fireworks display of healing petals. Not a single living tree remained standing, only a graveyard of stumps. Meanwhile, in the market square, the sun was shining. A certain young mistress was picking out a new outfit. Her uncle, Yun, urged her on. "We can't waste time." But her other uncle just smiled. "With this crowd," he mused, "finding anyone will be impossible." Just then, a shady figure in a cloak and hood approached. He leaned in close to the young mistress and whispered, "You carry a certain scent." Completely baffled, she asked him what he meant. Her uncles, however, went from 0 to 100. They tried to grab the creep, but he vanished into the crowd like a ghost. They had no idea who he was. But high above, a dark silhouette watched the girl and her two guardians. And this mysterious man knew one thing for sure. Jiang Chen had been reborn into this world, just like him. His name? The lonely old man, Dugu Nub. Yes, Dugu Nub, who now inhabited a young body, just like his greatest rival, back in the mountain range of magical beasts. It was noon. Jiang Chen's body was covered in leaves, twigs, and a ridiculous amount of wood chips. He shot up, completely disoriented. Where was he? And more importantly, where was that damn Tiger King? The beast should have finished him off for sure. He picked up a handful of splinters. It was all that remained of the forest. For meters in every direction, only stumps remained. Could the Tiger King really have caused all this destruction? Jiang Chen had his doubts. If the beast had unleashed that kind of power, it wouldn't have escaped unharmed either. He checked the massive wound on his back. His clothes were shredded and stained with blood. But the wound itself? It was completely, miraculously healed. His thoughts immediately turned to his brothers, the flame mercenaries. He had to get back to Kendall. He raced to the spot where he had buried them. 3 fresh graves stood before him. Kendall, Hu, and Xiaotian. Staring at their names, he was speechless. His mind flooded with memories, quick flashes of the short time they shared. He saw Kendall, always worrying about his young daughter back home. He remembered Xiaotian's dream, to make the flame mercenaries the strongest in the entire Blue Wind realm. It was only a short time, but they had become his true family. A raw, agonizing cry tore from his throat, born from the pain of loss. He never imagined it would end like this. He remembered Hu's final scream as he was torn apart, begging him to run, to save himself. He remembered Kendall's final order, to grab Xiaotian and get away, and Xiaotian's final words echoed in his soul, that Jiang Chen was the last flame mercenary left. Sobbing uncontrollably, he begged for their forgiveness. It was his fault. He wasn't strong enough to protect his family. But the tears of despair soon boiled over, into righteous fury. Jiang Chen sliced open his palm, blood welling instantly. He swore a blood oath upon their graves. He would return. He would kill the Tiger King, and he would slaughter Zhou's mercenaries. Every last one of them. This was his vow of vengeance. Back in the mountain range, Jiang Chen took stock of his surroundings. He realized this place was far bigger and more complex than he imagined. First things first, get back to town. He had to find Kendall's wife and daughter. Then, he would gather every scrap of information he could on Zhou's mercenaries. As he walked, a group of 4 people approached. As soon as they got close, they fanned out, flanking him. The leader of the pack locked eyes with Jiang Chen and told him to halt. He wondered, "Great, do they recognize me from a wanted poster?" He turned to face the man. "What do you want?" Jiang Chen was now completely surrounded. They immediately started grilling him with questions. "You just came from the mountain range. You must have a reason." Internally, he was already preparing for a fight. But on the outside, he answered their questions coolly. That's when the leader invited Jiang Chen to join their group. "We're heading into the mountain range right now, and we need a guide," he said with a smirk. "It's better to serve a young master than be some lowly mercenary." Jiang Chen sighed. He knew this type. Another useless, spoiled young master from some rich family. The guy's only accomplishment was being born. He looked the kid dead in the eye. "I'm not interested." The young master's face turned purple. "Not interested. Do you know what an honor it is to serve me? This is an honor you don't just refuse." He snapped his fingers. Men catch him and teach him some manners. His goons charged in, trying to attack him from behind. This was, to put it mildly, a huge mistake. Jiang Chen calmly turned, shattering the first guy's nose, and completely rearranging the second guy's face with his fist. He stood there, perfectly calm, while the young master's lackeys writhed on the ground in a pool of their own blood. The young master's jaw dropped. He then unleashed a shriek that could curdle milk, spewing insults and threats at Jiang Chen. A cold smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. "Do you want to know who I really am?" He closed the distance in a flash, getting right in the screamer's face. She saw it all, and a lightning-fast slap connected with his arrogant face. The so-called young master was sent flying, soaring through the air like a swatted fly. That shut him up, but his lackeys were still standing. With a few crisp, satisfying cracks, the young master's goons were all dropped. All 6 of them lay on the ground, their faces a mess. At the foot of the magical beast mountain range, Jiang Chen found the punk. The young master was still on the ground when Jiang Chen explained that nobody on Earth had the right to order him around. And frankly, he wasn't in the mood to deal with trash. Jiang Chen really didn't want to dirty his hands on this guy. He had more important things to do. The upstart immediately began groveling, begging Jiang Chen for forgiveness. In a desperate plea, he offered up his spatial belt, telling Jiang Chen to take everything, just let him live. Jiang Chen snatched the belt as compensation for the insult, offering a bit of free advice to the young boar. Just because your family has money and power doesn't mean you own the world. But inside, the kid was fuming, his face having just been ground into the dirt by a nobody. Later, at the gates of Wake City, Jiang Chen found Kendall's wife and little daughter. He couldn't tell them the truth. He said Kendall was away on a special mission, hiding the fact that he was gone forever. Instead, he presented them with money and gifts. He recognized her right away. Little Mira, the daughter Kendall always spoke of. Jiang Chen explained what was inside the belt. A staggering 10,000 gold coins, supposedly a gift from Kendall. The sheer amount left them speechless. He continued the lie, saying Kendall's mission was vital, and the employer extremely generous. But then, an unwelcome voice echoed from outside. That arrogant brat from the rich family was back. Jiang Chen reassured Kendall's family, promising that no one would harm them. The same young master who was just groveling at his feet was now back to his old tricks, spouting more nonsense. Jiang Chen was puzzled. How did this fool find him? It must have something to do with that spatial belt. He'd checked it, but he must have missed a hidden tracking seal. Jiang Chen mentally kicked himself. He'd underestimated that punk from the Tianxin clan. The brat then made a fatal error. He started mocking Kendall's family. A very big mistake. Jiang Chen calmly asked Kendall's wife to take Mira inside. He would handle this personally. Spiritual energy began to swirl in his palm as he summoned his Azure spiritual sword. This upstart from the Tianxin clan was the first person to actively seek his own death. And Jiang Chen was about to grant his wish. Evening fell on the widow's house. The young punk was still running his mouth, trying to get a rise out of Jiang Chen. He was still acting tough. But this time, he didn't just bring his 6 lackeys. He'd brought his family's masters.
This time, you're dead for sure, he boasted. Jiang Chen calmly assessed his new opponents. 2 saint masters,
And 1 great saint. Not a bad little squad. The young master sneered, saying it was too late to run. Jiang Chen had already failed to protect his brothers once. He watched them die, powerless to stop it. It was a failure that haunted him.
Now, protecting Kendall's family was his duty. He wouldn't let anyone down again. Anyone who dared to touch them
Would learn the true meaning of regret. The young master screamed at his men to capture Jiang Chen, to make an example of him. A lesson for anyone who dared to defy the Tianxin clan. They figured what they lacked in quality, they could make up for in quantity. The whole mob lunged at him at once, trying to overwhelm him. In response, Jiang Chen's spiritual energy erupted. His blade became a blur, a whirlwind of death cutting through the servants. He was a reaper, harvesting pathetic souls. The first 2 had their throats slit before they even knew what happened. Dropping to the ground like sacks of grain, Jiang Chen didn't give a damn. What that screaming young master thought. A cold dread washed over the remaining fighters. They all realized just how powerful he was. Suddenly, their will to fight completely vanished. One of the Tianxin clan masters tried a different approach. He cautiously suggested this might all be a misunderstanding. But Jiang Chen wasn't interested in diplomacy. He was just a mercenary, a wanderer. He never sought to make enemies. But some people are simply too arrogant. They push and push, never knowing when to back down. The spoiled master shrieked,
Stop talking and kill him. That's what I pay you for. The head mercenary squared his shoulders, his confidence returning.
He truly believed he could take Jiang Chen down. This would prove to be another fatal miscalculation. Jiang Chen was done. He was tired of this farce. With his sword and dagger ready, he shot forward like an arrow. His face was a mask of cold fury as he delivered the first strike. This mercenary master's life was forfeit. The mercenary could barely parry Jiang Chen's relentless assault, sparks flying as their weapons clashed violently. He was completely stunned by Jiang Chen's incredible speed. He had never seen anyone move like that. He screamed at his allies. Don't just stand there. One of them realized they couldn't win alone and yelled for help. They charged at Jiang Chen from all sides. A 3-on-1 assault, but he brushed them off with ease. Time and again, they were completely outclassed.
They lacked his strength, and they definitely lacked his skill. The arrogant young master, watching from the sidelines, saw his goons failing miserably.
He screamed at them, calling them useless trash. And then, his eyes landed on something else. A helpless mother and daughter, hiding in their home. A truly despicable plan began to form in his twisted mind. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard a child scream. He knew instantly. That coward had taken the little girl hostage. He saw the glint of a knife near the child's throat. This scum had already stabbed Mara's own mother with that very blade. And now he threatened to do the same to the girl. His demand was simple. Jiang Chen on his knees. Jiang Chen had already warned him. If that child was harmed, he would slaughter the young master's entire family, his whole clan. But the brat just laughed, thinking Jiang Chen didn't have the nerve. After all, he held little Mara in his hands. He wanted to see just how long our hero could keep up his cool facade. Jiang Chen knew. One wrong move and the child's life was forfeit. Fear for Mara gripped his heart. He roared at the young master to let her go. In response, he was told to kneel and drop his weapon. Then, he was to beg for his life. Jiang Chen agreed to anything, as long as the girl remained unharmed. The order was repeated, this time with a threat. The young master wouldn't wait long before snapping the girl's neck. Jiang Chen dropped his sword, but a dagger remained clutched tightly in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it flying. Far away to the side, the young master grinned triumphantly. Now his opponent was completely defenseless, with nothing to fight with. He ordered his mercenaries to finish Jiang Chen, but our hero calmly told the young master that he was the one who would die. He told the little girl to close her eyes. In that instant, the dagger he'd thrown curved back around, flying toward the young master. At the very last second, the coward turned his head and saw the dagger hurtling towards him. The tip of the blade drew closer, an unstoppable force of vengeance. In his final moment, he finally knew true terror. The dagger slammed into his skull at incredible speed. His blood and brains painted the ground. Miraculously, Mara's mother was still alive. Though wounded, the head mercenary stared in shock. The young master was dead. The mother and daughter scrambled back to their home. And just like that, the dagger flew back into Jiang Chen's hand. He turned to the remaining thugs and declared, it was their turn to die. They were frozen with fear, completely clueless. This kid? Does he have some kind of special skill? The oldest one tried to rally them. Don't panic. The young master was just careless. We still outnumber him. Strength is on our side, or so they thought. The 3 remaining goons charged at Jiang Chen, who calmly announced his Azure Sword. Technique. A massive glowing orb materialized at his sword's tip. A new spell. Raining blades steel projectiles began to erupt from the sphere in all directions. He's too strong, one of them screamed. We have to capture him.
I'll report this to the clan master. But the other 2 weren't idiots. They knew instantly.
Their so-called friend had just sold them out. They cursed his name as he fled, leaving them to face the deadly rain of blades alone. Jiang Chen was not pleased. The runner would call for reinforcements, making things far more complicated. If he were alone, he could have escaped, but he couldn't abandon the widow and her young daughter. Mara. Soon, horsemen appeared, thundering towards the house. Leading the charge was the head of the Tianxiang clan himself. Jiang Chen stood his ground, surrounded by the corpses of the clan's men, not to mention the body of the young master. The lackeys immediately pointed and shouted, He's the one he killed the young master. No proof was needed. Jiang Chen calmly replied, I've been waiting for you. His goal was to buy as much time as possible for the widow and her daughter, Mara, to escape. The clan head glared at Jiang Chen, his voice dangerously low. Do you know? That Kanger was my only son, the heir to this entire clan, and you murdered him in cold blood. Jiang Chen simply stated what he thought of the deceased. When he was alive, he was a selfish brat who treated people like objects to be used and discarded. I just decided to give Providence a little push and bring his miserable existence to a swifter end, so he couldn't ruin any more lives. The Tianxiang clan head didn't seem to grasp his meaning. He just snarled.
In this city of awakening, I am God. I decide who lives and who dies, the head of...
The Tianxiang clan exploded forward in a ferocious attack. Jiang Chen barely managed to parry the devastating lunge. It became terrifyingly clear. He now faced a great saint master, the head of the Tianxiang clan, who still couldn't fathom how a great saint like his son Kai could have been killed. He demanded to know the truth behind his son's demise. The master mercenary tried to explain that Jiang Chen possessed some kind of bizarre martial skill. He offered a quick, painless death if Jiang Chen would just quietly hand over all his secrets. Our hero sighed. Seriously, all villains read from the same script. No originality, just the same old demands and threats. The Tianxiang clan head roared that he would
kill him and drag his soul to hell. Jiang Chen dodged a flurry of punches, then deftly leaped to a nearby roof.
He had zero interest in fighting the clan head right now. Jiang Chen had a far more critical mission in mind. He summoned his Azure Sword technique, activated his cloud steps, and vanished from the scene. The enraged clan head bellowed at his 6 servants to chase Jiang Chen down immediately. But Jiang Chen had planned this diversion all along. He would lead the pursuers east, while his sister and Mira escaped safely to the west. Blasts of bright purple energy rained down on him. He barely dodged in time, landing gracefully on the ground. Jiang Chen realized the clan head was insanely fast. The man was practically breathing down his neck, never falling a single step behind. The old man was actually enjoying this. He wondered how long Jiang Chen could keep running. It was a deadly game of cat and mouse, with the sounds of rooftop leaps echoing through the night. Jiang Chen moved like a phantom, clearing every obstacle and fence with fluid grace. The final barrier loomed ahead, the city wall. He cleared it with ease. He fully expected the Tianxiang clan head to follow him over. Instead, he heard a terrifying crash from the other side. The bricks of the massive wall began to splinter and crack. The clan head didn't jump over the wall. He smashed right through it, promising that he would catch Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen launched his Azure spiritual sword, but the clan head easily swatted it aside. He was prepared for that trick. He wanted to see what Jiang Chen could do without his precious weapon. Jiang Chen just smiled devilishly. Who said I was unarmed? He still had a trump card left to play. The sword began to fly on its own, circling around to strike the clan head from behind. At the last possible second, he whipped his head around and deflected the first lunge of the flying spiritual sword. This was the first time the old master had ever seen
a holy weapon that could move without a wielder. as the energy of battle erupted before his very eyes.
He caught a dagger, and in that instant, he understood. He finally knew how his son had been killed. A dagger just like this must have flown into his back. Jiang Chen's voice was cold. It's time for a family reunion. He stabbed for the clan head's back. But the man's defensive field was incredibly strong. It flared like a shield, leaving him completely unharmed. Jiang Chen's attack failed to penetrate the barrier. The clan head laughed, boasting that he was the
strongest earth attribute user in the world. You couldn't just scratch him. In fact, it was Jiang Chen who was about to die.
The Tianxiang clan head was a worthy foe, a much tougher nut to crack than Jiang Chen anticipated. He swung his massive sledgehammer. Blow after devastating blow. The clan head was a walking demolition crew, crushing everything in his path. If Jiang Chen wasn't so impossibly agile and fast, he would have been turned into paste a long time ago. He could barely fend off the attacks. He had completely underestimated the power of a great Saint Master. This wasn't going according to plan. As the clan head grabbed the Azure Sword, he felt a strange sensation. As if the weapon had a soul of its own. The sword suddenly twisted out of his grasp, slicing his arm despite his powerful defense, and flew right back into Jiang Chen's hand. Seeing this power, the old man's greed took over. He started to bargain. If Jiang Chen handed over his secrets, he would forgive him for killing his son. Jiang Chen was stunned. Wait, what? A moment ago, you wanted to drink my blood. Now you're haggling like we're at the mercenary market. The clan head praised Jiang Chen's courage, vowing that once caught, he'd be silenced forever. Jiang Chen knew it was now or never. If he didn't deal with this guy today, he'd never know a moment of peace. But the Tianxiang clan head was certain this kid was no match for him. Jiang Chen sighed. Enough talk. He dodged another heavy blow. The spiritual Azure dagger once again aimed for the man's back, searching for any weakness in his defense. It probed from different angles, looking for that one fatal opening. The dagger began to circle rapidly, kicking up a storm of dust. The clan head sneered. He thought Jiang Chen was just trying to trick him, using the dust as a cheap smokescreen. If I can't see, I'll just focus on your breathing. But he couldn't find it. Jiang Chen's presence had vanished completely. J.N. Shen's simple breath technique left him completely stunned. A feat like that was supposed to be impossible. Furious, the Tannin head began to charge his colossal sledgehammer with crackling energy. He slammed it down with all his might, hoping to shatter the veil of dust once and for all. With the situation settled, he learned Jiang Chen had pulled a fast one on the battlefield, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of fighting to the death. But it was all just a brilliant act to create the perfect escape route. What a clever kid. He then orders his men to round up a crew and chase him into the magical beast mountain range. The servants of the Tianxiang clan
Scoured the mountainside with extreme prejudice. They knew their master had wounded Jiang Chen,
so there was no way he could have gotten far. Some even doubted he escaped at all. They were assembling a massive hunting party of 200 saints. This kid was as good as dead. But Jiang Chen heard every single word. Oh, if they want to die that badly, who is he to deny them? Jiang Chen drops down from above, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches. The mercenary masters heard the pathetic screams of the Tianxiang clan servants. It didn't take a genius to realize.
They were under attack. In the clearing, they found the mangled, bloody remains of their comrades. Then, the same screams
echoed from the other side. Jiang Chen was using classic guerrilla tactics. They walked right into his playground, and in the dense forest, he became their worst nightmare. The head of the Tianxiang clan was absolutely livid. Not only did they fail to catch Jiang Chen, but he'd managed to pick off dozens of his elite servants. Jiang Chen could perfectly conceal his presence, attacking their scattered groups, with deadly efficiency. That's how he nearly wiped them out. The clan head had to begrudgingly admire Jiang Chen's strategy. There was no point in sacrificing any more of his people. It was time for a tactical retreat. He commands them to put a massive bounty on Jiang Chen's head. Let the other greedy mercenaries do the dirty work for them. Meanwhile, a giant hole in the city's outer wall has become a tourist attraction. All the citizens gathered to gawk at it, and plastered everywhere were wanted posters bearing Jiang Chen's face. Somehow, the Zhou clan and the Tianxiang clan had put a price on the very same person. The poster made Jiang Chen look like some kind of ruthless demon. Lost in the crowd stood a mysterious figure in a hooded cloak. It was Mu Yun, and this particular turn of events,
where Jiang Chen's head was worth a mountain of gold, put a very wide smile on his face, by a beautiful lake near the mountain range.
Our main character, Jiang Chen, is washing up. He's laughing to himself, thinking of Chen Xiangli as his personal minister of transportation. He feels bad that the guy didn't get any satisfaction from their little robbery, so he just refused to take part. Suddenly, a giant predatory turtle erupts from the lake's center. Jiang Chen snatches his clothes and books it out of the water, trying not to become turtle food. It's a third-level turtle shell beast. Jiang Chen immediately activates his spiritual sword, Azulet, ready to throw down with the monster. He's furious that this beast dared to interrupt his bath. He leaps high above the creature, bringing his sword down with immense force. But it just bounces off the shell. That turtle shell beast's defense was just too tough. Nearby, other mercenaries witnessed the whole thing. They immediately remembered seeing that face on a wanted poster. That's the guy with the silver sword.
Their eyes lit up with dollar signs. He's only 20 years old and all alone. They decided to wait for the perfect moment,
letting him wear himself out fighting a level 3 magical beast. Once he's properly weakened, they'll just swarm him. It shouldn't be too hard to take him down. They're already arguing over how to split the loot, counting their chickens before they've even hatched. They can practically taste that bounty money. But there's a problem for them. Mu Yun wants it too, and his greed is a powerful motivator. He decides Jiang Chen's head belongs to him and him alone. He steps out to greet the assembled mercenaries, telling them his name is irrelevant. What's truly
important is that the money for Jiang Chen's head is all his. He has absolutely no intention of sharing. And with that,
he attacks the other mercenaries in the forest. Back at the lake, the battle between Jiang Chen and the level 3 shell monster was in full swing. Jiang Chen hammers it with a barrage of punches to its shell and head, but scales cover the monster's entire body. There was simply no way to break through its defenses. But then, an idea sparked in his mind. He tried striking another, more vulnerable spot, but the monster stood firm, taking no damage at all. Jiang Chen
launched himself out of the water and onto the ground. His spiritual dagger and the Azulet sword flew off the
monster's armor, hovering in the air. The moment was absolutely perfect. Jiang Chen commanded his weapons, which pulsed with spiritual energy and began attacking the turtle monster from all sides at incredible speed.
One perfectly aimed blow shot straight into the beast's open mouth, turning its brain to mush. An energy core flew out.
And the monster's corpse, a new hole pierced through its head, fell at Jiang Chen's feet with a thunderous crash. He could barely handle the prize. Just then, Jiang Chen heard the sounds of battle from the nearby thicket. The cloaked stranger had scattered all his rivals. He'd killed most of them already, and the last one standing was on his knees, begging for his life.
Killing them would be a total waste of energy. Instead, he casually tosses some pills to the survivors.
His orders are simple: spread a rumor for him. Return in 1 month to this exact spot for the antidote. The poison's a nice touch. They nervously ask what this master wants them to say. The rumor that Jiang Chen is critically injured, and he's hiding deep within the mountain range of magical beasts. His warning is clear: make sure the entire town knows. Meanwhile, the actual Jiang Chen overhears the whole scheme. Mu Yun nonchalantly tells him they've already cleaned up the mess, so it's perfectly safe to pop out and say hello. Hearing his name, Jiang Chen strolls out, looking bored. He glances at the huge crowd. Are all these people here for me? Did I forget about some major grudge we have? Mu Yun clarifies. No offense, but you owe me a mountain of cash. Jiang Chen doesn't recognize him and immediately grabs him by the throat. It really looks like Mu Yun gathered an army to take him down. But through ragged breaths, Mu Yun explains the real situation. He's a walking treasure chest now. 2 major clans in the city have put an enormous bounty on his head. That means a never-ending swarm of mercenaries is coming for him. Jiang Chen figures even he might struggle with those kinds of numbers. So, he proposes a brilliant idea to Mu Yun. Let's team up for a little heist. The old rules apply, of course. Jiang Chen gets the magic cores, and Mu Yun gets all the cash. The best part of the deal, Mu Yun doesn't have to do any of the hard work. And so their glorious partnership begins. 4 caravans intercepted, 67 mercenaries eliminated. It's just like the Bloodcry mercenary corps job. A month ago, they'd wiped out an entire village, killing 240 people. Jiang Chen returned the favor and left no one alive. Mu Yun nods in agreement. Every single one of those scumbags deserved to be punished. Now, those bastards are all dead. A job well done. A few more glorious days pass. A large group of mercenaries wanders up to Mu Yun's campfire as he's roasting some meat. They ask if he's seen a young man carrying swords. Mu Yun just smirks and points his finger toward a nearby tree. Of course, Jiang Chen was already waiting in ambush, his dagger and sword prepared. Their little hunting party is officially canceled. He finishes every last one of them. Now, their chopped up bodies litter the ground in a bloody mess. Just another day for the duo. Day after day, they continue their hunt, taking down more and more mercenaries. And each of them gets exactly what they came for. Jiang Chen gets his power boost from the energy cores, while Mu Yun happily bags up the gold, coins, and other treasures.
While absorbing the endless flow of energy, Jiang Chen never forgets to meditate and cultivate his strength. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. A new power surge. A brilliant purple flash erupts from his body, illuminating the entire midnight forest.
He lets out a satisfied sigh. Jiang Chen has broken through to a new level of strength. His advancement speed is just ridiculous. Even Mu Yun is impressed. But all their glittering amethyst coins have attracted some greedy eyes. The hunters are about to become the hunted. It's time for the robbers to get robbed. Dust of swords, prepare to die. The same old boring threats again. Jiang Chen is so tired of it. He's heard those lines so many times his ears have probably grown calluses. Mu Yun, on the other hand, is in a great mood today. He suggests the robbers could live if they just drop all their valuables and run for the hills. But then, Jiang Chen's ears perk up. The mercenaries mentioned something about the Zhou Core. Their leader sees Jiang Chen's reaction and assumes it's fear. He arrogantly offers Jiang Chen the honor of licking his shoes. Spirit sword strike marks instantly slice through the air. A very poor choice of words. They made one fatal mistake identifying as mercenaries of the Zhou Core. Jiang Chen slaughters every last one of them. No mercy shown.
Even Mu Yun flinches at the sheer cruelty. Jiang Chen then hangs all their dead bodies from the tree branches.
He leaves them hanging upside down, dripping with blood. The man is truly ruthless. Mu Yun can only wonder what kind of grudge he holds. Just then, he feels a fluctuation of immense power. Jiang Chen yanks Mu Yun out of the path of a deadly attack. Who dares to attack the two of them? A figure emerges from the darkness, remarking that two kids shouldn't be so wealthy. Having so many amethyst coins is just too much. Jiang Chen and Mu Yun's eyes widen in shock. This is a great saint, a high-level master. Jiang Chen scoffs, asking if a great saint really has nothing better to do than rob kids in the woods. The old man just draws his blade. He says there's more than just a reward for Jiang Chen. He knows the two of them have collected a ton of loot these past few days. Mu Yun draws his weapon, threatening the old man. Don't even think you're getting a single coin, but the old man is just amused. Such youthful energy. The more you resist, the faster you'll die. In a flash, he slashes Mu Yun's throat with a poisoned blade. Mu Yun is poisoned. He's still standing, but he's in trouble. Jiang Chen roars, calling the old man a treacherous, sneaky bastard. The old man doesn't care. He wants Jiang Chen's head and all of Mu Yun's hard-earned money. He offers them a chance to surrender voluntarily. If they give up now, he won't even have to lift a finger. After all, their chances of winning are slim to none. A great saint using poison. Against a mere saint. The absolute cowardice of the act makes Jiang Chen's blood boil. He lunges at the old man, ready for a fight. Reputation. Who cares about that when you're rolling in cash? He lets his blade do the talking. Their swords met in a clash of titans. A blinding explosion of energy erupted, sending sparks everywhere. The old man stood firm, an unmoving mountain. But Jiang Chen was sent flying, struggling to even stand. The gap in their power was just too vast. Jiang Chen was completely outmatched. This old geezer was on a whole other level. The smug old warrior looked down on Jiang Chen like he was nothing but an insect. He swung his venomous blade, wanting to test the boy's mettle. Or rather, he wanted to shatter his bones. The old man's speed was terrifying, a blur of deadly motion. Jiang Chen didn't even see the kick that smashed into his face. The geezer began gathering energy for a finishing blow. Jiang Chen knew this was bad. No, this was really bad. He could feel the poisonous aura radiating from his opponent, chilling him to the bone. But he refused to back down. He had to buy Mu Yun as much time as possible. But looking over, Mu Yun was already coughing up blackened blood. It was a strange and terrifying poison, one that Mu Yun couldn't purge from his system. He was fading fast. The old man just smirked. He taunted them, saying he was curious to see just how long Mu Yun could hold on. Survival was not an option. Jiang Chen screamed at Mu Yun to run, as fast as he could. He would hold this monster off, no matter the cost. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Mu Yun had to escape to survive. Jiang Chen desperately parried the old man's relentless attacks. Mu Yun looked at the green seal in his trembling hands. Was there truly no other way? The situation was desperate. He broke it. A viridian portal tore open the air. From its depths, a dark figure emerged. He looked at Mu Yun. "You're badly poisoned." Mu Yun begged the stranger to save his friend, before collapsing unconscious at his feet. Friend. No one had ever called him that before. Just then, the old man knocked the sword from Jiang Chen's hands and ordered him to kneel. The stranger's gaze slowly turned to them. He now stood protectively over Mu Yun's body. And suddenly, the old master felt a crushing, overwhelming pressure. When did this guy even appear? He hadn't sensed his arrival at all. Seizing the opening, Jiang Chen launched his sword. "Die!" he screamed. But the old man was just toying with him. Was this really all the strength Jiang Chen could muster? But following right behind the sword was his Azula dagger. The old man barely had time to notice the hidden attack as the dagger sank deep into his flesh. The old man was stunned. He couldn't understand how Jiang Chen had pulled off such a trick. He collapsed, stone dead on the ground. The summoned stranger stood beside Mu Yun's body. Jiang Chen immediately activated his spiritual force field. A strange green energy radiated from the man who came through the portal. Jiang Chen recognized the overwhelming presence. This was the power of space and the cosmos. The stranger noted Jiang Chen's incredible talent, after all. Jiang Chen had just killed a great Saint Master, a being far beyond his own level. He advised the boy to keep training. He urged him not to abandon his path. If he did, he could become a truly strong warrior. The summoned stranger then opened another portal. He assured Jiang Chen, while taking Mu Yun's body, that fate would bring them together again in the future. Jiang Chen was shocked. The stranger could freely manipulate the power of space. He had to be at least a Saint Realm Master. This mountain of looted gold also had magic cores of various ranks. Jiang Chen had been struggling for a whole month, and now it was finally payday. He went to the dead old man. "You're the last person who will ever see this," he said. He noticed a glowing white parchment behind the old man's sash. It was a white beast skin, and it shone like a tiny star in Jiang Chen's hands. He suddenly remembered his mother's words. This was the Zhangtian, a family relic passed down for generations. For thousands of years, it was their family's greatest treasure. They had to keep it safe. His mother's warning echoed in his mind. He had to protect it with his life. Jiang Chen held the Zhangtian tightly. This was the very heirloom his mother gave him. But how did this old scoundrel get his hands on it? And what exactly was this beast skin? It wouldn't burn, and his sword couldn't even scratch it. Maybe it was a treasure map. No, that didn't seem right. Jiang Chen had to know its secret. An old master wouldn't keep a useless item tucked in his sash. But for now, he had to set it aside. It was time to use his remaining time to cultivate his power. In a hidden cave, 1 year passed. For 1 whole year, Jiang Chen sat in meditation. Violet flames danced around him as he poured his soul into his spiritual training. He pushed to increase his power and level, using every last energy core he had. And finally, it was complete. He had been promoted to the high level of Saint Master. His training had paid off. Jiang Chen exhaled, feeling the surge of new power. He looked at his own wanted poster. Now, he was finally strong enough. The Zhou mercenary clan and the Tianxiang clan, it was time for them to pay their debt in blood. Suddenly, the cave around him began to shake and collapse.
A brilliant blue light darted around the crumbling cavern, bouncing here and there. It was a level 5 speed cloud beast. And it wasn't alone. A skywing demon bull appeared. Its size was absolutely gargantuan. These beasts were so powerful that Jiang Chen could only hope to escape with his current level of strength. But right now, a war between monsters was erupting. The speedy cloud beast launched the first attack, diving straight for the skywing demon bull as a terrifying roar echoed through the forest. The bull demon took a heavy blow right to the face. In response, the cloud beast lunged, biting and tearing with its sharp claws. Despite the massive size difference, the speedy cloud beast held its ground, trading devastating blows with the demon bull. It was a classic matchup: lightning-fast speed versus impenetrable defense. Both of them were terrifying level 5 beasts. And watching from the sidelines was Jiang Chen. He noticed the cloud beast's speed was fading, its attacks growing weaker. Its energy was nearly spent, and it finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The skywing demon bull saw its chance. It moved in to finish its weakened foe. One beast was grievously wounded, and the other was completely blinded by rage. For Jiang Chen, this was the perfect moment. He would grant them both a swift, merciful end. No need for them to suffer needlessly, right? Besides, their energy cores would provide a massive boost to his own strength. Moving like a phantom, he closed in on the 2 level 5 beasts. The speedy cloud beast was his first target. Its energy was depleted. With no strength left to resist, Jiang Chen finished it with a single, clean strike, using his azulate spiritual sword. Now, it was the skywing demon bull's turn. Jiang Chen focused all of his power. The enraged bull demon charged. Jiang Chen sidestepped the attack, soaring high into the air as he prepared his technique. The wild breakout, the demon bull buckled, falling to its front knees and letting out an earth-shaking roar of pain. Descending like a meteor, Jiang Chen struck from above with his azulate spiritual sword, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy. Brilliant purple rays of power exploded in every direction. Unseen, an old man with a snake on his shoulder watched this battle. He seemed thrilled to have found a speedy cloud beast. He turned to his snake. "Now that the target is confirmed, I'll leave this beast for my 3 favorite warriors." Elsewhere, a textbook combat clash was underway, starting with some quality trash talk. One of them sneered, telling his opponent to surrender now and save himself a vicious beating. Suddenly, an explosion sent one of them flying. He barely managed to land in a crouch, glaring at his attacker. "Mingdong, are you actually trying to kill me?" He gathered bright energy for a strike, and the two began to counterattack. But their opponents were completely outmatched. They never expected him to possess such incredible speed.
In less than a minute, he had everyone on their backs. Turns out, he was a Saint Master with a wind attribute. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was sent flying, slamming his back hard against a tree. As he tried to recover, the Skywing Demon Bull gathered its power. Between its wings, a new beam of energy formed to finish him off. But Jiang Chen found a second wind and attacked again. He was determined to complete his plan. Launching himself from the ground, he leaped high above the Demon Bull. He endeavored to strike from above. Combining his spiritual sword and his Azulet dagger, Jiang Chen refused to believe that its defenses were unbreakable. In this fight, he was destined to succeed. He prepared his ultimate move, the Great Wheel of Fate. The Skywing Demon. Bull roared, ready to clash with him. Jiang Chen delivered the crushing blow. The shockwave flattened everything nearby. As the dust settled, the Heaven-Winged Demon Bull stood there, sliced
almost perfectly in half. Jiang Chen had finally pierced its legendary defense, his sword tearing through its flesh.
The mighty Demon Bull collapsed, dead on the ground. Jiang Chen had gotten what he wanted to level 5. Magical Beast Energy Cores, both full of pure energy. This would be enough for Jiang Chen to reach the Great Saint Master level.
All that was left was to retrieve the energy core from the Speedy Cloud Beast, and he could get out of here.
But he saw a snake coiled around the beast's body. It, too, was looking for that core. Jiang Chen was stunned. Where did this snake come from? He looked at the corpse and saw that its energy
core had been stolen. Someone had swiped his rightful prize. The old man was already holding the core in his hands.
He had appeared silently right behind Jiang Chen. Could it be a holy master with an earth attribute, he wondered? Shocked, the old man simply laughed. This energy core is very important to my Hylor family. We have been tracking it for a very long time. He acknowledged that Jiang Chen got it first, so he offered to trade a combat skill. In exchange for the core, Jiang Chen really disliked this kind of deal. He had no intention of trading away his loot. He tried to play dumb, claiming he had no fighting skills. But the old man was far too clever for that. He didn't believe him for a second. The old man saw a completely different picture. He saw the Azulet spiritual sword strike down the Demon Bull. But Jiang Chen's bluff was seen through instantly. The old master just laughed, calling him an impudent brat as he began to store fire energy. His fist blazed, and then he vanished like smoke. Before Jiang Chen could even react, 2 fingers pierced his shoulder like steel bolts. Sneaky little tricks won't work on me, he sneered. Jiang Chen was sent flying like a discarded puppet, crashing to the ground. The old man's killing intent was overflowing. He moved in to finish Jiang Chen before he could even stand. But with a last-ditch effort, Jiang Chen snatched the snake. "Stop right there," he yelled, his voice echoing with desperation. The old master paused, completely baffled by the little bugger's move. He knew the shadow snake was a priceless, mythical beast. Even if he killed Jiang Chen, the boy could crush the snake's skull in a heartbeat. Losing it would be a catastrophic business loss. The old man understood the threat immediately. "What do you want?" he growled. Jiang Chen formed a shimmering energy sphere around the snake. He placed the creature inside a special barrier, one that was set to detonate, taking the priceless snake with it. The terms were simple: give Jiang Chen the core and let him walk, or the snake goes boom. "You're arrogant," the old master scoffed. He was confident a Saint Master of Earth could catch him easily. He tossed an energy core towards Jiang Chen. The deal was struck. With a word of thanks for the old man's discretion, Jiang Chen took his prize. He then tossed the sphere into the air and punted it like a pro soccer player deep into the forest. The old man scrambled after it. Jiang Chen was right. The shadow snake was far too valuable to lose. A string of curses that could peel paint followed him. The old man swore he'd tear the boy limb from limb for this little prank. But Jiang Chen was ecstatic. He had escaped a deadly situation and immediately started sprinting for his life. A Saint Master of Earth was not to be underestimated. Their speed was monstrous, and he could already hear the furious taunts closing in. "You can't escape," the old man bellowed, his voice promising a world of pain, no matter where he ran on this mountain. Meanwhile, at a cliff's edge, a trio of mercenaries had a lone warrior cornered. He was sweating, utterly exhausted. He refused to die at the hands of these parasitic maggots. He gathered his strength for one final, desperate strike. His attack launched at the speed of wind, but at the last second, a new obstacle crashed right into his path. That obstacle was Jiang Chen. "Get out of the way," the warrior screamed from behind. But it was too late. A hilariously clumsy collision ensued. The mercenaries were stunned by Jiang Chen's sudden appearance. Deciding it was too much work to figure things out, they just resolved to kill them both. The cornered warrior felt despair. Today was his end, all because of this random guy. But then, he saw a brilliant purple glow. Jiang Chen had drawn his Azulet sword. In a flash, he carved through all 3 mercenaries. Jiang Chen sighed, annoyed at such a pointless waste of his time and energy. But to the stranger, Jiang Chen looked like a god of speed. He had dispatched those thugs with breathtaking grace. He quickly warned Jiang Chen, "Stop running, you're headed for a dead end." It was the cliff, a sheer drop to certain death. Jiang Chen turned to the stranger, confused. "Why were you following me, and why help?" He thanked him for the warning. The stranger returned the thanks, saying Jiang Chen had just saved his life. Suddenly, a familiar, terrifying presence descended. The Saint Master of Earth had finally found them. He flew towards them, his face a thundercloud, ready to get even for both the core and the snake. "So, you found your pet already." The great saint was practically vibrating with rage. Had he really diffused the sphere that quickly? He was ready to capture the insolent thief, only to find he was with another target and his goons had been after this guy for some level 4 beast cores. In this old man, he was the gang's leader. Now, his rage was directed at both of them. "Ungrateful bastards!" he roared. "Not even begging for mercy will save you now." He launched a devastating attack. The warrior yelled, "We have to team up. It's our only chance." The old master began to gather immense energy in his hands. "A chance? You have no chance." The old rogue let out a hysterical laugh. "Let's see how you try to save yourselves now." He created 2 massive tornadoes of pure flame, one for each of them. Their purpose to incinerate these 2 puppies. The fiery vortexes swept up Jiang Chen and his new friend, lifting them high into the air, before unceremoniously tossing them over the cliff's edge. "That," the old man sneered, "is true power." But by some miracle, near the shore of a lake, 2 figures emerged from the water. They were alive. They had luckily fallen into the lake and not on the rocks. Coughing up water, they swam to safety. Jiang Chen declared that having survived this, he would one day seek revenge against that old man in the name of the Huo family. The young man was stunned. He introduced himself as Dong and swore he would help Jiang Chen crush that old crook and utterly annihilate the entire Hilao family Mingdong, once again thanks Jiang Chen for the save. But he knows gratitude alone won't cut it. As a token of his appreciation, Mingdong offers up 2 4th-level beast cores, a hefty price for a life saved.
Unfortunately, these cores are pretty much his entire net worth, but seeing him reminds Jiang Chen of his fallen comrades.
From the Flame Mercenaries. This guy has the very same look in his eyes. The memory of his old crew still stings. Recalling how they once pulled him from the brink, Jiang Chen pushes the cores back, saying he doesn't need them. Mingdong mentions he's a lone wolf. He can't stand rules or being tied down. Hearing this, Jiang Chen has a proposition. Mingdong agrees, on one condition so long as it doesn't get him killed. With that settled, Jiang Chen invites him to join his mercenary group. He plans to revive the legendary Flame Mercenaries from the ashes. He admits they're a little short-staffed right now, but promises this is only the beginning. Short-staffed? Just how small are we talking? Mingdong cautiously asks for the current headcount. The grand total membership of these mighty mercenaries is 2. The news is so shocking. Mingdong just about passes out. He's just realized he's already the vice captain. As the second in command, he needs to know their next move. Jiang Chen explains their first priority is to cultivate their strength. But the core mission of the Flame Mercenaries is simple hunt monsters and collect magic cores. With that, Jiang Chen tosses a heavy sack into his hands. Inside are 8 4th-level monster cores. He gives Mingdong half a month. The mission gets stronger, fast. They'll need that power to crush an entire family and wipe out a rival mercenary group. Mingdong agrees, but he's got to be wondering, how in the world are 2 people supposed to do all that? This Jiang Chen guy must be completely out of his mind. Half a month flies by in a flash of intense training. Mingdong witnesses Jiang Chen's breakthrough firsthand. He has reached the rank of Great Holy Master. He asks the most logical question. Is Jiang Chen even human? Because that kind of power-up speed is just not natural. Jiang Chen just shrugs it off like it was nothing special. Meanwhile, Mingdong is still your average Saint Master. But suddenly, a terrifying pain erupts from within Jiang Chen. He screams for Mingdong to get back, to get away from him. Something is going terribly wrong. A massive pillar of violet energy erupts, piercing the heavens. And folks, I don't know about you, but I am loving this story. The plot is just getting good. It's got action, intrigue, and a dash of comedy. So if you enjoyed the video, be sure to smash that subscribe button and drop a comment telling me what you think. When new chapters drop, you know I'll be here with a continuation. Stay awesome, everyone, and I'll catch you in the next one.